The story begins with the system sulking about the player, preparing to pack up and leave, not forgetting to sarcastically say, "I have no interest in someone like you. So annoying, let's erase each other, bye-bye." Our male lead's name is Hee-jun, a useless crossover. Lacking any talent in cultivating immortals, he was abandoned by this game system. He kneels, hugging the system's legs, crying and pleading with it not to leave. "System, how can I go on living without you?" But the system resolutely leaves in an instant, saying goodbye to Hee-jun and disappearing. Hee-jun was still moaning, "Don't, what am I supposed to do now?" However, it was just him pretending to cry. He opened the door and stepped into the yard, stretching to breathe, not forgetting to curse the system. "What kind of nonsense is this? You don't care about me anymore, giving me tasks every day that make me want to die." Perhaps glancing at the living beings, becoming a great elder cultivating at the peak level of immortals is the dream of every crossover person. But for Hee-jun, that view was too narrow. He stood there looking at the beautiful girl in the red dress in front of him, her long white hair flowing, a chest that attacks and a backside that defends, in general, her beauty swaying the city. Hee-jun's desire was not like others. He only wanted to take a great beauty as his wife. He stepped forward to hug the girl, causing her face to flush. He gently said, "I've caught you." The girl burst into laughter. "That's too ticklish, husband, spare me." He lifted her chin slightly and asked, "Isn't it true that we will get married in a few days? Why are you so eager to change into your wedding dress already?" She shyly replied, "Because I want to wear it multiple times for you to see." This was Hee-jun's fiancée, named Shi Rong. The girl in the eye-catching red wedding dress, bashfully said, "Anyway, after the wedding night, it will just become worn out." A year ago, the two of them fell in love at first sight, and now they are preparing to move towards marriage. Unlike the other female cultivators who are keen on competing over advantages, Rong, in his eyes, is an ordinary delicate girl. They continue to hold each other closely. Hee-jun tenderly says, "I love you so much." She replies, "If you want to pursue excitement, then you must commit fully." Although Rong comes from a wealthy family, she is not at all arrogant. She is considerate and knows how to be a little spoiled. He continues to flirt. "Is it only on the wedding night that you become weak? It seems you still don't trust me, right?" Rong blushes and says, "That's because I want to practice the position really well. It will make my husband happy." Hearing her say that brings joy to Hee-jun's heart. This truly satisfies all his fantasies about his wife. He thinks to himself, "I don't need cultivation supreme or everlasting life, nor do I want any of it." Hee-jun gazes at Rong infatuatedly. "Only growing old together, with children and grandchildren, is true happiness for me." As they interlock their fingers, preparing to exchange a passionate kiss as proof of their love, suddenly two hands appear, pushing their faces apart. The little girl by Li is the maid of Rong. The girl, trying to warm herself, said, "All right, lady, it won't be favorable for the couple to meet before the wedding." Li stood there giving a long speech. "Both of you must understand that this rule has existed since ancient times. You cannot take it lightly. If the two of you meet before the wedding, many unpleasant things will happen. I am trying to save the fate of the two of you." The bride's family seems perfect, but there is a maid who is not at all tactful, making everything difficult, the number one disruptor of the couple. After saying this, she quickly pushed her lady back. Hee-jun felt a bit regretful, thinking to himself that he was weak and could not take care of his gentle wife. Returning to the mansion, the voice of Rong scolding someone was continuously heard, "You idiot, I'll beat you to death." Li was punished and kneeling there, while also begging, "Sorry, lady." The girl stood up to defend herself. "Didn't lady say that a girl cannot be too proactive, or else it will make the man feel cheap?" Rong stepped aside to defend, "That's just my old-fashioned thinking before I met my husband." She lay sprawled on the couch, speaking in defense of her fiancé, "My husband is not like that. He is the most outstanding man. You have no idea how many disciples want to climb into his bed, but he chose us. He truly loves me." She spoke about Hee-jun with an expression full of affection. Li was stunned. "My lady, there are many times I seriously question your mental state." Rong raised her hand to affirm, "In short, no female guests should be invited to the wedding, not even those cultivating immortals." Li immediately objected. She came closer and said, "My lady, usually you play the role of a mortal to interact with him, but a marriage is not something to be taken lightly. After all, you are one of the 4 great divine transformation realm practitioners, the sect master of the divine sect. Your marriage is not just a family matter, but also maintains our status in cultivation." I didn't expect Rong Rong's position to be so high, unlike what He Jun had said. Lili didn't stop. "Moreover, all the male cultivators who secretly love you have heard that you want to marry, spreading rumors everywhere. How can we not put them in their place?" The girl suggested, "My lady should tell him your true identity. With his cultivation, who in the myriad worlds would dare to underestimate you?" On this side, He Jun is in the courtyard of a girl. His face is raised high. In his mind, he thinks, indeed, a useless person has to endure the pressure of being looked down upon. Looking at the slow and somewhat trembling figure of the girl in front of him, he wonders, "But this is clearly obvious, do you want to feed me or not? If not, then why bring it over? If so, why are you moving so slowly?" Meanwhile, the girl is showing signs of fear. In her eyes, he is a terrifying person. She thinks she is not worthy of being the maid of the young master. In the eyes of the maid, He Jun appears like a monster capable of destroying everything, like a demon that can reveal the true nature of people. Just a glance is enough to scare her spirit away. Even in the golden elixir realm, she does not dare to come close. On this side, Rong Rong hits Li on the head and scolds, "I think you are very reckless." She imagines the image of He Jun, "I will not let my husband get caught up in the world affairs again. A peerless expert like my husband, if he were not disheartened by the mundane and vulgar world, why would he choose to live in seclusion?" She kicks away the image of the sect master. She believes the sect master divine sect is in a state of confusion. And how could those ordinary nuns be similar, just mundane powders? Li then gave her a like, not surprisingly a lady, even chastising herself while in love. Rong Rong believed that only by returning to the original state, being a person with no position or status, a regular wife wholeheartedly loving her husband, could she find happiness. Before she knew it, she imagined the scene of feeding each other, tenderly asking, "Husband, this is Rong Rong's first attempt, is it good?" "Good, don't do it again next time, it's really hard to eat." But that was just imagination. Rong Rong scolded her maid, saying that if she wanted to ruin the image she had painstakingly built, she would make her regret it. She stepped outside to give instructions, generally to revise the list as she said, and in short, just don't let those cultivating immortals disturb her happiness. Li could only comply. The girl sighed and thought to herself, but can it really go smoothly? Although those cultivating immortals did not have the capabilities of her husband, they were not to be underestimated. They must have been searching for their whereabouts the moment they heard about the marriage. Indeed, a group of people appeared near their villa. The leader was named Yang, the immortal lord. A monk from the divine transformation realm stepped forward and thought to himself, "Rong Rong, I finally found you." He seemed angry. After more than 10 years of being childhood sweethearts, he passionately pursued her, yet she had run off to a godforsaken place like this to marry someone else. Standing in front of the manor's gate, he absolutely could not allow this to happen. Yang raised his hand to the door. He was determined to fight for this marriage. An aura of darkness emanated from within. Yang stammered, What is that sound?" As the door cracked open, the aura immediately surged forth, with a power so great that even a divine transformation realm monk like him was thrown back outside. The oppressive air distorted Yang's face. He wondered, what is this, is it a barrier? But when he looked back at the door, an image of a demon leader appeared. He thought, a barrier can't be so terrifyingly desolate, could it really be something only a strong peak level could possess? The external appearance corresponded with a powerful mental force. Even a slight aura pushed back the group of people sitting on the ground, exclaiming, "Is there really such a shocking existence?" Yang, terrified, turned pale. "It shatters all the laws of the world, like a roar coming from the most hellish abyss." The people outside stammered, the door was open, and something wanted to come out. The being with the terrifying aura was none other than He Jun. He exuded a strong pressure while thinking to himself that without his wife nearby, he felt embarrassed being in someone else's place. He just wanted to go outside for a breath of fresh air. However, the scene before him shocked Jun. Among the disheveled Yang sitting there, he thought they looked like a group of beggars. Was it because he had never experienced it before, or were beggars this extravagant now? Yang bowed his head and didn't dare to look directly. It was him, he was the master of the deity figures. This devastating aura truly rendered him immobile. Unconsciously, he found himself prostrating. To him, the person before him was too terrifying. He told himself, had he known Rong would have to marry such a monster, he would never have dared to kidnap the bride. On this side, Jun also wondered, why are they still bowing? It seems that without any money, it won't do. But with his hands in his pockets, he had no coins at all. I'm just a freeloader, where would I get money to give them? From the perspective of the group kneeling, they were even more frightened by his actions. Oh no, is he looking for a divine weapon to kill us? We provoked him by showing up at his door, we must have angered him. We can't let this happen, for our own sake we can only. Thinking this, they took out a magic weapon for him. We can only keep kneeling. Then, with both hands raised, they politely requested, sorry, we didn't mean to offend you, senior. If you don't believe us, feel free to deal with our precious sword, we absolutely won't hold a grudge. At this moment, Jun was taken aback. He was confused in his thoughts. Aren't they here to beg? Why are they offering me this, especially a sword? Could it be that he's a cultivator? He stepped forward, waving his hand, no need for that, I don't know how to use the sword. He thought, just take it away, don't make that cursed system come back. But as soon as Jun touched the precious sword, it immediately began to glow. Then from within, Spirit's sword with the figure of a girl emerged. Yang opened his mouth in shock, not knowing what this was. It turned out to be his ancestral sword. This man had only lightly touched the sword, yet he had awakened the ancestral sword that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. The spirit sword flew over to embrace Jun. Then it reached out and turned back to the sword with a radiant appearance as if it had just fulfilled something. Yang's face looked as if he was high. He felt the spiritual energy like a stream of heat striking his body, making him numb and euphoric. From the source of energy he had just received, it helped him break through his limits and immediately achieve a breakthrough. From the mansion, a pillar of light from the spiritual energy appeared. Rong hurried outside. Lili followed closely behind, reminding her, Lady, it's dangerous, that spiritual energy is too strong, very unusual. But she didn't care much about that. What if there are cultivators coming to cause trouble at our doorstep? She rushed to the front door, worried, if it disturbs my husband, I will definitely not forgive him. But what Rong saw was her husband standing there calmly while Yang and his group were kneeling like obedient dogs. Jun saw his fiancée running out and turned back to call her name. She ran towards him and called out gently, oh my, I've tripped and fallen. Jun helped her up and asked, are you okay? Rong smiled brightly at him and replied, I'm fine. I was just so busy looking for you that I accidentally fell. How foolish, he said. Lili silently observed and gave the lady a like, she's really good at pretending. Meanwhile, Yang and the younger boys clasped their hands in front of them respectfully, thank you, senior, for helping the junior level up. We absolutely do not intend to disturb you too. You are truly destined for each other, a match made in heaven. He felt a bit worried, thinking, oh no, the senior kindly helped me level up, but Rong has come here. Looking at the happy couple in front of him, he thought, if she mentions the time he got licked by a dog, wouldn't I end up in a terrible situation? Rong shot him a glare, it's that boastful Yang again. Looking at his frightened expression, it seems he hasn't said anything he shouldn't have yet, right? But with his mediocre talent, how did he level up so much? Then she glanced at Jun, could it really be that my husband helped him? Seeing them bow, he was confused, level up. I didn't do anything just now. Rong deduced that the general did not admit it. I understand now, the general is an expert at peak level. If he were to take action, it would definitely reach the point of shaking the mountains and toppling the earth. It must be because he doesn't want to scare a mortal like me that he is suppressing himself. With that thought, she rushed forward, unafraid to embrace him and show her affection. On one hand, she was affectionate, but her gaze at the group was full of anger. The general hid his expert identity for my sake, yet that dog took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. It's unforgivable. Seeing the woman he loved trembling slightly, He-jun wondered, is Rong that nervous? Why is she shivering? Could it be? In his eyes, Rong was an ordinary, delicate woman, and encountering those who cultivate immortality was even more terrifying for her. He-jun then helped Yang up and said, "Little friend, can you go ahead? My wife is timid and will be scared." Hearing those words, he was stunned, wondering, who is timid? I can't have misheard this, right? Taking advantage of the situation, Rong shyly hid behind him and said, "General, there are too many of them, and they look very fierce." Immediately, He-jun reassured her, "Don't be afraid, little friend, they are all good people who won't make things difficult for mortals, right?" Yang stammered, "Yes, that's right, mortal." He was extremely astonished. How could the sect master of divine sect be considered just a mortal in the eyes of the senior? So, aren't we merely insignificant beings in the eyes of the senior? Seeing the dejected and somewhat trembling demeanor of the people in front of him, He-jun wondered, why do they suddenly look so downcast? Are they hungry? He then turned to pat his future wife's head and said, Rong, why don't we invite them to stay for a meal? It's not easy for them either. She obediently replied, "I'll do whatever you say, my husband." My husband is really kind, inviting people he doesn't like to stay for a meal just to maintain a good-natured image. He then approached Yang and politely invited, "If you don't mind my wife's cooking skills, please come in and have a meal." Meanwhile, Rong angrily cursed under her breath, "It's all the fault of these opportunistic freeloaders." She looked at them with an evil glare, determined not to spare them. After the invitation, everyone sat down at a table full of food. Yang respectfully said, "The senior treats us so well. I've never had such a delicious meal in my life." He-jun replied politely, "You are too kind, it's just a family meal." He picked up a piece of meat and thought to himself, "It seems like a family meal, but for an expert like the senior, anything they casually give us will be a mysterious secret." Putting the food in his mouth, he chewed and said, "Maybe these dishes are all divine food that can help my cultivation increase." But his expression was the opposite, not at all like I imagined. Yang slumped down, the dark aura within him radiating. He appeared to be in pain and then reassured himself, "I can't move. Could this be the feeling of leveling up? It's very unusual." Seeing this, He-jun also worriedly asked, "What's wrong with everyone?" Rong brought over more food and said, "Oh my, why is everyone getting drunk so quickly?" She smiled sweetly at Yang and the others, "What a pity, I prepared so many dishes, and we haven't finished them yet." Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He realized, "Oh no, it's poisonous spirit that Rong put in. If you dare disturb me while getting married, if you don't die, I'll make sure you suffer." Hearing his fiancée say that, He-jun continued to eat. Meanwhile, Yang looked on in fear, silently hoping the senior wouldn't eat anymore. He enjoyed the meal immensely and after finishing, he turned to compliment, "Wife, you've worked hard preparing the food, it shouldn't go to waste." Rong moved closer, "My husband is the best." The poison even transformed into a heart that provided sweet moments for those affected. The senior eats the poison, and not only is he unharmed, but his spiritual energy also increases. What profound power is this? It's incredibly terrifying. While he admired this, He-jun raised a glass of wine to his face. Rong, sitting next to him, hurriedly put her hand over her chest and asked, "My husband, all the guests have fallen asleep, aren't we going to sleep too?" He-jun blushed slightly and replied, "If you put it that way, then we should indeed take a nap." She gently wrapped her arms around him, "My husband is drunk, Rong will take you back to your room." Lily didn't forget to ask, "Lady, what should we do with these people?" She secretly commanded with her eyes, "Take them where they need to go." The two entered a private room. He-jun sat there, stretched, and yawned, "I'm drunk." Meanwhile, Rong quietly closed the door with a click. He lay down on the bed, still mumbling, "I'm drunk." Looking at He-jun lying there, Rong was visibly happy, "Finally, I have brought my husband back to my room." She stood there, a little excited, thinking about how in a few days she would want to be with her husband on this bed. Rong Rong climbed onto Hee-jun, lost in her thoughts. I secretly practiced a little, not too out of line, right? It turns out you were pretending to be drunk, slightly opening your eyes to see your wife's expression. You reached your hand behind to touch, startling Rong Rong to exclaim, "What is that?" She was sitting on you, raising her hand to cover her mouth, stammering, "Could it be that it's my husband? It's, a." Hee-jun pulled her down to lie on him, whispering, "If you're not obedient, of course, it will bite you." At that moment, Rong Rong realized, gently responding, "Husband, are you not asleep?" You explored her waist and said, "If I were asleep, how could I catch the thief? Speak quickly, sneaking around like this, what do you want from this husband?" Being tickled made her laugh loudly, "Please let me go. I can't say anything." After that, Rong Rong lay down, pressing herself close to Hee-jun. She just wanted to be beside her husband forever. Whoever wanted to interfere, she would kill that person. On the divine sect's great hall side, a group of people stood there, some lying on the floor. A voice rang out, "Sure Rong Rong, as the sect master of divine sect, your virtue is unworthy, yet you dare to have a relationship with a mortal, using poison to corrupt fellow disciples." The people below were kneeling and trembling. It really can't go on any longer. On the sect master chair sat He Tong Yen, the holy lord of the divine sect. He declared, "I, the holy lord, have decided to use my authority to strip her of the sect master title." He then ordered the two people below him, Lu Yu, Song Shui, "Come with me to capture the criminal Rong Rong and seek justice." Meanwhile, outside Rong Rong's estate, Hee-jun had just left her room. He blushed, sweating, and sighed in relief, "That was too dangerous, I was almost burnt out. Rong Rong is a good girl, I really shouldn't take advantage of her before marriage." Inside the room, Rong Rong was still lying in excitement. "My husband is truly profound, just with a kiss, he filled my spiritual energy enough for me to risk everything to digest it." She was already thinking about that day, the day of the wedding night must be thoroughly enjoyed. Lily burst through the door, calling out loudly, "Lady." Meanwhile, Rong Rong was still lost in her thoughts, blushing, I'm not thinking at all, I'm not thinking about those details." She was a bit anxious. "Lady, quickly clear all the useless thoughts out of your head, something bad has happened." She then pointed outside where a few bright dots were rushing toward them, "People from the divine sect, they have come here." At this moment, Rong Rong was also feeling a bit worried. "So soon? It is not allowed to let the general see them." Lily reminded, "Lady, be careful." She stepped out and instructed Lily, "Watch over the general, do not let him discover my absence." The group led by Tong Yen was moving quickly towards the villa. A distant attack struck, causing the two to stop. Tong Yen stood there and shouted, "Rong Rong, do you dare to disrespect this holy lord? If you do not return the position of sect master today, I won't let it go." He thought, "As long as I kill her, everyone in the divine sect will obey my orders." Rong Rong appeared and said, "I knew it was you, meddling in other people's affairs at such a young age, no wonder you can't grow up." She leaned on her hand to display her authority. "Don't you want the position of sect master? It's all yours. Hurry up and get lost, stop barking here, it's disturbing my general's nap." Tong Yen was somewhat frustrated. "What do you mean by that condescending tone? You underestimate this holy lord. Now this holy lord must punish you, do you understand that? He took out a glaring golden scroll, but seeing you so arrogant, I'm actually looking forward to your pitiful crying and begging more." The scroll appeared before them, radiating golden light like the sun and moon, accompanied by powerful auras. It opened from Tong Yan's hand. Rong Rong recognized it. "This is the sect master's contract." Tong Yan laughed loudly. "That's right, this holy one is the law enforcer of the divine sect and can freely use the powers of the contract. In here are the heavenly punishments of the sect masters through the ages, condensed with divine power. If you fall in love with a mortal and violate the rules, the heavenly punishment will turn you into dust." As soon as he finished speaking, strands of yellow spiritual energy bound Rong Rong. Tong Yen coldly added, "As for your mortal husband, this holy one will also send someone to deal with him. You can wait to meet him in hell." He focused on controlling Rong Rong while Lu Yu immediately rushed towards the villa upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Song Shui had secretly appeared at the villa at some point, with a sharp needle in hand. She threw the needle and thought to herself, this old man Tong Yan always gives me tasks to do, I'll strike quickly and decisively. The needle pierced Li Li's neck, causing the girl to scream and gradually faint. From a distance, a voice called out, "Huh? What was that noise?" He Jun was startled at the sight of the maid lying there. You rushed to support the girl and said, "Is it really necessary? There are only a few days left until the wedding. Have you gone to such lengths that you've lowered your blood sugar?" Miraculously, as Li Li was held by you, the poison of the golden needle immediately dissipated. She anxiously stammered, pointing to warn, "No, behind you." From above, Song Shui lunged down, sword tightly grasped. How could she not be dead? Then let's kill her together. He Jun turned around and noticed someone charging towards him. When Song Shui met that gaze, she was terrified. What is this? The appearance of a ghostly face continued to frighten her. The aura was exactly like that of a demon. Is this something a mortal can possess? Just one look had knocked her back, too powerful, impossible to resist. Song Shui was thrown to the ground by He Jun's pressure, crying out in pain. He approached and questioned, "Where did you come from?" Just when he intended to take advantage, he hesitated. He Jun glanced over, her outfit was too revealing, making it hard for one to lower their guard. Then he planned to enter the room, worried about Rong Rong. He thought it would be best to have her handle it. Li Li hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Please wait, you can't go in right now." Song Shui looked on anxiously. Indeed, he is Rong Rong's husband. I am afraid that Rong Rong has already been killed by the Holy Emperor. If he finds out, won't I die too? Thinking this, she crouched down and quietly crawled away. No, I must leave quickly. But suddenly she let out a soft cry, pain in her rear making her expression somewhat exaggerated. She thought, the places that were burned by that guy's aura hurt too much. Song Shui's moaning caught He Jun's attention. Seeing her somewhat provocative and scantily clad appearance, he hurriedly took a piece of cloth and covered her, then said, "All right, as a young lady, don't let her look so disheveled." Just one caring word from him made her blush. Song Shui seemed to be immersed in spiritual energy, feeling that the aura was too pleasant. Did this man allow me to feel comfortable through this cloak? My entire soul feels uplifted. Li Li, standing nearby, felt angry for her master and scolded silently, "How annoying, the young master is too soft-hearted, letting this woman take advantage of the opportunity." Meanwhile, Song Shui found it a bit strange and suddenly felt that the man in front of her was exceedingly handsome. On this side, Li Li was worried, thinking, he must be trying to deceive. "Lady, please come back here, there is someone tempting the lady." On this side, Rong Rong sneered, "I didn't want to eliminate you, but you are truly annoying." She exclaimed. Two red hands appeared, "I don't want to use my husband's powers at all, it's not easy to accumulate so much." Lu Yu also threw a punch in defense, worry evident on his face. On the other side, Tong Yan wondered, "What are you talking about?" Rong Rong stretched out, completely breaking the aura that bound her, and furthermore, dark aura from He Jun emanated from her body. She shouted, "In the future, I can only kiss more." With that strike, the two people before her were knocked away. The ghostly figure reappeared along with Tong Yan's scream, "Impossible. She's just at the divine transformation realm, how can she have cultivation at peak level?" While Rong Rong continued, the two members of the divine sect tried desperately to intervene. Could it be due to some forbidden cultivation technique? "This crazy woman, stop it. The past sect masters of the divine being sect have all been angered by you." The golden spiritual energy that had just gathered began to condense, forming an enormous figure of a deity with an angry face. Many previous sect masters appeared as divine beings. Tong Yan warned, "This is the overwhelming power they have passed down after ascending. If they go mad, you and I will not be able to withstand them." Rong Rong responded calmly, "Arrogant like this, no wonder they are all blinded. Then open your eyes wide and see clearly, my husband is not immortal." With that, she unleashed a series of spiritual energy directed straight at the divine beings of the sect masters. She shouted loudly, "He is a singular universe, the most dominant existence. The shadowy figures rushed forward angrily, but the result was that they were constantly knocked back by the dark auras. Rong Rong displayed her dominance, such a lowly realm of the ascended dares to be careless. Then, pointing her finger, she unleashed a full-powered strike, creating a world-shattering explosion. Witnessing the defeat of the divine sect master right before her eyes, Tong Yen was filled with horror. He himself was almost on the verge of being dissipated. Standing below and looking up, Liu was very surprised. No way. The strongest divine weapon of the divine sect was easily destroyed by Rong Rong. He thought to himself, the man who gave her that power, what is he? A god, a demon, or an extraterrestrial being that dominates all? Looking at the picture of He-jun in his hand, he was both worried and afraid. They were an extremely large threat to the cultivating immortals world and needed to be reported to everyone for caution. After defeating Tong Yen, Rong Rong hurriedly returned and ran into the villa. She anxiously called out, "Husband, are you okay? Have you encountered anyone strange?" She thought to herself, Tong Yen said he sent someone, it can't be. The scene before her made her freeze. She saw her husband's hand resting on another girl's shoulder. Too intimate. With the fabric behind them, the scene was indeed easy to misunderstand, and they did seem like a match. Her expression darkened. How could she swallow this anger? While she was away, someone dared to seduce her husband. He-jun, seeing her appear, immediately asked, "Rong Rong, why are you here?" Meanwhile, Song Shui also exclaimed in surprise, "Rong Rong." She was wondering why she hadn't died yet. He-jun asked in confusion, "Do you two know each other?" Song Shui stammered, unable to speak. Li stepped forward and called, "Lady." Rong Rong quickly raised her hand to stop her. She was radiating evil energy, glaring in that direction. The sight of her husband being too close to another girl made her very uncomfortable. Rong Rong immediately ran over and pulled Song Shui aside, her anger evident. She took Song Shui's hand and asked sweetly, "Cousin, so you are here? No wonder I couldn't find you when I went out to greet you." With her hand tightly squeezed, Song Shui showed signs of pain. She still didn't understand Rong Rong's attitude and words. Rong Rong whispered in her ear, "You don't want your identity to be exposed, do you? You wouldn't want to die without a proper burial here, would you? Then behave and cooperate." Hearing those words made Song Shui obedient. He-jun then asked, "Is she your sister?" Rong Rong rubbed Song Shui's head and replied, "Yes, my husband. I've been away from my parents since I was little, and my sister has taken care of me, but her mind isn't quite right, so she didn't mean to scare you." She reluctantly thought, now they're making me play the role of a fool. He-jun's gaze at them seemed to convey his complete trust. Then he stepped forward and also rubbed Song Shui's head, saying, "It must not have been easy on the way here, right?" Rong Rong couldn't stand that scene anymore, so she dragged Song Shui away and turned back to him saying, "All right, husband, I'll take my sister back to the room to freshen up a bit, she must be tired." He didn't object and nodded. From where he stood, it appeared that the two were pushing each other, but in He-jun's eyes, it was different. The bond between girls is truly wonderful. They already seem to fall for each other the moment they meet. He-jun stretched and turned, "We should go to sleep now." Suddenly, the card on the ground made a sound, "Song Shui, I am Lu Yu, are you there? Please respond." Seeing this, He-jun bent down to pick it up. He held it up to look at it, still not knowing what it was. Back in the room, He-jun still held the card in his hand. Hearing the shouting from the other side, Song Shui, "Hurry back, that man is definitely not a mortal, the Holy Lord is dead, they are not people we can deal with." He felt a bit worried and wondered, Holy Lord, mortal. Could it be that Song Shui is a cultivating immortal? You will know when you see this picture. On the card was a screen that looked just like a smartphone. It displayed a blurry figure of Rong Rong. He-jun's gaze flickered. Feeling puzzled, he asked, "Huh? What is this?" The screen showed several lines of notifications. Due to insufficient memory, the original photo cannot be opened. If you want to clear the memory, please transmit spiritual energy for verification. But he recalled, spiritual energy? I don't have any. He-jun sighed, never mind, I should just go and clarify whether Song Shui is a cultivating immortal. The screen on the card had a message sent, but ultimately it could not be displayed. On this side, Lu Yu zoomed in on the image of Rong Rong with her husband, accompanied by a message, "Esteemed guests, please take a look. This is the evidence of the outside sect forces that Rong Rong colluded with to kill the Holy Venerable." The elders below were discussing, "This old man has been in the cultivating immortals world for 400 years and has never seen such a formidable and ruthless aura. Could it be demon cultivators?" Another person replied, "Impossible. The spiritual energy of Rong Rong is pure. If it were truly demonic energy, she would have died long ago. But that's not the main point. Rong Rong won't seek revenge, right?" He Jun touched the screen, and a voice came from the card, "An unidentified divine weapon has intruded. Strengthen defenses, step back." The card in Lu Yu's hand suddenly emitted a powerful aura, spreading throughout the great hall. Those below were hit and scrambled to flee, chaos erupting as they shouted, it's here, indeed, it has come. I told you, we shouldn't have offended Rong Rong. She and her backing want to place the divine sect in a dire situation." The mountain gate of the divine sect collapsed. Those who managed to escape stood there coughing. The elders were left puzzled. What kind of power was it that could destroy the ancient miracle? Although the grand hall was shattered, no one was injured. Could it be that the master of this power did not wish to oppose us? Grand Elder of Divine Sect shouted, "This is a warning. I fear that the actions of the Holy Lord chasing after Rong Rong have angered an expert. He seems to be telling us that as long as he wants, the entire Divine Sect, even the cultivating immortals world, will be easily destroyed by him." Lu Yu stared at the card in shock. This power is transmitted through the jade tablet. Could it be that Song Shui has fallen into their hands? Back in Rong Rong's villa, in her room, Song Shui was being dealt with, looking very disheveled, along with Rong Rong's curses, "You wretched person." She lifted Song Shui's chin with her hand and questioned, "Pretending to be innocent and ignorant to win the favor of your husband, you truly are a vixen." Song Shui reacted, "Clearly, you told me to play dumb, why are you blaming me now?" Rong Rong threw a piece of clothing at her and commanded, "Quick, put this outfit on." Then she sat down in a chair and continued, "The person your husband hates the most is those cultivating immortals. If you don't want to die, you must keep your identity safe. Go back to Divine Sect tomorrow." Song Shui was bewildered, "But as the sect master of Divine Sect, can't you come back and explain it to everyone yourself?" She replied, "I have written a letter expressing my determination to retire. By then, you can choose someone else who is virtuous." Remembering, if it weren't for that person spotting my pure spirit body that could be sealed, how could Divine Sect insist on making me the sect master? And after promising to be the sect master, wanting to do whatever they pleased, and even interfering by marrying me off to someone else. A bunch of damned old men. At that moment, He Jun unexpectedly opened the door and walked in. Seeing his slightly worried face, Rong Rong quickly exclaimed, "Husband." He rushed in and hugged her tightly as if afraid of losing something important. He gently called her name, Rong Rong. He Jun pinched her cheeks and asked, "Are you okay?" She softly replied, "Husband, don't do that, your sister is still here." On this side, Song Shui could only frown and let out a sigh at the sight of the lovebirds. He stood in front of her, arms spread to protect, looking at Song Shui and saying, "Rong Rong, your sister is no longer the sister she was back then, she is now a cultivator of immortals." Hearing this, both were extremely astonished. Like a thunderclap, they had just been discussing ways to keep him from knowing about this. He Jun added, "Moreover, it's a cult." Just one sentence made both girls panic. How did it become a cult? He raised the jade plate and confronted them, "Are you still not willing to admit it? Do you want me to provide evidence?" Due to the storage being full, there were many clips that hadn't been opened. His hand accidentally clicked on a saved video, showing a seductive image of Song Shui along with provocative lines, "Taoist. I've tried so hard, and you still haven't come in yet." He Jun continued, "Take a look, what does this jade plate of yours contain?" She was both embarrassed and flustered, running around the room asking him to turn it off. He scrolled further, "There's also something about the battle of the fairy maidens against the snake woman, demon cultivators in secret rooms, and the goddesses 10 times a day. Tell me, are these materials something someone cultivating immortals should be watching?" Rong Rong covered her face, shyly stating, "I didn't expect my sister to be like this, it's really terrifying." Then she pretended to fall into He-jun's arms, crying, "Surely my sister wouldn't make Rong do those things, would she? It's too scary." He quickly reassured the lady. Meanwhile, Song Shui was furious. Well done Rong. The nun watches movies freely, or are you just taking advantage of the situation? What are you pretending now? She also deliberately fell to the ground crying, "Yes, I admit I did something wrong, but I was also forced into it." She thought to herself, "Keep pretending, let's see who fears whom." Song Shui complained, "I never wanted to cultivate immortals, but Sect Master Shen forced me to join and made me study this stuff every day. If I don't study, she'll hit me." This tactic of hers startled Rong. After all, she is the sect master of divine sect. And what about He-jun's reaction? Does he really believe this? Song Shui raised her hand to wipe her tears and sighed, "If there's someone to blame, it's Sect Master Shen." She thought to herself, "If I use this tactic, how will you respond?" Without confirming the story, He-jun immediately scolded, "How can there be a sect master like that? It's really disgusting." Hearing this made Rong feel somewhat guilty. Encouraged, Song Shui continued to fabricate stories. "Her personality is bizarre. Don't just think she scolds us, she could even kill someone. I really couldn't take it anymore, which is why I ran away." Upon hearing this, He-jun asked, "So if she catches you, wouldn't it be very tragic?" Rong still had no way to justify herself because she was hiding her identity. But with her cleverness, she immediately thought of a way to deal with it, running over to push Song Shui and saying, "That's right, if sister gets caught, she will definitely be beaten, it's better to proactively return." But it seemed she had no intention of leaving. He-jun spoke up, "I have made my decision." He seriously declared, "I have decided to let Song Shui stay here, to help her escape the control of the divine sect." This once again surprised both beautiful women from the divine sect. Rong felt a bit unwilling, not wanting to share her man with anyone else, and ran over to act spoiled husband. Meanwhile, Song Shui looked worried. "Oh no, if I stay here, won't I be a traitor to the divine sect?" He held Rong in his arms and said gently, "After all, she is your sister. If anything happens to her, I don't want to see you heartbroken." She felt relieved. "So you are doing this for me." He affectionately looked at her. "Don't worry, even though we are just mortals, I will find a way." Rong obediently listened. He-jun thought to himself, "The life-saving items I had shamelessly bargained with the system. Sure, it might be useful, right?" Over here, Song Shui still appeared confused. What are these two doing? Clearly at the strong peak level, yet pretending to be mortal. Rong always played the role of the weak one in front of him. She suddenly thought, could it be true what Rong said, that he has no interest in the immortal cultivation world and just wants to live a secluded life? He-jun approached and returned the jade tablet to Song Shui. He reminded her, although it may have become a habit, she should clear the contents inside early, as practicing too much isn't good for her health. He also told her that someone had contacted her through this earlier, mentioning something like the saintly being had died. Receiving the news, she was extremely shocked. He-jun encouraged her, "The saintly being must be someone she knew, right? Don't be too sad." Clutching the jade tablet tightly in her hand, Song Shui felt a little moved. He somehow didn't even know who the saintly being was, yet comforted her gently. She also realized that moreover, he patiently treated her injuries, which was completely different from the senior brothers who pressured her to cultivate. He-jun took Rong's hand and led her outside. "Let's go, let her be alone for a while." Song Shui was still lost in her own thoughts. Perhaps he really is an expert from outside the world. The death of the holy prince was caused by Rong. She frowned slightly, remembering, that's right, the holy prince. Then, she pressed her communication jade tablet. Inside the secret realm of the divine sect, a large cave in the high mountains. The jade tablet hanging at her hip buzzed. Lu Yu, are you there?" He picked it up and asked, "Song Shui, are you still alive?" "Where are you?" She replied, I'm currently at Rong's house." On the other end, Lu Yu said sharply, "It seems they have indeed captured you." Then he asked hurriedly, "Does Rong have a very strong backing?" Song Shui hesitated, "Yes, but, not allowing her to say more, they began discussing. Alright, indeed Rong Rong has managed to grab a big thigh. Lu Yu reassured Song Shui, wait, senior brother will definitely find someone stronger to rescue you. On the other side, Song Shui quickly clarified, no, that's not the situation. But before she could finish telling the story, the signal was interrupted. Both sides tried to reconnect but to no avail, leaving the matter unresolved. Lu Yu wondered, what is happening? The elder replied, we have come to the secret lair, where the surroundings are filled with pure spiritual energy, only pure magic weapons will not work here. He looked up at the sky and continued, I believe that over the years, she has been tormented and suppressed by pure spiritual energy, giving up her thoughts of escape. Unexpectedly, even if she were to die, her nature would not change, and she still stubbornly resists. On this side, a secret chamber was sealed by large chains radiating pure yang energy. The group from the divine sect stood before the sealing gate. The Grand Elder infused purple spiritual energy into it and shouted, Divine Seal, ah. Lu Yu, standing behind, questioned, Grand Elder, I heard that the demoness imprisoned here was sealed by Rong Rong. Could it be that she is even stronger than Rong Rong? He replied, back then, Rong Rong succeeded the sect master in order to calm the public, and the old sect master declared that it was Rong Rong who sealed her. In fact, sealing the demoness is a secret realm covered by pure spiritual energy. The Grand Elder recounted, since ancient times, the magic clan has been arrogant and self-absorbed but has been suppressed by pure spiritual energy since childhood, which is why those cultivating immortals flock to practice. Unfortunately, while pure spiritual energy can easily cling to objects, it is difficult to refine in the human body. Only a naturally gifted spirit body like Rong Rong can harness pure spiritual energy. The old sect master who adopted Rong Rong, an orphan, taught her spiritual techniques because he foresaw a day when she would be able to use righteous methods to fight against demons. Later, a new demoness emerged, possessing even stronger powers than Rong Rong's spiritual techniques. The old sect master knew he could not wait any longer. To prepare her to face the magic clan, he passed on the position of sect master to her. To repay the kindness of her upbringing, Rong Rong confronted the demoness but could not withstand a single blow from her opponent. After exhausting herself, she eventually managed to trap the demoness in a secret realm, while Rong Rong herself was severely injured. The supreme spiritual energy here sealed the demoness away until today. When Rong Rong was gravely wounded, she initially thought she would die, but unexpectedly survived, which led to her becoming extremely proud. Lu Yu reacted slightly after hearing this. At first, it seemed like a matter of nurturing love, but I didn't expect it to be mixed with exploitation. Anyone would feel sad about it, right? The person beside him empathized, thinking like this, it seems Rong Rong is somewhat pitiable. The Grand Elder looked at them, even so, it is for the prosperity of the divine sect. Sacrificing her is not worth much, he added. But now she has found a greater support and will definitely hold a grudge against the divine sect. After a while of moving, they finally reached their destination. In front of them was a hay long sealed by pure golden chains. That is the true body of the demoness. The strands of spiritual energy had penetrated deep into the body as well as the meridians of the hay long. The group from the divine sect exclaimed, such pure spiritual energy is truly formidable. Suddenly, the hay long opened its eyes. It let out a loud roar at them. The Grand Elder stood there warning, demoness, do not be rude, we have come to negotiate. He created a magic circle in front of him and asked, the decision of whether you want to be free or not is up to you. The hay long questioned, free? The elder replied, that's right, this is a talisman studied and crafted by the sect masters of generations, which can temporarily lift the chains of spiritual energy on you. He looked at it, seriously suggesting, as long as you agree to cooperate against the enemy with us, I can temporarily lift your suffering confinement. But it still remained a bit wary and recalled the past. Back then, you only relied on a little girl with white hair. Once again, you dare to mock me and torment me until today. As cunning as this, could there really be an enemy that's difficult to defeat? Then it transformed into a female demon leader and continued, on the contrary, I am very curious. Her feet slowly touched the ground, emanating a dark, mystical aura. Before them stood the supreme Wen Xingru. She smiled, what kind of character could possibly be more challenging than me? At this moment, He Jun suddenly sneezed, as if affected by the wind. His equipment box, which he had exchanged for the system, had long been left unused and was covered in thick dust. What opened up was still the reward Jun had received a long time ago. He then wondered, I wonder if the stuff that worthless system gave can be used against the divine sect. Inside were various superhero masks and other items. Jun picked up a pile of things and turned to say, forget it, Miss Qianxue is someone who cultivates immortals, I should let her take a look. He brought them to the two-person room. Qianxue was surprised and asked, do you want to use these things to fight against the divine sect? Jun appeared a bit hesitant, scratching his face and replying, indeed, there seems to be a lot missing, right? Qianxue was shocked and thought, a lot is missing. The power of these divine weapons is much stronger than that of the divine sect. It is the embodiment of the sword god, divine beast, and super deity. Jun looked at her with concern and asked, aren't these allowed? Qianxue quickly waved her hand and replied, no, 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 how could it not be allowed? She said seriously, the items of the senior are too valuable, I have never seen such profound divine weapons before. He smiled and downplayed it, it's nothing, just a few small items I picked up by chance. Qianxue admired him in her heart, these superb instruments are just trivial items to him, he truly deserves his reputation. Jun smiled lightly, if that's the case, these divine weapons should be controlled by Miss Qianxue, they should be able to deal with the divine sect. Suddenly, opportunities seemed to fall from the sky, surprising her greatly, me? He smiled and said, that's right, you are cultivating immortals, so of course, you will understand more than we mortals. Qianxue thought to herself, I already have such powerful divine weapons, yet he still calls himself a mortal and expects me to deal with the divine sect? Jun was still worried, unsure if the items would be convenient for her to use. Qianxue assumed, could it be that he wants to test my talent? The book states that when a peerless cultivator intends to retreat, they will choose a gifted disciple to pass on their skills. She felt delighted, could it be that the senior chose her to inherit the skills? Rong could only sigh at that expression, calling her a fool. She crossed her arms, believing that her husband didn't want to reveal his identity in front of her, which is why he let Qianxue handle the divine sect by herself. However, Rong had some doubts. Based on Qianxue's cultivation, she fundamentally lacked the ability to control those divine weapons. Seeing his wife's expression, Jun felt a bit worried. Why was Rong unhappy? Could it be jealousy? He stepped closer, ruffled his wife's hair, and took her hand, looking at her tenderly as if he understood the problem. Rong, don't try to heal yourself. Your husband must have a complete method in mind, after all, those people from the divine sect are nothing to be afraid of. On this side, golden spiritual energy was entering the body of the Supreme Being. The energy helped her break the seal, causing her to let out a small sound. The Grand Elder was breathing heavily. He had cast a spell placing a dispelling talisman inside Xingru's body. This allows her to temporarily act freely. She smiled, showing excitement. The Grand Elder did not forget to warn, but remember, this is only temporary, you can only be completely free after receiving the 7 cleansing talismans. Next comes the mission. Not allowing him to finish, a surge of dark energy struck him directly. Seeing the Elder being knocked down and pushed back, the followers were extremely worried. The Supreme laughed loudly, how ridiculous. Do you think that after I regain my freedom, I will negotiate with you? She cast a spell and threatened, quickly hand over the remaining 6 talismans. The Grand Elder, seriously injured and coughing up blood, still resisted strongly, Demoness, you are truly despicable. If you have the skill, kill me. Without my divine sect skill, even if you can break the talisman, you cannot break the chains. The Supreme sinisterly smiled, raised her hand to summon dark spiritual energy, rest assured, how could I bear to kill you? She used demon energy to seize Lu Yu, causing the Grand Elder to worry. The Supreme threatened. As long as you don't follow my orders, your fellow disciples will suffer the consequences, she set the condition. One moment, if you don't break the seal for me, then I will kill a person every moment. How about that? The jade tablet in Lu Yu's hand fell to the ground. From it, purple spiritual energy surged forth. Then, an even denser demon energy from the Supreme shot straight at her. Fortunately, Xingru managed to raise a thin shield to block it. The impact created a loud sound. The Supreme wondered, why does this aura seem so familiar? She realized something and exclaimed, it's him. In her mind, the image of He Jun appeared. Only someone like him would have an aura like this. Then she reached out to pull Lu Yu towards herself. The Supreme tightened his grip around his neck and questioned, how do you know him? What is your relationship? The Grand Elder asked anxiously. You know that person? Could it be that you are all in the same group? He immediately cast a spell. If that's the case, then you can't be allowed to live. Not wanting to be oppressed again, the Supreme summoned the Death Sword, then shot it straight at the Grand Elder, shouting loudly, you dare to defy us and seek death. Supreme clenched his fist, channeling demon energy, causing Lu Yu to cough up blood, and threatened, quickly bring me the talisman, or he will die. The Grand Elder, impaled by the Death Sword and bleeding profusely, still held his ground. Demoness, even if you take the talisman, I will not dissolve it for you. Holding the talisman in her hand, Xing Ru laughed and said, do you think your divine sect is the only one in the world that can dissolve talismans? Then she dragged Lu Yu along and demanded, take me to find that person. In the vast mountains, a stream of purple spiritual energy surged forward at an incredibly high speed. Meanwhile, Song Shui was practicing the skill moving like shadows and forms. She was channeling spiritual energy into her divine weapon. All living things listen to my command. But what Song Shui received was just a flick of the tail from the divine beast fox, causing her to fall back. Song Shui knelt there, overwhelmed, crying, I can't do it. Seeing her struggling over there, unable to make the divine weapon recognize her as its master, Rong Rong felt irritated and muttered silently, you're so stupid. She thought, fortunately, my husband went to gather fragrant mushrooms. There is still time now. She stepped up behind Song Shui and said, Old man Tong Yen, although his character is corrupt, his spiritual techniques are not bad. Why would he take someone with talent like you as his disciple? Hearing this made her sulky. Rong Rong stepped forward and said, what does it have to do with you? If it weren't to reduce the burden on my husband, I wouldn't want to care about you at all. Then she started to teach her, watch closely, I will only teach you once. The spiritual energy from Song Shui's hand was immediately transmitted into the three divine weapons in front of her, followed by the incantation. All things give birth to meaning, heed my command. A whirlwind of spiritual energy was created around them and the divine weapons. Song Shui felt the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy, which made her somewhat panicked. The three divine weapons hovered in the air, each releasing a different color of spiritual energy, with considerable power. At the same time, Xing Ru, pulling Lu Yu along, had just arrived at the villa. He exclaimed, what is this? Could it be some kind of divine relic? Supreme smiled and said, yes, it's just divine weapons. Then she took out the hairpin. It's a pity that the divine weapon is so good, but the one who casts the spell is not worthy. As soon as she finished speaking, a Hei Long immediately shot down from the hairpin in her hand. The three divine weapons immediately took a stand against the enemy. The Hei Long rushed forward and used its sharp teeth to bite the sword god into many pieces. A loud explosion occurred right above the mansion. With a loud boom, the divine weapon shattered, and Song Shui was swallowed. Rong Rong hastily supported her and reminded her, stay focused. Then she looked up and realized that what was above was demon energy. He Jun, who was picking mushrooms in the nearby forest, was alerted by the loud explosion. He turned back with some concern, could it be? Then he immediately ran back, thinking to himself, are the people of the divine sect attacking? Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard, the Hei Long was opening its mouth, preparing to launch an attack. It unleashed a huge wave of demon energy aimed at the divine weapon and the two girls. But a sharp fragment of the divine weapon appeared and struck the side of the Hei Long, causing it to dissipate. Rong Rong, standing on top of the roof, recognized the familiar opponent before her and exclaimed, is it you? Supreme was also surprised to find that her nemesis from years ago was right in front of her. Rong Rong scolded, you all let her go just to deal with me. A bunch of foolish idiots. Lu Yu worriedly turned away, not daring to look directly. Supreme smiled, Rong Rong, what are you pretending for? If you hadn't used tricks to deceive me back then, you would only be a defeated subordinate. Then she threw the jade tablet towards Rong Rong, questioning, I'm asking you, what is your relationship with him? She recognized this familiar aura. It was the aura of her husband. Upon hearing this, Xing felt both perplexed and dissatisfied. Husband? How could that be? She snapped, he is so kind-hearted, how could he be with someone as cunning as you? Then, in a fit of anger, Supreme vented, it must be that you used some despicable method to enchant him. Xing charged in with a dark aura, declaring war. Rong, you are just like before, making it impossible for people to forgive you. The speed of her attack surprised Rong, so fast. She had been sealed for so many years, yet her cultivation had improved significantly. Was this the #1 genius of the demon realm? She thought to herself, how annoying, she had used too much of her husband's power before, and now she couldn't mobilize at all. Rong's situation was a bit difficult. Could it be that she could only endure this? Suddenly, a gray arm appeared, resolving the crisis for Rong at the last moment. Seeing the figure in front of her, Supreme was extremely surprised and exclaimed, what? In front of her was Heejun's figure standing behind to protect Rong. Xing was stunned. This was the aura of her brother condensed into a divine general. It turned out that the heart realm of the divine general merged with that of the master, and even if they were thousands of miles apart, it would help him protect what he wanted to safeguard. Xing anxiously wondered, could it be that this woman was truly very important to him? Not stopping there, Dharma manifestation immediately emitted a pressure that pushed Supreme back. She stood there feeling the shockwave, it was too strong. Even the divine general made it hard for one to withstand. After that, the divine general gently lowered Rong to the ground. Deep down, Xing was extremely annoyed. A man as strong as this, how can he belong to Rong? She could not accept this situation. Clearly, I knew him first, if it weren't for Rong sealing him for such a long time, he should rightfully be mine. Xing took out a long whip, seemingly determined this time. Even if I have to risk my life and exhaust my cultivation, I will prove to you that I am the strongest woman who can stand by your side. Thinking this, she immediately charged to attack Rong. But just then, the familiar voice of Heejun calling Rong interrupted her and made Xing halt. Supreme turned to look, realizing it was him. He was running quickly towards his wife. Xing stared at him wide-eyed. Finally, we meet again. But it seemed that Heejun didn't recognize her at all. Supreme stood in front of him. The two were closer than ever before. But more surprisingly, he shoved Xing aside and ran towards Rong. This felt like a bucket of cold water pouring over her, nearly causing her to collapse. Heejun reached out to support his wife, gently asking about her. Rong, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? She obediently replied, I'm fine. Why did you suddenly come back? Heejun responded, I saw from the mountain that things weren't quite right here, so I hurried back. He imagined the scene of the Supreme threatening his wife and warned her carefully, Rong, next time you must hide well in the house. You don't have any spiritual energy, it's very dangerous. Hearing Heejun's words, she felt extremely happy, it's thanks to the divine protector that I wasn't harmed. You still don't know that I have cultivation. She stepped forward to hug him and leaned her head against him affectionately, then you should come back earlier. I was scared just now. Heejun hurriedly reassured her, I'm sorry. He thought to himself, indeed, I underestimated the divine sect, they are much stronger than I imagined. Earlier, he naively searched through books to see if there were any herbs that could help Miss Qianxue improve her cultivation, but there was nothing. On his way back, he even forgot to bring mushrooms. Heejun blamed himself, in the end, it's still because I don't have cultivation. So he couldn't protect Rong. Ignoring what was happening behind him, Xing was heartbroken and stood there asking, do you really love her that much? Hearing that, he turned around, somewhat confused. Strange. Why does this girl look so disheveled? Didn't I just push her a little? Never mind, I need to protect Rong first and talk later. Heejun spread his arms in front, shielding his beloved, and asked, what do you want to do? Xing reproached him, Jun brother, you're hitting me for her. Hearing the affectionate address, both of them were surprised. She stepped closer and asked, you really don't remember who I am? I'm DD, but Heejun honestly replied, that name sounds really strange. Xing tried to explain, have you forgotten the time we lived together in the mountains? He stood there, thinking blankly, was it really that good? Living with such a beautiful woman, how could I have no impression at all? He pondered, must be a case of mistaken identity, but this is easy to resolve. Then he smiled back as if they were acquainted. So it was you. He-jun smiled kindly. It had been a long time since they last met, and he almost didn't recognize her. He determined that first, he had to stabilize her, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight. Xingru asked again, you recognize me now? Have I truly changed that much? Supreme felt a bit happy inside. That's great, he still remembers me. Then he must still remember the promise to marry me back then. He pulled Xingru over to introduce his bride. Let me introduce you to her, this is your sister-in-law. Those words hit like a thunderbolt. He-jun tried to disentangle the situation. Isn't this a dispute among relatives who don't recognize each other? Since we are all on the same side, let's not fight anymore, okay? However, it seemed that the more he tried to clarify, the more tangled it became. Hearing those words, Xingru was distraught, heartbroken, not understanding why this was happening. Demon energy enveloped her body, and she exclaimed, do you still want to choose this woman? He-jun quickly tried to soothe the situation. No, I know you're very upset, but please don't be. He thought to himself, why was her mood so unstable? Xingru exclaimed, what exactly is it about me that doesn't measure up to her? Then, pull Rong over to compare. Brother, look closely. After that, Xingru shouted, the face, the figure, where is she better than her? She considered herself to be, clearly the more outstanding one. He-jun naturally thought for a moment before replying, if that's the case, there really isn't anything that falls short. Rong over there pouted and called out, husband. His voice suddenly dropped, but my love with Rong is pure. That pure aura radiated out, causing Xingru to be dazzled. She cried bitterly, unwilling to accept it. Then she rushed in to slap He-jun several times and scolded, scammer, scumbag, fickle-hearted. Rong stood aside in shock. She can hit her husband. So strong. Xingru emitted a strong demon energy, declaring, I never want to see you again. After receiving several slaps, 5 fingerprints marked his face. He-jun suddenly realized, her eyes, they feel so familiar. Xingru ran away crying, tears streaming down like a river, cursing the two left behind. A stinky fish deserves a rotten shrimp, a turtle deserves a tortoise, I spit on this. Disgusting. He-jun raised his hand to stop, wait a minute. But supreme as it was, the speed was too fast, in the blink of an eye it had vanished into the forest. He scratched his head and wondered, where have I seen that person before? Rong wrapped her arm around his and asked, my lord, do you really know her? He-jun replied honestly, no, I was just messing with her earlier. He added, but that woman is very strange, I have a strong feeling she could be the sect master of divine sect. Where is Qianxue? I need to go ask her. Hearing this, Rong felt a little guilty but didn't say anything more, just smiled. Lu Yu over here gasped in shock, what did I just see? What happened to a peak-level man? Even the demoness is his plaything. He quickly turned around and ran, no, I have to get out of here. A voice behind him demanded he stop. He-jun appeared behind Lu Yu, his deadly gaze intimidating as he asked, are you also from divine sect? Lu Yu stammered, unable to speak, thinking to himself, oh no, this guy could kill me just by blowing his nose. But suddenly he changed his attitude, smiling and inviting. Is it convenient to come to the house? I have something important. He-jun thought Lu Yu seemed like an easy person to talk to, hoping he could help persuade their deity master. Meanwhile, he was worried that he would be taken inside and killed. But he chose the way to avoid being exposed in the wilderness. Following him inside was still better. Lu Yu sensed something was off. Why the hell do I feel so moved all of a sudden? Then he looked up and saw Rong standing there. Lu Yu thought to himself, right now, to protect this little life, I can only turn to Rong for help, hoping she can spare me for the sake of fellow disciples. He hadn't even had a chance to speak when Rong jumped behind He-jun. There was a voice calling, Senior, drawing the attention of the three. Qianxue stepped forward, looking exhausted. Controlling the divine weapon has already drained too much spiritual energy, and now facing an attack from demon energy, I'm afraid I won't make it. She stumbled and fell right in front of He-jun. He quickly helped her up and asked, "Song Shui, are you okay?" Her weak voice replied, "I hurt all over. Your injuries are very severe, we need to think of a way." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Shui hugged him, thinking to herself, "Senior is using his aura to heal me, it feels so comfortable." Rong Rong, understanding the situation, stood by and said, "It's all right, my husband, carry her into the room. I will send someone to find a doctor later." So He Jun carried Song Shui inside. Rong Rong stood there and turned back to look at Lu Yu. She threw out a document and demanded, "This is the resignation letter I wrote myself, take it back. From now on, I have no connection to the divine sect." Rong Rong reminded him, "The cultivating immortals world is small, my husband and I won't pay it any mind, don't come here to disturb us." Holding the resignation letter of the sect master, Lu Yu also realized, indeed, with the strength of that man, he wouldn't need to exert too much effort to dominate the cultivating immortals world. "It's us who underestimated our own capabilities," he said with concern, but we have released the demoness. The magic clan will definitely not let the cultivating immortals world be. Hearing this, Rong Rong sighed and fell silent for a moment. After that, she returned with indifference and replied, "What does it have to do with us?" In the room, several phrases that could easily be misunderstood were heard. "Senior, senior, I still want, don't go." He Jun hurriedly dodged. "Song Shui, calm down." Outside, Rong Rong and Li heard everything. She thought to herself, snagged a little bit of demon poison and is now clinging tightly to her husband, but if she doesn't let her husband save her, it would reveal that she is not virtuous. Li, standing beside her, suggested, "Lady, let's figure out a way to detoxify her. Letting her family handle it feels a bit odd." Rong Rong replied, "The demon poison from Xingru is very cunning. So far, no one has studied a way to create an antidote. Remembering, whether in the past or now, I am still no match for her." However, there was still something that made Rong Rong happy. Compared to a female demon leader who only knows how to shout and kill like her, it's true that someone like me is still more favored by her husband. Li reminded her, "Lady, isn't that the main point?" In the room, He Jun's desperate voice rang out again, Hey, don't take off my clothes." He called for help in a hurry. "Rong Rong, where are you?" Hearing this, she quickly rushed inside and called, "Husband." She took He Jun's hand and asked, "Are you okay?" The scene before her made her shocked and angry. Song Shui, dressed sexually and with a seductive figure, was sitting on He Jun while undressing him. Rong Rong stood there scolding her as a shameless woman. Rong Rong grasped He Jun's hand, her eyes teary, reproaching, "I thought you were trying to help her in here, so I didn't come in. I didn't expect you two to secretly do something like this behind my back." He tried to speak, "You need to hear the explanation." But she refused to listen, then without hesitation, violently pushed Song Shui aside. She leaned over He Jun and, with sweet words, said, "I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Her boldness surprised him, and he asked, "Rong Rong, what do you want to do?" She let her tongue slide down, touching He Jun's chest and asked, "Will this make you feel comfortable, Song Shui?" The stimulation of her skin contact made him tremble slightly. He Jun shouted, "Rong Rong, don't do that." As soon as she finished speaking, she bit into his sensitive part. It was unexpected that this little girl could be so wild. Rong Rong bit her husband hard enough to draw blood. At this moment, her demeanor was a bit twisted, thinking to herself, "The blood of my husband is so scorching." Just that little bit of blood caused the aura inside her body to surge violently, the overwhelming amount of energy making it impossible for her to handle. Her body stiffened, and she fell backwards. He Jun sat up, looking at the state of Rong Rong and Song Shui in front of him, completely confused about what was happening to the two women. The two beautiful women, clad in revealing outfits, lay there looking fresh and rosy, but apparently they were both asleep. He Jun sighed, realizing that no matter how he put it, it was a case of danger that ended without harm. He recalled the girl in black he had encountered earlier, wondering where he had met that woman before. Meanwhile, Supreme Xingru was walking alone among the dark, eerie mountains of the demon world. She walked, marveling at the scenery around her, not expecting that after being trapped for several years, the demon world had degraded to this extent. Xing Ru looked ahead. A small house stood in the midst of a desolate spirit world. She walked towards it. Moments later, Xing Ru gently opened the door of the house. She looked inside at the objects, which were somewhat old and weathered with time, accompanied by a network of cobwebs. Xing Ru remembered those days when her June brother sat at the table, eating cake and drinking tea. Every time she came home calling for June brother, he would turn around with a smile and ask, "You're back. Where has this little one run off to this time?" Xing Ru ran over, her eyes filled with both sorrow and joy as she called his name, June brother. Then she hugged him tightly, tears flowing, promising herself, and asked him, "You won't run off again, will you? Please don't leave me behind, okay?" June brother smiled, reaching out to comfort the little girl. "Okay, I promise you. Honestly, you're already grown up, yet you still cry like this." But the reality was completely different. That person had now forgotten who she was. Xing Ru slammed the table and yelled, "You tricked me, you deceived me." She stood there accusing him. "Back then, I risked everything to live with you forever, becoming supreme to be worthy of you, which is why I decided to destroy the divine sect." Thinking of the scene where June and Rong were intimately affectionate, her anger only clouded her reason further. She believed that he was conspiring with that woman to harm her. Afterwards, Xing Ru stepped out of the house. She spread her arms, and demon energy emerged along with the invocation of the Supreme, "Take my blood, obey my command, awaken." She harbored a determination in her heart, "I will make you suffer completely." Xing Ru's dark demon energy spread throughout the magic valley, causing the ground and rocks to shatter. Other auras appeared. Her actions had alarmed other demon beings. They appeared with an overwhelming presence. The leader shouted, "Forbidden area of the magic clan, who dares to trespass?" When Xing Ru stood there, and everyone was somewhat surprised, "It's her. It's the Supreme Lord. I can't be mistaken, can I?" The magic clan girl ran up joyfully calling, "Supreme Lord." Then the girl quickly rushed towards Xing Ru, "You have finally returned." But instead of a warm greeting, Xing Ru grabbed her by the neck, causing her to cry out in fear, "Lord, spare me." A surge of bright red spiritual energy shot forward accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. "Get her out." As the spiritual energy descended, Xing Ru simply raised her hand to neutralize it. The spiritual energy transformed into a firebird that charged straight towards the Supreme. She spoke, "Old method." From behind her, Hei Long appeared, dark demon energy thick and powerful. It wrapped around and crushed everything in front, then tightened around the blue-clad magic clan girl, causing her to scream in pain. Suddenly, a young man in a red cloak appeared, catching the girl and taking the brunt of the dark demon energy for her, injuring himself and coughing up blood. The girl quickly supported him, asking, "She ran, are you okay?" He raised a hand to his mouth, wiping away the blood, and replied, "I'm fine." Then he stepped forward to confront, "The Supreme Lord is suffering outside, and just returned to vent his anger on former subordinates." Quite a loss of dignity, isn't it? Xing Ru found the name she ran somewhat familiar, furrowing her brow and asking, "Is it you who stands up to lead the magic clan these days?" The girl was still a bit scared, hiding behind him. She continued with a mocking tone, "A subordinate who has been defeated has become the Supreme. It's no wonder the Supreme has fallen to this extent." The girl in the blue dress hurriedly ran over, knelt down and pleaded, taking the blame upon herself. The subordinate is guilty for not helping Shiran revive the magic clan. Meanwhile, she stammered about a shocking matter, and abandoning someone dear, the Supreme Lord, Qing Dai is guilty. Xing Ru immediately asked, "If you are guilty, then why didn't you stop him back then?" Qing Dai looked up to explain, "At that time, that person was so powerful, even the strength of the Lord was learned from him. How could the subordinate stop him?" She recounted, "Moreover, he only spoke about going around." At that time, the feelings between the two were very good, who would have guessed? Hearing this, the Supreme Lord glared down, startling Qing Dai with fear. Xing Ru gently helped the girl up and said, "Get up, I was just testing your loyalty. You really should have turned into a butterfly and flown away." She turned to walk away, continuing, "From now on, you will still be my maid, and have little contact with Shiran." Qing Dai complied but glanced back at the young man with a hint of regret. in a large palace situated in the land of the magic clan. In the courtyard, trees adorned with lanterns created a rather eye-catching decoration. Qing Dai stood there happily talking to Xing Ru. "Lord, please don't be angry. Although He Jun has been gone for a long time, you have returned now and will definitely find him." She replied with a rather unhappy tone, "I have already found him." The two approached the large chair in the middle of the room, which had a small tea table on top. Xing Ru sat down in the chair, her voice sorrowful. "It's a pity he isn't the person he used to be." Qing Dai asked in surprise, "Isn't he that person?" Returning to 10 years ago, in the land of the magic clan, you saved Xing Ru from the ruins of hell. At that time, she looked worn and tattered, her body covered in wounds from a recent attack. On that day, surrounding the tearful and distressed Xing Ru were other dark beings mocking her. "You think you can participate in the demon selection just because of yourself? You've never transformed, it's really pathetic, even being a prostitute wouldn't get you any attention." She was teary-eyed, always blaming herself in her mind. "I was originally the most insignificant, pitiful, and weak demon with no strength to defend myself." The dark beings saw she couldn't transform. Immediately tying her to the altar, they stood outside, laughing and saying, "You can stay here and perish on your own." She could only struggle and scream in despair, "Let me go. What crime have I committed?" In their eyes, weakness was a crime. She could only submit to being sent to a place of punishment, waiting for the final execution, unable to do anything but cry loudly. When the punishment was about to come, Xing Ru thought she would die. In the rain, as her hair fell down to cover her face, a person with an umbrella stepped in front of her. The girl was startled and looked up. At that moment, He Jun appeared, holding the umbrella to shield her from the rain. That small act became deeply engraved in her memory forever. He Jun smiled gently and asked her why she wasn't going home in such heavy rain. He saved Xing Ru and gave her the feeling of having a family. He Jun caressed her head and asked, "Were you bullied? Do you want to come with me?" That day, as she followed him, they became closer. Every night, she held He Jun to sleep, and he didn't even pay attention to Xing Ru sneakily absorbing his cultivation. Make her a true woman. After a while, she became a demoness with a certain cultivation level and returned to the magic clan, sitting there asking the people below, "Why don't you recognize me?" The people of the magic clan were in a frenzy, not knowing who she was, until a trembling voice from the crowd stuttered, one Xing Ru." From that moment on, she was determined to live for He Jun. Xing Ru silently thought, "Only by continuously becoming stronger can I become someone worthy of him." She continuously cultivated and absorbed demon energy, even against the divine sex restrictions at that time, led by Rong as the little sect master. Xing Ru sat there laughing coldly. "What is the divine sect? Everything in this world belongs to me and He Jun." She pondered, "I originally didn't care about this." And so she decided to seek out the divine sect but ended up being imprisoned there for 10 painful years. Back to reality, Xing Ru sadly said, "I thought in this world where the strong oppress the weak, he would be different and would wait for me." The aura within her erupted, tearing the fabric apart, revealing many scars. She shouted, but unexpectedly, "The day I was imprisoned." He was also enchanted by the pure spiritual energy, choosing the woman from the divine sect. Qing Dai asked in astonishment, "Are these scars all marks of pure spiritual energy?" Xing Ru, extremely angry, scolded, "He Jun, you underestimate me too much. I will make you pay for your own choice." Some time later, the two entered the Chuma Canyon. Before them stood a very large statue of a monk. Qing Dai exclaimed, "I heard that the peak-level magic clan from ancient times is lying here asleep. Today's encounter is indeed magnificent and mighty." Xing Ru stepped forward to caress a small stone, then turned to her maid and said, "The birth of ancient Chuma predates the god clan by tens of thousands of years." She smiled, "The power they possess cannot be matched by the god clan." Seeing the dark demon energy surrounding Xing Ru, Qing Dai quickly asked, "My lord, what do you want to do?" Her eyes shone brightly, her hands continuing to channel demon energy. She replied, "To awaken ancient Chuma, we must break the layers of bindings that confine them." Xing Ru gathered demonic power into a sphere in front of her and continued. Currently, the magic clan is suppressed by the deity clan, and their magic power has become extremely fragile. Then, directing the magic power toward the base of the stone statue, only by awakening the demon spirit of the ancient elder can we turn defeat into victory. A large amount of demon energy was poured in. Qing Dai felt a bit worried. No, Lord, the ancient magic clan is the strongest species conceived from the purest earth energy, forcibly awakening them will backfire. After transferring an excessive amount of magic power, blood flowed from the corner of Xing Ru's mouth, but she still smiled and said, they will be willing to awaken, as long as we use the magic power absorbed from him as an invitation. Those inherently warlike magic clans will definitely awaken. Indeed, the eyes of the stone statue lit up, and a whirlwind surrounded the statue. It seemed she had successfully awakened the ancient magic clan. Qing Dai was infiltrated by the ancient auras, feeling somewhat weak, and suddenly felt discomfort in her body. The statue in front of her was radiating golden light, absorbing the demon energy from both of them through the magic power Xing Ru had poured in earlier. Qing Dai realized, not just me, the entire demon realm. Demon energy from everyone is being absorbed. She screamed a warning, Lord, stop. It's not right. If this continues, our cultivation will be completely absorbed by the demon statue. Xing Ru continued to respond, awakening the ancient magic clan must use demon energy for nourishment. Don't worry, he will keep you all alive. But each person's instinct for self-preservation was strong. Qing Dai felt the danger and transformed into a butterfly to fly away. Seeing this, Xing Ru shouted, Qing Dai, do you dare to run away? Don't waste your energy, you are already a target marked by the demon. No matter how far you run, you will still belong to him. Over here, Shiran was also kneeling down due to exhaustion. All of my strength is gradually being depleted, it must be when Xing Ru's doing. He thought of that supreme woman, wondering where she gained her peak level power 10 years ago. After the demon form returned, she had become increasingly disobedient to heaven. After a while, Qing Dai flew to warn Shiran, run away. He asked, Qing Dai, why are you here? The exhausted girl collapsed into Shiran's arms. He caught her and checked, realizing her magic power was depleted. It's when Xing Ru's doing, Qing Dai announced. Supreme has unleashed the ancient magic clan. In less than half a day, all magic energy will be drained. Panicking, he reminded Shiran, don't worry about me, just run. But he refused, no, I won't leave you behind, we will go together. As soon as he finished speaking, they both used their remaining strength to try to escape from the magic valley. The red light of Shiran's magic appeared in the sky near Rong's villa. Inside, her cries echoed, I knew I was not worthy of you, I might as well die. He Jun could only shout a defense, don't. It's just a misunderstanding. Song Shui stood there pale, listening to Rong berate her husband, a man without self-respect is like a rotten cabbage, today there's Song Shui, tomorrow there's Song Wu. When will it ever end with so many women? He Jun replied, without Song Shui, without Lu Yu, I only have you. Rong still didn't stop, let go, if it's dirty, it's dirty. I know that the feelings he has for me have faded, buried deep down. He tried to explain, but she only bit a few places on him to treat his wounds, it's not that serious. Hearing this, Song Shui became furious, unable to bear it any longer, she shouted, enough already, I only drank a little blood from the senior to cure the poison. Rong, what are you jealous of? It sounds like I'm so wicked. Then, pointing over there, He Jun was still about to take his own life to prove his innocence. Song Shui scolded both of them, have you finished your performance? Why is the senior crying and making a scene like this? He sighed, although he didn't know why my blood could cure poison, he just wanted to do something good. Rong quickly hugged him and cried, my husband, I understand now, I forgave you a long time ago. After that, the two continued to display their affection, whispering sweetly to each other. She was uncomfortable seeing him being intimate with others, not because she truly blamed him. As for him, whether she blamed him or not was not important, mainly because he didn't want to see her suffer. Only Song Shui felt left out, both angry and thinking, so my life is not worth anything. You all are so good at this. Achieving his goal, He Jun grinned slyly, pleased with himself, instead of comforting my wife, why not have her comfort me? As long as I kneel fast enough, she won't have time to feel jealous, a perfect plan. Song Shui, observing from the side, realized, indeed, there can't be a third person between them. Remembering when she was healing, she felt a slight blush. Even when accidentally getting close to the senior, it was merely an excuse for them to flirt with each other. She turned, enlightened, her whole body radiating spiritual energy. I understand now, a woman like me should strive for the peak of cultivation alone, in brilliance. While contemplating, a meteor filled with blazing red demon energy fell from the sky, startling Song Shui, who shouted loudly. In an instant, she jumped back, warning, ambush, ambush, there's a surprise attack. Although Jun thought he had no cultivation, he heroically stood up, spreading his arms to shield the two women behind him. The meteor fell, and behind him was Shiran. He sat up, coughing weakly, while Qing Dai had transformed into a butterfly by now. Suddenly, Qing Dai transformed into a larger and transparent butterfly, clinging to Shiran's chest. Then he fell back onto the ground, his face showing a bit of pain. Just a moment ago, he had stepped forward as the hero to save the beauty, but upon seeing the change, Jun immediately stepped back behind Rong Rong, panicked. Ah, an ambush. She recognized, it's someone from the magic clan. Could it be sent by that demoness Xingru? Rong Rong stood there asking, I wonder what she is trying to do this time. Meanwhile, Shiran was still lying there, confused about what the butterfly was doing to him. Seeing his wife step forward, Jun quickly grabbed her hand, calling out, Rong Rong. Then he stepped forward and said, if you don't dare to go over there, let me handle it. Jun sat down and observed, noticing something unusual. He approached and wondered, you're acting quite strange today, holding onto a butterfly like this. The pattern looks very familiar. Then he raised his hand to Shiran's chest, who was now tightly closing his eyes. A stream of spiritual energy appeared and wrapped around Qing Dai. It continuously oscillated, causing Jun to be astonished with wide eyes and an open mouth, and from there, Qing Dai's figure slowly emerged. Perhaps the aura just now had replenished the lost magical power and helped her manifest. Seeing the young girl appear, Jun blurted out, wow, a beauty. At that moment, Qing Dai looked at her body in astonishment. I am not dead, moreover, the feeling of being consumed by magical power has disappeared. She floated up a bit and said, the magical power has become abundant, as if there is another tremendous force triggering it all to manifest. Jun stood by, witnessing the whole thing. Qing Dai recognized him, pointed, and said, you are. Jun Lord. He was stammering, not recognizing who the girl was. Then suddenly, the two approached each other, hand touching hand. Jun hesitantly said, Xiao Hu Dai. You are Xiao Hu Dai. Qing Dai joyfully replied, that's me. Finally, you recognized me. He smiled and complimented her, since I moved away, we haven't seen each other, and you still look so small, very cute. Qing Dai jumped up, laughing with her eyes squinting, how rude, I have grown up, and you didn't even notice. Rong Rong asked herself, does the Lord know someone from the magic clan? Song Shui seized the opportunity to interject sarcastically, it's not easy for the two of you to have a third person, but having a fourth person is quite simple. Hearing the warning, she quickly stepped forward and linked arms with Jun, asking, my lord, who is this girl? Aren't you going to introduce her? He embraced his wife's waist and said, this is Rong Rong, my wife. Then he pointed to Qing Dai and introduced, this is Xiao Hu Dai, although she is older in the magic clan, she is very weak, don't be afraid. Rong Rong smiled and said, I'm not afraid, Sister Butterfly is really lovely. Qing Dai felt a bit disheartened, after all, in the magic clan, her age is still considered that of a young girl. However, she sensed that this pure spiritual energy could only belong to the sect master of the divine sect. Lord Jun truly resembles what the Supreme Lord said, being alongside the sect master of the divine sect. As for Shiran, his true body was a fire bird lying motionless while his soul was escaping. He then approached Qing Dai, crying for help. The girl worriedly asked, Shiran, what's wrong? Hold on. Then he turned to ask for help, Jun, hurry and save him. But he scratched his head, hesitant, I don't know. After Qing Dai recounted everything, Jun said, are you talking about the beautiful girl in black stockings that I met before? Rong was furious to hear this. Indeed, you paid attention to the black stockings. He continued, is she the child that I brought back? Hearing this, Qing Dai panicked. What? The Supreme Lord was already 1,500 years old back then. How could she be considered a young girl? He Jun dismissed it. Age is not the issue, body size is what matters. He pointed at the girl and added, in my eyes, as long as they are below 150 centimeters and smaller than 84 centimeters, they are all children. Qing Dai was infuriated. What do you mean by that? Rude, put your hand back. He Jun wondered, but I remember I only took care of her for a few months before she disappeared. Has she really grown that much in just a few years? Hearing this, Qing Dai was a bit surprised. Haven't you seen the true form of the Supreme Lord? She continued, saying that, since the Supreme Lord took on his true form, he has only focused on vying for territory and has fundamentally not looked back. Recalling that time, Xing Ru continuously fought, suppressing opposing forces to strengthen her power. Xing Ru's thought at that time was, without the brocade robe, how can one return home? The key is to attack the three clans without stepping in. At this point, Qing Dai knelt down. With a career like that, no wonder there are no husbands. Left small and returned with a large chest, it's no surprise they didn't recognize her. On this side, Song Shui seemed experienced. Love is not something to be promised lightly. Rong immediately covered her mouth. All right, no need to say more. Qing Dai continued, but even so, please ask He Jun Lord to stop her. She has already released the ancient magic clan. The ancient magic clan has absorbed toxic energy since the creation of the world, and the magical power they possess is more than 100 times that of the current supreme. Rong thought to herself, if Xing Ru is already so powerful, how terrifying would it be if she were even 100 times stronger? He Jun, on the other hand, was somewhat scared. Song Shui recalled tremulously, back then, to seal Xing Ru, the entire sect made every effort. Now, the world of cultivating immortals is truly on the verge of extinction. He Jun was silent, his face darkening, unable to speak. Rong noticed this expression and asked, husband, do you want to go? Qing Dai appeared excited. I know Lord He Jun will not just stand by and watch, but contrary to expectations, like a gust of wind with a bag in hand, he ran over, threw an arm around Rong, and whisked away. Carrying his wife, he did not forget to greet, you all hang in there, we will go ahead. Qing Dai tried to hold him back. After making such a fuss for half the day, you want to run away? What will I do if you leave? On one side, the magic butterfly clan held his leg. You cannot leave, this is your debt of gratitude, you must make up for it. With the other leg, Song Shui pulled, consider it saving my face, please help. He Jun snapped, let go. What gratitude? I do not accept, who are you? Do we know each other? Your face is just good enough to wipe my shoes. Suddenly, He Jun's heart pounded. He Jun hesitated. It seemed there was a slight change in his body. The three girls were also somewhat surprised by He Jun's odd behavior. He then asked, do you all smell something? It smells so good, it seems like something is breaking out. All three looked puzzled. We don't smell anything at all. He Jun's gaze was somewhat frightening, and his words were different than usual. This really makes people want to swallow it whole. At Chuma Canyon, the ancient magic clan statue absorbed a large amount of demon energy from the entire clan, radiating an evil aura. Xing Ru was still kneeling there. She covered her mouth, silently thinking, indeed, it's ancient Chuma, the scent is terrifying and probably stretches for hundreds of miles. Xing Ru lamented, however, my power is only enough to free the one with the lowest cultivation among those demon lords. Stronger magic clans require more powerful forces to awaken. Demon King, Demon Emperor, Supreme, Demon God, Demon Lord. The ancient magic clan suddenly spoke. It has been 10,000 years since then, when we thought there were no rivals in this world, which is why we have slept until now. Little did we know there still exist such extraordinary powers in the world. Then he bent down and asked Xing Ru, you are the immature descendant of mine who cannot be free, aren't you? That special aura certainly doesn't seem like something a useless person like you could emit. Though she dared not say it out loud, she cursed silently in her heart. If there were no useless person like me, you'd still be getting beaten by another magic clan in your dreams. Damn old man, the demon lord continued. But since you have found an interesting dish for me, quickly sacrifice it to me, and I will slowly tear it apart and swallow it. Over here, He Jun was eating voraciously, going from one dish to another. Song Shui asked, does the senior usually eat like this? Rong Rong replied, no, my husband is very refined. Even if he is very hungry, he doesn't eat like this. Looking at the towering stack of bowls, it was certain that He Jun had eaten a lot, like he had targeted a prey and was determined to crush the opponent. Qing Dai sat on the side, crying hysterically. This is too much, He Jun Lord doesn't care about our lives, and now he even demands an early feast. Rong Rong keenly noticed. At this moment, my husband's aura is a bit strange. She observed He Jun, in the past, whether it was eating or resting, his aura grew wildly, but now it has diminished even more, seemingly unable to be satisfied. Over here, he kept eating continuously, talking while he ate, I'm so hungry, no matter how much I eat, I still feel hungry, I can't control myself, my body just can't stop. As for Shiran, he was still lying there motionless, his eyes tightly shut but his face showed discomfort. In his memory, his true form was a giant bird soaring above the magic clan, while below was the ancient magic clan with its massive body devouring the smaller magic clan corpses. Their sharp teeth and bloodthirsty eyes viewed the little magic clan merely as food, and this thought drifted through him, startling him awake. This feels like a nightmare in my subconscious, Qing Dai, sitting beside him, asked worriedly, Shiran, what's wrong? He replied, my original spirit predicts that the magic clan is about to be invaded by the ancient demon lord, heading towards destruction. He was worried, this can't happen, I have devoted all my effort to keep the veins of the magic clan intact, I absolutely cannot let the ancestors destroy it like this. Then the two of them stepped outside. Shiran activated the eternal tracking technique, summoning a small bird from his body. The bird seemed to be absorbing something from the air. As long as I can collect the scattered aura of the demon lord in the air, I will be able to pinpoint his exact location. Inside, He Jun was eating unconsciously, his gaze dazed and blank. Outside, Shiran radiated demon energy and said, I must quickly shift my position to the demon lord's side and strike him with all my strength while he is unprepared. Qing Dai tried to stop him, no, your power is like an ant attacking an elephant to him, it's basically useless. It seemed that his mind was made up, and he turned to apologize to Qing Dai, even so, I must do it. I am a warrior of the magic clan. Shiran closed his eyes tightly, the only outcome for me is death while protecting the magic clan. But nothing happened, he still stood there in surprise, huh? What's going on? Inside the villa, Rong Rong shouted loudly, husband, wait for me. Song Shui also called out, senior. Over here, the magic clan was kneeling before the Supreme and the Demon Lord. He walked and talked, saying that for 10,000 years, his descendants had degenerated to the point of being all useless. The Demon Lord raised his nose, sniffed a few times, and continued, I can smell the food I crave coming towards me at an incredibly fast speed. Xingru blurted out, is it He Jun? She thought to herself, if the ancient Demon Lord has been released, then it can only end in your death and mine. A magic clan this strong, even if it's He Jun, won't have the advantage. Xingru felt a bit unsettled, slightly bowing her head to ask herself, am I really feeling pity for him? No, I must not waver. Xingru imagined He Jun's reflection in the mirror from childhood to now, she had never had what she wanted, and even if she achieved it, it would only be an illusory scene. Then that image shattered. Anyone who causes me displeasure does not deserve to exist. The Demon Lord smiled eagerly, your scent is becoming even sweeter, interesting. Xingru looked up from below. Suddenly, the Demon Lord grabbed her, no, before having the main course, I will have the small dessert of you first. Is this an appetizer? Xingru panicked and shouted, what? Stop it. Since ancient times, the magic clan has had a strict decree prohibiting the killing of our own kind. He replied, that's true, this regulation was established by the Demon Lord. But where is he now? If you have the ability, why don't you wake him up? Saying this, the Demon Lord laughed loudly, opening his mouth to prepare to devour Xingru. But just then, He-jun appeared behind him with a thick, dark demon energy. The demon lord recognized him, halted his movement, and smiled. An ambush, huh? He turned to look at He-jun, his appearance evil with sharp teeth. Then, the demon lord rushed towards him, mouth wide open. Streams of demon energy crackled like deadly lightning, and he shouted, "Then I'll devour both of you at once." At this moment, He-jun was no different from the demon lord. His bloodthirsty expression and gleaming eyes looked completely contrary to his usual self. He lunged forward and bit into the demon lord's mouth, catching him by surprise. He-jun pulled away, leaving the demon lord's mouth in shreds. He screamed in pain, the agony forcing him to release Xingru. She was overwhelmed by the pressure earlier, leaving her drained and powerless. The demon lord covered his face, a large piece of his mouth missing, revealing the red flesh inside, whimpering, "No, it can't be, my skin is tougher than ancient mineral," yet it shattered, accompanied by his panicked cries. Over here, Qing Dai had also arrived, flying up to support Xingru, calling out loudly, "Supreme Lord." She asked in surprise, "Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" Qing Dai smiled, "I just couldn't let Shiran get hurt, but I also couldn't ignore your life and death." She added, "Since you saved me 10 years ago, I have made a vow to be your follower forever." Hearing this, Xingru felt a bit moved, his expression brightening again. Meanwhile, He-jun jumped onto the demon lord's back. He realized this, but the fear of his wounds still left him panicked, exclaiming, "No, no, wait." A powerful blow to his shoulder caused his body to break again, his eyes bulging out as he screamed in pain. Below, Shiran caught the two girls as they flew up, saying, "Want to show off sisterly affection. Leaving here, continue." Witnessing He-jun's battle, Song Shui marveled at the senior's body movement, so simple yet incredibly effective. Rong Rong, with shining eyes, felt proud. He was indeed a hero, so mighty. The demon lord continued to lose a portion of his blood, eyes tightly shut, screaming in pain. It had been a long time since he felt pain like this. He wondered, what on earth is this guy? Clearly, at the beginning, he could only sense a very special aura and didn't expect him to be this powerful. He-jun emitted a dark demonic aura, while continuously saying, "It smells so good, I still want to eat." Hearing this, the demon lord was even more terrified, seeing himself as food for cultivation, this crazy guy. He-jun quietly moved forward, looking at what he considered prey before him. The initial momentum of the demon lord had completely vanished. The wounds on his body made him realize the power of the boy. He raised his hand, trying to stop him, saying, "Wait, wait, wait, hold on." The demon lord stood there, using several words to try to stop He-jun. After all, I am from the ancient magic clan, right? I'm generations older than you. If you continue to eat like this, it will reveal that you have no special qualities, you know that, right? Do you find that reasonable? Then he clasped his hands together as if begging, "No matter what, you should let me accumulate a cool move like this before losing, just like the feeling of a hero revealing themselves, okay? Please, I beg you." Song Shui asked, "Is he trying to act cute?" Rong Rong smacked her lips, "Can a little demon be cute?" Shiran turned to ask, "Who do you think it is?" Xingru covered her face and said, "Don't say anything more, I regret it already." Qing Dai stood by smiling. With the overwhelming pressure, He-jun agreed to let him perform his technique. He looked at him with a deadly gaze and said, "The struggling prey is tastier." Hearing this, the demon lord was both angry and scared, silently cursing, "Damn it, you little guy." Suddenly he realized something was off, but this little guy, his gaze is unfocused. Could it be that his mind is not clear, and he is acting on instinct? Then he became a bit more confident, thinking to himself, well then, escaping from a blind and powerless one should be quite easy. He spread his arms wide, deploying the ethereal magical mist. Thin layers of green fog appeared around him. According to Shiran, this was demon fire. It was said that only the ancient magic clan could possess such supreme power. Qing Dai grimaced, complaining it was too hot. Rong Rong, on the other hand, remained calm, which was strange. Despite being impressive, he didn't seem that powerful. The demon lord glanced over, looking rustic, as if he had never encountered the peak combat strength of his army. Even this little skill could frighten you. He stomped his feet on the ground, but this was not just superficial, the real power was stored in the lower half of his body. Waiting for the right moment, he could escape. Seeing He Jun's subconscious reaction obscured by demon fire, he thought this was the opportunity. Thus, the high and mighty demon lord awkwardly turned to flee. He Jun immediately chased after him, quickly closing the distance. He smiled, the flesh was terrifying, not tasty. His hand glowed with energy, ready to strike. A direct hit to the demon lord's foot. The pain was so intense that it twisted his voice as he asked, "What are you doing? Ouch." The demon lord thought in fear, "I cannot fall, if I fall, this terrifying useless person will attack me without mercy." He devised a plan, that's right, condense the pressure at his other foot. With strength, he stomped down, as if crushing an ant. Then he raised his foot high, the demon lord put all his force into the stomp, his face full of determination. But from the ground, a golden lightning bolt shot up, accompanied by dark spiritual energy that almost pierced through him. The demon lord's massive body took the hit and collapsed to the ground. He sat there, voice trembling, "Isn't your brother a hyena?" The fire energy radiating from him deflated like a punctured balloon. The demon lord shouted loudly, trying to run away, unable to hold on, unable to endure. Qing Dai covered her mouth, surprised that a demon lord could end up like this. Xing Ru covered his face with his hand, "If I had known this, I would have ignored him." Rong Rong took out pen and paper to write a new menu for her husband, either mammal meat or animal eggs. She ran, standing nearby, scratched his head in confusion, "Let's tone it down." As for He Jun, he was determined not to let the prey go and continued to chase after him. Rong Rong also jumped up, rushing to call out, "My lord, wait for me." After a while, the demon lord had run to Chuma Canyon, and the demon energy from his body seemed to still be leaking out. He told himself to speed up to return quickly. When he was near where the statues stood, the demon lord bit into his own hand and then cast a spell, "Take my blood essence, awaken the eternal spirit, my elder brother and my lords, open your eyes, for I seek revenge for the blood sea." But the stone statues still showed no signs of change. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I have expended so much magical power, it's very difficult to awaken them." Although the statues had cracks, they were very small. Not willing to give up, the demon lord decided to sacrifice more blood essence to summon them, just a little more. While he was still hoping for someone to come help, He Jun arrived with spiritual energy in hand. He stood there with a cold smile, looking very eerie. He Jun used his own demon energy to reinforce the ancient magic clan statues. The people who had been watching were also catching up. She ran, leading the group, asked, "What is he doing?" Rong Rong spoke up, "If I'm not mistaken, the husband is releasing the remaining ancient foot demons." He Jun stood there, continuously complaining about being hungry and wanting to eat more. Demon energy replenished, and more cracks appeared on the stone statue. A radiant light appeared above them, tearing through space. The eyes of the decapitated stone statue began to glow, with magical energy accumulating above, then falling like rain. Rong Rong stood in front, casting a thin barrier to shield against the descending demon energy. She shouted, "No, this is the arrow of ancient thunder tribulation composed together, I can't hold out much longer." Then she turned to Xing Ru behind her and said, "At this point, what are you still being arrogant about? If you don't take action, just wait to die together." Upon hearing this, the expression of the Supreme changed slightly. Indeed, the situation was extremely dangerous, with the pressure of the ancient thunder tribulation suppressing everyone. Qing Dai exclaimed, "The demon energy is too strong. Even with a protective barrier, this power makes it impossible to move." She ran grimaced, "Damn it, I can't use any of my powers." Seeing everyone in danger, Xing Ru thought, "Qing Dai has saved me, I cannot let her be harmed." Then she used the demon energy within her body. "I understand, I will help, but not because of you." Xing Ru added demon energy to the protective barrier known as the Magic Valley. Rong Rong outside was on guard, while worried inside, "I wonder how my husband is doing. My spiritual energy is too weak, I can't help him at all." If only I could lead them to the divine sect's secret realm. On this side, from the divine sect's secret realm, looking towards the magic valley that was emitting a strong aura of demon energy, the Grand Elder was astonished. Chuma Canyon, this earth-shaking demon energy, could it be that someone has awakened the ancient magic clan? He thought to himself, someone needs to stop this. It seems I can only sacrifice that artifact. Then the Grand Elder turned around and ordered, you two go inform Rong. If you don't want the divine clan to be destroyed, then quickly think of a way to stop Chuma from doing evil. The rest follow me. He was very anxious, even though there were past conflicts. I hope she prioritizes the bigger picture. Can be delayed. In the midst of the ancient arrow rain, He-jun's figure gracefully dodged like a flying dragon and dancing phoenix. A voice from Chuma spoke up, this brat has some skills, managing to withstand this thunderstorm for so long. Demon Emperor, the Demon Queen appeared. The Demon Queen continued, indeed, you are someone who can kill the Demon Lord. Demon Emperor laughed disdainfully, adding, this brat's arrogance is merely because he hasn't yet seen his true abilities, right, 3 Supreme Demon Lords. With that, she looked up at the 3 above. The Supreme manifested sarcastically, Demon Emperor, I never expected that after 10,000 years, you've learned to flatter like a dog. Then he laughed loudly in a somewhat perverse manner, licking to the point that I am very pleased. Demon Emperor thought to herself, anyone can tell that guy is a rare mixed cultivation treasure of 10,000 years, how could I let you easily acquire him? She triumphantly flew up, once I catch him, I will devour him whole, and then wipe out the wretched Supreme who have oppressed me, I will become the Supreme Demon. She finally saw He-jun, there he is. But his trajectory made her wonder, wait, what is he doing? From the outside, it seemed like he was avoiding something, but upon a closer look, He-jun was swallowing the demonic arrows. While swallowing, he complained about being hungry, I still want to eat more. The expression of the Demon Emperor changed, turning anxious, how can this be? Those are the wicked arrows that were absorbed from Pan Gu since the beginning of time, filled with chaos energy. Noticing something unusual, she immediately halted. The Demon Emperor seemed to be entranced, repeating her thoughts aloud, those are the arrows that were absorbed from Pan Gu since the beginning of time, filled with evil energy. He-jun stood on the ground, the golden spiritual energy around him crackling like lightning. The Demon Emperor turned her face, her eyes brightening, how can there be such a magnificent and supreme body in this world, such a perfect integration? She tilted her head back, drooling, it's truly too perfect. Suddenly, a vortex of pink cards flew straight to where He-jun was standing. Although his mind was still not clear, he recognized this strange sight. From within the enchanting cards, a smooth foot adorned with bells stepped out. These cards combined to form images, on which the Demon Emperor appeared, sitting there captivatingly as she called out to He-jun, little Gidge. She then reached out to touch him, her legs wrapping around He-jun's waist, her tone flirtatious, little Gidge, look at me, I don't believe your eyes are lifeless. She thought to herself, before becoming the Demon Emperor, I was a seductive spirit for 1,000 years, I can make 1,000 men fall for me without even trying. The Demon Emperor raised her hand to caress He-jun's lips, leaning in closely trying to enchant him, thinking, once this guy is completely charmed by me, will I have to worry about him not willingly offering his body to me? But life is not all dreams, even though his mind was hazy, he still loved his wife. Seeing her in front of him, he pushed her away, get away, you're ugly. Hearing this, she became furious and shouted at him, do you want a beating? Don't you know that this is the time when a girl needs compliments? With this attitude, how can you find a partner? After that, the Demon Emperor pinched He-jun's cheek and questioned him, you're just a kid, how many women have you even met? What do you know about beauty, huh? But the result was still the same, not beautiful is not beautiful, He-jun said bluntly. At the very least, she looks like she's 80 years old. That was basically calling her an old lady. The Demon Emperor turned purple with rage, tears welling up in her eyes. You'd better tell me that's not a human unit of measurement. But in response, he simply nodded. From above, the Demon Monarch shouted down, hey, Demon Emperor, weren't you going to capture him? Why are you just standing there bickering? She screamed back, mouth wide open, shut up. You know nothing about the matters of beautiful women. Then, turning back to He-jun with teary eyes, she asked again, fine, so you think I'm ugly. Then tell me who's more beautiful than me. Go on, say it. He raised his hand to his chin and thought for a moment before answering, my wife. That answer startled the demon emperor. You have a wife? She asked in surprise, then burst out laughing. Don't make me laugh, your wife must be immortal, right? There's no way she can compare to the unmatched beauty of us from the magic clan. Who is she, huh? Bring her out here. The laughter made He-jun uncomfortable, his eyes darkened, covering his ears and complaining, feeling too much pain. He held his head and cried out, feeling like his head was about to explode. While he was starving, he heard a voice calling, Tuong Song. His eyes lit up. Rong Rong appeared, running over and acting spoiled. Tuong Song, I want a hug. It turned out that was the image that emerged in his mind. He-jun angrily yelled, where is my wife? Where has she gone? Demon Emperor mocked, what's wrong? Can't even look after your own wife? The demon energy here is so strong, your wife surely won't die, right? After saying that, she laughed loudly. Hearing this, the anger in him surged. He rushed forward, gripping both hands of the demon emperor and shouted, give her back to me. Then he pinned her down, continuing to demand, hurry and return my wife. The demon emperor panicked, I don't know your wife, it's not because of me. She thought to herself, too scary. His strength is so great, I can't escape. After that, He-jun's voice continued to cry out, give her back to me. Meanwhile, the demon emperor, pinned down, could not struggle free. Lying there, the alluring expression shouted, it's exposed, it's about to be revealed. Not knowing what was exposed, a beam of pink demon energy shot up from below where the demon emperor was standing. He stood there, hunched up, I am also exposed. The demon emperor immediately silenced him, you must not be exposed, who wants to see that? It's disgusting. Over by Rong Rong's group, the arrows had gradually disappeared. Everyone was delighted, the storm before us has passed, we are temporarily safe. She looked up, my husband is over there. There, He-jun was struggling against something. Above, amidst the layers of clouds, the demon emperor groaned, it hurts so much, I can't move at all. The demon emperor sat there enjoying himself, my face seems to be smoother after the lightning. Hearing this, the demon king angrily shouted, shut up, you are a woman who cares about her appearance more than her life, damn it. He-jun was gradually regaining his composure, sitting there calling for his wife. Hearing the call, husband echoed from behind, he turned around, joy evident on his face. Below, Rong Rong looked up, concerned and asked, husband, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? He-jun saw his wife and jumped down, acting spoiled, wife, hug me. But suddenly, a surge of demon energy rushed in, causing Rong Rong to fall. The magic clan cried out. He-jun anxiously looked over. The Supreme had approached at some point, gripping Rong Rong's neck tightly and moaning, how disgusting. Performing this passionate love play in front of me. What's so great about women? They're all just tattered beings pretending to be noble. Seeing He-jun's angry demeanor, he scolded, what are you so fierce about? Just now, I saw you have no feelings for that demoness. I thought you were like me, a strong loner. I didn't expect you to be a coward, letting women manipulate and tear you apart. Saying that, he laughed loudly, then tightened his grip on Rong Rong to threaten her, how about I kill her for you and become a true strong person like me? Rong Rong sighed, stop making noise, little friend. You don't understand the love of youth. It's strong to charge forward for love, losing genuine feelings will lead to despair. Supreme felt a little uncomfortable upon hearing this and immediately reacted. What do you mean by little friend? Who are you calling little friend? I am already 18,000 years old, how dare you be disrespectful? Upon hearing his age, she became even more sarcastic. Then it really is Tong Yen tragic? Supreme angrily asked. Tragic what? Speak it all out. Today, you must come up with a word to compensate for your foolishness. Rong Rong calmly replied. It is tragic indeed, living 1800 years and still being a virgin, truly pitiful. Her response caused him pain in his heart. Supreme's expression suddenly turned sad, sighing. What are you talking about? I have also had love, all right, he recounted. In the past, we had the Hua clan, do you know? Honestly, I pursued her. A series of Rong's questions pierced his heart like arrows. Did she agree? You're single because you were rejected, right? Was it because you were too small that she rejected you? He was furious, raising the scythe in his hand to yell, "You treacherous woman, I must crush you. I will chop you into 1,000 pieces." But surprisingly, he could talk but not act. Puzzled, why can't my hands move? It turned out that June had appeared at some point, biting into his shoulder and causing him to bleed, making him scream in pain. "You ambushed me." In front of him, Rong broke free and delivered a knee strike to Supreme. This time, the eggshell cracked, and his eyes bulged out. She quickly hid behind her husband, smiling, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take advantage of it. It seems that living for 1800 years, you become weak where you should be strong." Supreme was furious, the demon energy within him emanating intensely. He turned to yell at the two, "You wretched fools." The scythe in his hand was sharp and imbued with dark power. He then launched it straight toward the two, striking June in the chest. Rong beside him was extremely worried for her husband. Supreme continued to berate them, "Is mocking me a little thing? I will show you what it means to be little. How dare you insult me?" He threw the scythe in his hand and shouted loudly, "Taste the essence of my annihilation rings." Numerous rings of annihilation shot toward the couple. This is the black stone that Nuwa left when she mended the sky. After thousands of years of polishing, it has finally become a magical ring. Rong's eyes widened in fear. It was too fast, and there was no way to avoid it. June quickly pulled her behind him, using his body to shield her. She stood there, only able to cry out, "Husband, don't." Supreme was pleased, and even the peak-level cultivators could not escape the heavenly blade's countless strikes. Rong struggled, insisting, "Let me go, just leave me alone. You can avoid it yourself." But June remained silent, protecting her. With tears welling in her eyes, she blamed herself, thinking it was all her fault for insisting on living a normal life with her husband, for letting her cultivation fade, and now only causing trouble. Tears streamed down her face, but the game was not yet over. June looked at her reassuringly, "Wife, don't cry, it doesn't hurt." Rong realized that even in his delirium, he still had the instinct to protect her, while she felt helpless. She shouted down below, "Wen Xingru, don't you hate me? Don't you want to kill me? Just help my husband get through this ordeal, and I swear I will let you handle everything." Hearing those words, Xingru trembled with anger and cursed, "You, that damn woman." Qing Dai, standing behind, also spoke up, "Supreme Lord, please do as you wish." Xingru stood there, listening to Qing Dai's words. Even if the Lord is whimsical, surely he doesn't want Chuma to take the lives of his kin, right? The Lord definitely wants to do something for the magic clan, doesn't he? She turned back and scolded Qing Dai, "You are the one being whimsical." Then Xingru shouted, Rong, stop pretending to be a pure and innocent flower. I have long been tired of both of you. I don't need your concern for what I want to do." After saying that, she flew toward them. While distracted, a huge hand grabbed Xingru. It turned out to be June. He made a funny face and said to her, "Daring to curse my wife, despicable, you don't need to care." Xingru became even angrier and thought to herself, "Why did I ever like someone like you?" The Supreme Lord laughed loudly, "Damn it, little guy, you have 2 women. You're just a worthless person with 2 women." He pointed mockingly, "What a waste of heaven's gifts." June controlled and infused demon energy into the scythe, saying, "I won't let you protect anything at all. Die." Rong felt confused as he muttered that the blade was finished sharpening. Supreme raised the scythe and charged forward, spinning it like a blender, creating a whirlwind of magical power that screamed to turn them into a pile of flesh. But life is not like a dream. The scythe was struck by lightning and stopped abruptly. He swung the blade down again, repeating the process of turning them into a pile of flesh. Yet the result was still the same, he could not swing the scythe. A surge of lightning appeared around Supreme, and he stammered, "Turn into a pile, all of you." He felt powerless, not understanding why he was stuttering like that. Rong thought to herself, I understand now, it turns out my husband is intentionally using his blood to take control of the scythe. My husband is truly amazing. The scythe in Supreme's hand suddenly distorted, pointing directly at him, causing him to be startled and confused. He-Jun smiled, raised his hand with glowing eyes, and said, "Turn into a pile of flesh." As soon as He-Jun finished speaking, the lines like sword chi intertwined, gliding across the body of the Supreme. He screamed in pain, his body torn into many pieces. This passage had to change color due to the gruesome bloodshed. He-Jun opened his mouth wide, swallowing that piece of flesh from the Supreme. On one side was hunger, and on the other was fresh meat. Watching him swallow was somewhat horrifying. In no time, the lofty Supreme, reduced to nothing, was left as a dark pile. Witnessing that gruesome scene, the demon emperor panicked and fell to the ground. The Supreme has been eaten. Then the two young men turned and shouted to each other to run. But it wasn't that easy. Sharp scythes had appeared, blocking their escape. In an instant, He-Jun also appeared after finishing swallowing the Supreme. He looked at the two prey before him with desire. One Supreme isn't enough. These two demon leaders, who should have been mighty, now cowered, trembling violently, crying in fear. It seemed like it was all over for them. However, from within the black mist, a demon leader resembling a monk stepped forward to chant, Amitabha. Then he tapped a drum made from a goat's skull, radiating a golden aura. The sounds came down from above to where He-Jun was standing. Rong Rong covered her ears, her face contorted with discomfort, as the sound was a bit loud. Xing Ru fared worse. She felt like her eardrums were about to burst. The monk continued to stand there reciting scriptures, stubborn as a tiger, bizarre in his followed actions. He exclaimed that it must be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast 3 yellow talismans down. The talismans enlarged and surrounded He-Jun. From within, lines of Buddhist scriptures appeared, echoing loudly and making him uncomfortable as he yelled. Then, He-Jun gently adjusted the flow of the spells like practicing Tai Chi. The lines of Buddhist scriptures spun in circles according to his hand movements, arranged neatly and obediently. Seeing that his magic had no effect and seemed to be stolen from him, the monk widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" He then angrily scolded He-Jun for being arrogant. A voice from higher up resonated down, urging, "Demon God, stop it." He turned back to pay his respects. "O Master. This mortal is too stubborn and does not regard anyone, please let me eliminate him." The person in the red outfit above said, "You cannot defeat him." Seeing the red lips, it seemed this was a woman. This person continued, "After 3 rounds of bloody battles, I have clearly seen his true body." He-Jun's body appeared, along with the analytical voice of the red-robed figure. He is neither a demon, nor a god, let alone a mortal. In fact, he doesn't even possess internal organs. She continued, "You have cultivated for 10,000 years, only to harden your heart into stone. How can you compare to him? Now that we are resurrected in this world, we must break through our highest limits. Today's failure is merely due to blood debts. Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, the monk obediently followed. Then, a giant hand from the magic clan suddenly appeared and grabbed the demon queen and the demon emperor. Over here, He-Jun was straining and shouting loudly, surrounded by thunder and lightning. Another giant hand had released Xing Ru, dropping her down below. Floating in the air, she immediately summoned a demon dragon. He-Jun, still not satisfied with his hunger, caught the scent of delicious meat and smiled dangerously. This time, his target was Xing Ru. She hurriedly shouted a warning, "Don't come over here." Rong Rong sensed the danger. Her husband's desire for demon energy had not yet ceased. He could no longer discern who was in front of him. Then she called out loudly, "Husband." She jumped up and hugged He-Jun tightly. "This is all I can do right now." As she embraced He-Jun, Rong Rong immediately kissed him on the lips. She thought, his mental chaos is likely due to absorbing too much demon energy, perhaps using pure spiritual energy to balance him could help calm him down. However, pure spiritual energy conflicts with demon energy, so it will be repelled. Witnessing the two of them being affectionate, Xing Ru could hardly bear it and angrily shouted, "Why do you have to kiss him so passionately in front of me? Are you trying to provoke me?" That's too reckless. Rong thought, even a demoness can see me kissing him passionately. I never thought there would come a day when my husband would resist my kiss. With that thought, tears streamed down her face. But it also helped Jun gradually regain his clarity of mind. He suddenly felt a bitter taste, perhaps due to Rong's tears, seeing his beautiful wife. Tears were streaming down, and he felt a bit heartbroken. He immediately approached her, raised his hand to wipe away her tears, and gently called her name, Rong. With a clarity he had never felt before, he gave her a kiss of solace. The two of them entered a state of free fall, while the demoness Xingru stood there, jealous. Below, Shiran and Qing Dai worked together harmoniously to create a web of spiritual energy to cushion their fall. Although they were falling, the two still held each other tightly, seemingly exhausted and fast asleep. Xingru landed with an angry expression. Upon seeing this, Qing Dai asked, "Supreme Lord, you wouldn't do anything to them, would you?" She stood there coldly. After all, the person in front of her had just saved her life and the entire magic clan. She turned to walk away. Now that it has come to this, what else can I do? Play matchmaker for a pair of lovebirds. Let's go, throw them back where they belong. Hearing this, Qing Dai felt a bit pleased and immediately acted. From the divine sect, a mysterious dark cloud was approaching, and the disciples were panicking and pointing. Demon energy is coming from that direction. A skeleton clothed in a glowing red robe was shining. The disciples were worried. Grand Elder, this isn't good. The immortal bones show no signs of revival. Our spiritual energy is too thin to awaken the immortal. Suddenly, Song Shui burst in, holding something and calling out, "Grand Elder." Upon seeing her, he was somewhat startled. She stepped forward and presented a small vial, saying, "This is the blood essence of Shi Rong. She told me to give it to everyone." Song Shui added, "Fortunately, she anticipated that something bad might happen, so she prepared for it." Remembering, when she saw Rong cutting her own blood with a knife, Song Shui stood beside her, puzzled. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Rong had said, "If the ancient magic clan truly awakens, then a catastrophic battle will greet the world." She handed Song Shui the blood and instructed, "You take my blood back to the secret realm, where the purest spiritual energy is strongest. Who knows, the people of the divine clan might have a way." The Grand Elder held the blood essence in his hand, touched, "So that's how it is. I once thought Rong was selfish and heartless, but unexpectedly she still had some kind thoughts in her heart." Song Shui looked over and asked, "Grand Elder, whose remains are these?" He replied, "These are the remains of an immortal." Hearing this, she was somewhat astonished. "Immortal? Are there really immortals in this world?" The Grand Elder calmly said, "We are in the cultivating immortals world. Why are you shocked?" Song Shui scratched her head. "It's not that. Although they all say they are ascended deities, I have never actually met those who ascended. So when I first heard about immortals, I was still a bit shocked." The Grand Elder added, "These remains belong to an extraordinary immortal, a supreme being from the Dahuang era 5,000 years ago. At that time, the divine sect had not yet been established. Long ago, during the time of founding and creation, the purest spiritual energy brought by cultivators stirred the desolate mainland. Ordinary people were also influenced by that pure spiritual energy and gradually embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. Thousands of years later, the divine sect was founded, standing tall and authoritative, holding sway over the local cultivator power. This cultivator may have lost their eternal lifespan after falling to the mortal realm. Gradually disappearing into the passage of time, only the purest pride of spiritual energy remains." The Grand Elder opened the jar containing the blood essence and continued, Rong is the only person in this world who possesses pure spiritual energy. I hope her blood can aid in awakening the divine cultivator." The blood essence flew out, surrounded by pure spiritual energy. The Grand Elder then placed the blood essence inside the immortal skeleton before him. Everyone was astonished. Song Shui exclaimed, "The immortal skeleton, the form of the immortal is starting to grow." The immortal skeleton rose, hovering, and flesh began to appear. The Grand Elder happily said, "I was not mistaken. Looking at the shape of this leg, it must be the immortal child of eternal youth." Flesh started to form on top, gradually creating a body. It was unclear whether Rong Rong's blood essence was extraordinarily good, but the immortal's revival was vigorous and full of life. Just by looking at the expressions of the Grand Elder and Song Shui, it was clear that the immortal truly had a beautiful soul. This is a fairy. She exhaled and began to speak. It seems this fairy has waited too long. Those mundane mortals, only now awakening me to resonate with your flourishing era. Isn't it a bit late? In front of everyone was a woman with a student's face but a parent's body. Song Shui raised her hands in astonishment. So it turns out that even immortals can develop well like this? The fairy saw Song Shui's surprised eyes, then rushed to hug her and said sweet words, Rong Rong, my good daughter, you've grown so big. Oh my, being able to give birth to you, your mother is truly proud. The Grand Elder and Song Shui were equally astonished. Song Shui hurriedly pushed the fairy away and waved her hands, I am not Rong Rong. The fairy asked in return, didn't you just use blood to awaken me? Only the veins of relatives can awaken this immortal. Then she turned to look at the Grand Elder and called, Rong Rong. He turned pale with anger, shameless. Do you think I look like that? Don't be unreasonable. Song Shui then called out, but didn't the Grand Elder say that you fell to the mortal realm 1,000 years ago? Sure, Rong Rong isn't even 18 years old, how could she be your daughter? The fairy sighed, that's a long story. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred in the cultivation cave. She anxiously asked, what's happening? Is it not a time of peace and prosperity anymore? Song Shui turned to say, what peace and prosperity? The ancient magic clan has returned, and the peace and prosperity you created is about to be destroyed. Hearing this, the fairy opened her mouth, magic clan. Ancient. Then, before even facing the battle, the fairy wanted to flee. The elder and Song Shui immediately grabbed her legs, pulling her back. Where do you think you're going? Hurry up and confront the magic clan. You are the only hope to save the cultivating immortals world, the war god fallen from the heavens, defeat them. But she struggled desperately, let me go, let go, who said I am a war god? The fairy was about to cry, explaining, I am just a person who is infatuated with beauty, slept with my direct leader, then tried to escape but failed, and was pushed down to the mortal realm, alright? Upon hearing this, the two were almost speechless, hope dissipating in an instant. She hadn't wanted to say it, but once she did, it made those lying there weary and resigned, letting the magic clan destroy everything. From outside came a voice, how tragic. Is this the result of the battle that cultivating immortals world has always been proud of? The woman from the magic clan, with her face covered, appeared alongside the monk. He pretended to say, humanity has cultivated for thousands of years yet cannot withstand a single blow, only able to shrink beneath the feet of a minor. How sad, how sad. Hearing herself being regarded as a minor, Fairy's spirit rose. She shot a deadly glare at the monk. When a woman's looks are hurt, she truly becomes terrifying. Fairy rushed forward, slapping and scolding, what kind of dog-like eyes do you have, to look at who this captivating beauty in front of you is? You a demon believing in Buddha, didn't the Buddha teach you to have compassion? Don't utter harsh words to a mature and beautiful woman, okay? A single vicious word can harm a person for 6 months, do you not know I have a freezing bow? She managed to hit the monk without missing once, to the point he realized, the strength of her hands is too much. Like a giant mountain. Meanwhile, Grand Elder and Song Shui were equally astonished. He wondered, what did she just say? Is she a lovely wife? Lovely as in charmingly soft, wife as in my wife, right? Possible. The monk was continuously beaten and could not react in time, softly groaning in pain. He told himself that this was not good. If this continued, he feared that his neck would not be able to withstand such powerful blows. Then he took out the skull bead necklace from around his neck, his face showing a fierce expression. The monk unleashed the 10,000 systems of triumphant strategy and then shouted loudly, let these vengeful spirits teach you what the consequences of disrespecting the demon gods will be. The fairy let out a slight huff, her gaze still glaring at him. A blue gem floated above her head, emanating a pure immortal aura. It created a barrier opposing the monk's skull. Then she turned to the two people standing there in shock and said, look, if you are angry, then be angry. I truly cannot fight. The fairy reminded them, while I can still hold on, you two should hurry and flee. Tell my daughter Rong Rong that only Master Shenfeng's triggering of the upper principle of power can protect oneself. Hearing this, the two quickly left. From somewhere, two sharp auras appeared and shot towards them, forming long chains that tightly bound the fairy, rendering her immobile. The monk stepped forward, raised his hand and chanted the Buddha's name, saying, "It has been a long time since I have seen upper world pure celestial power like this, it should be used properly." He greedily looked down at the fairy, grinning wickedly and saying, "Don't rush, you will go with the girl soon." On this side, He Jun was tightly holding Rong Rong on the bed. The two had been brought back after sleeping soundly in the Magic Valley. At this moment, he had just woken up and was slowly opening his eyes. Before him, the familiar system smiled and called out, "Are you awake?" Images of battles flashed in his mind, devouring the Magic Clan on the land of the Magic Valley. He Jun held his head, did I really fight against such a strong Magic Clan? Then, raising his hand to cover his face, he thought, this is a disaster. He turned to look at his wife beside him, sighing in relief, luckily she wasn't hurt. He raised his hand and noticed Rong Rong's lips were chapped. He Jun recalled and wondered, is it because I kissed her then? The system was furious and scolded, "No. Are you blind or deaf? Can't you see me? Day after day, you only know how to dote on your damned wife." Being scolded and already not liking this damned system, he shot at a glare before squeezing tightly, causing the system to cough and splutter. He Jun threatened, "Try insulting her one more time." Even while being oppressed, it still smiled, "You're right, you have absorbed ancient demon energy, you look more like your old self now, so being ruthless is just right." He asked the system, "From the very beginning, you knew I had hidden power inside me, why didn't you tell me?" It replied, "Didn't you always want to break the game as a saint? What good would it do if I told you?" Then it acted, "It's better to leave you be, let you experience the trials of love and feel how terrifying it is when women fight. If you don't have the ability, then give up." The system approached and patted He Jun's shoulder, asking, "So? For your wife, do you want to seriously cultivate this time?" It turns out his journey was just beginning. After a while, seeing his wife move and show signs of waking up, He Jun called out her name, "Rong Rong." He Jun stood there puzzled, clearly not injured, why hasn't she woken up yet? The system said to him, "You have noticed it, haven't you? Your wife's body possesses pure spiritual energy, completely different from an ordinary person. Her spiritual energy has been transmitted to you, now it is in a state of depletion and needs to be replenished." He Jun hurriedly asked, "How do I replenish it? Hurry up and tell me." The system blushed and hesitated, saying, "It's just by a cheap. Not understanding what cheap was, he only saw the system's expression was very lewd. It added, "It has to be very good, understand?" He Jun felt hot inside and replied, "It might be difficult." He described it very realistically, because it's our first time, like a large screw and a small nut. Whether there's spice or not depends on her constitution. The system seemed confused and rephrased, "No need for that, you just need to slightly open her mouth to gather energy. A bit more will naturally nourish her dantian. It doesn't matter if her mouth is big or small." He Jun was shocked and asked, "So the technique you just mentioned is using the mouth to gather energy?" It replied, "What else could it be?" He pointed directly at the system and scolded, "Wait until I get married. I'll specially reserve a table just for a mutt like you, understand?" He Jun looked down at his wife, "Never mind, saving Rong Rong is more important. That kind of thing, if it's not done while she's sober, doesn't mean anything." He gently placed his hand on his wife, then kissed her softly on the lips. The system beside him reminded him to take it slow, "Don't rush, let her take the initiative." Rong Rong was caressed, her lips let out a soft cry, and then she became proactive, pulling his head with both hands and wrapping her legs around his waist, pinning He Jun down. Rong Rong slowly opened her eyes, and at that moment all she felt was heat and thirst, but this was not reality, it was perhaps a mental space. She stood there in a thin dress, wondering where she was. Am I dreaming? Rong Rong's eyes lit up. There was water ahead. She ran towards it, bent down to drink eagerly, feeling a bit more excited and comfortable, but that wasn't enough. Rong Rong softly said, "Give me more, it's not enough." It turned out that the water she desired here was actually her husband's saliva. The proactive behavior of the mistress made He-jun somewhat excited. Rong was thirsty, so she held him tighter. She wrapped her arms around He-jun's neck, holding on firmly and kissing him passionately. In the spiritual space, invisible hands seemed to grasp tightly and spread all over Rong's body, causing her to moan with excitement, "Don't touch that spot, it feels too good, I can't stand it." Then water burst forth from her mouth. Rong exclaimed, "I can't drink anymore, it's too tight." The system reminded, "Just because she's not sober doesn't mean she isn't enjoying it, does it? Because I see you are quite enjoying yourself." Finally, the two finished the procedure to save the person. He-jun placed his hand on the mistress's shoulder and asked, "Are you feeling better?" She blushed slightly and called out, "Husband." Rong sat down, her body still feeling a bit tight and uncomfortable. He-jun wondered, how can this be? Then he turned to grab the system's head and asked, "What is going on here? Speak quickly." Hastily pleading, don't rush, let me see what's happening." Then the system began to analyze in detail. After a while, the system turned and complimented, "Couldn't tell at all. Little guy, you're impressive, she's possessed." He-jun wondered, what does possessed mean? The system began to explain, although the aura within you can heal her, the mixed spirit requires her to transform herself into spiritual energy. Unfortunately, she is too weak to digest it. He-jun anxiously asked, "So what should we do?" It replied, "Don't rush, anyone with high-level spiritual energy has a sigil of dispersed spiritual energy. As long as you can absorb it, you can release the excess energy. However, the sigil of each person is hidden, only revealing itself when there is too much spiritual energy, you will just have to search for it." Looking at Rong rolling on the bed, he wondered how he would find it. He-jun felt a little worried and turned to the system, asking, "Is that so?" Then he grabbed it and threw it forcefully out the door while shouting, "Then you get out of the way." He-jun approached and, before acting, gently whispered, Rong, it'll just be a moment, you won't feel uncomfortable anymore." Upon hearing this, she hugged him and said, "Husband, I'm sorry." Then she burst into tears, "I know." At that time, the general thought that I was just an ordinary woman, which is why he took pity on me and willingly stayed by my side. Although it was I who helped the general this time, I concealed my true identity. In the general's heart, he must surely despise me. Seeing her hug him tightly, He-jun's expression remained unchanged. Rong turned to one side, feeling wronged. If that's the case, the general doesn't need to save me out of affection. He-jun asked worriedly, "What foolish thing are you saying?" Then, he took the initiative to embrace her. "If we're talking about deceit, clearly we are accomplices. Didn't I also deceive you by saying that I was just a mortal? Do you hate me too?" Rong's answer was also no. Suddenly, He-jun buried his face in Rong's chest and continued, "I know everyone has times when they have to lie. As long as you are happy, I won't mind those things. But there is only one thing you must not deceive me about." She immediately asked, "What is it, my lord?" He-jun held her tightly and whispered in her ear, "About loving me, just don't lie about that." Rong smiled, feeling a weight lift from her heart, then turned to the side and pouted. "But she said that I was only by her side because she was an ordinary person, which really hurt me." She was startled and asked, "Isn't that so?" He-jun gently patted his wife's head, "Of course not, but if she wanted to know the real reason, she needed to recover quickly, and then he would tell her slowly." She obediently agreed. In the blink of an eye, his injured arm reached out through the back of Rong's clothing and said he originally wanted to wait until their wedding night. Then he gently pulled, causing her garment to slip off. Rong blushed but did not resist and said, "What does it matter? In my heart, you have been my husband for a long time." As soon as she finished speaking, her clothes were taken off, leaving only a thin undergarment. He-jun's eyes lit up as he looked at the marks on her chest and chuckled, Rong, your treasures are quite visible." She blushed and exclaimed, "Why is it here?" Her small red lips murmured, "It seems I still need my husband's help." Meanwhile, Qing Dai was biting into something, and it turned out the little girl was happily eating a peach. She sat next to Shiran and turned to him, saying, "It's so sweet, if He-jun and the others could taste it too, that would be wonderful." He immediately replied, it is truly incomprehensible how the woman Xingru, who previously did not care about our lives and deaths, this time ran off to look for elixirs to replenish some kind of spiritual energy. Qing Dai responded, in fact, the Supreme Lord is really good, she has become so lonely that it drove her mad. But as long as we care about her, it will make her feel conflicted. It can only be said that a lack of love makes people blind. Taking the opportunity, she turned closer to Qing Dai and said, indeed, those who are loved will also become brave. He stood up, exclaiming that Jun Lord is an incredibly strong person, and he hopes to be taught by him to gain the ability to protect the one he likes, just like him. Qing Dai smiled encouragingly, you will definitely make it. She smiled and added, hurry up, let Jun Lord taste the peaches you have picked so that he can feel your sincerity. She immediately complied, hugging the basket of peaches, I'm going right now. In the blink of an eye, he was back. Qing Dai wondered, why are you back so quickly? Was taken aback. Maybe we should wait for another time to go. Jun already has peaches to eat. It turns out that when he brought them over, he accidentally witnessed Jun treating Rong Rong, which was quite delightful. After a while, it seemed that Rong Rong's situation was resolved, and she lay there dozing off. The system beside him praised Jun, you speak frankly, you really have a skill for dealing with women. He replied, that's called love, something you can't learn. Then it turned to question him, so what exactly do you like about Rong Rong? I actually think the demoness isn't bad, why not consider her? Jun stretched and answered, you only have a brain full of data, even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. He turned to continue, you're not wrong, even if Rong Rong isn't mortal, if I'm not strong enough, I still won't be able to protect her. Didn't you want to teach me cultivation? Let's start. Hearing him say that, the system was both surprised and delighted, and small screens appeared around Jun. This is the accumulated points you have earned from doing missions before your life was in turmoil. Exchange for rare books from the department store. They are all unique items. This is a microchemical substance. In the future, you will be immensely powerful, and anyone who defies you will be killed. This is a divine explosive that is invisible. If you stand still, you can rely on its effects to eliminate your opponent. Jun raised his hand to stroke his chin in contemplation, then pointed at a card with a brain image and asked, so what is this? The system replied, that is the all-brain tracking device. As long as you establish a link with everything in the world, you can know the location of others without stepping outside, along with the abilities you possess. Jun was overjoyed, snatched the card, and said, this is good, even if Rong Rong is not by my side in the future, I will still find her. The system was speechless, I am truly damn amazed by you, the slave to love. Then it shrugged, however, I advise you not to learn it, this is a mental attack, very difficult to master, given your dull talent. But ignoring the doubts, Jun raised his hand to his temple, which then lit up. The system was astonished, holy soul, you actually understood it in an instant. Somewhere there was a voice. Guojing sketches around, Jin Yong can't fool me. The system then asked, how is it? How do you feel? He was still closing his eyes, feeling, then replied, many people, very noisy. Also, there are 3 loudest people who have come here. Without a doubt, those are the 2 people from the divine sect, the Grand Elder and Song Shui, facing off against the demoness of the magic clan, Xingru. The demoness looked at the elder and asked, old man, you're still alive? He stammered, demoness, why are you here? Behind them, Qing Dai ran over joyfully, Supreme Lord, you are back. The elder pointed at them and asked Song Shui, didn't you say Rong Rong's heart system is cultivating immortals world? Then why are there only people from the magic clan in her house? Song Shui was confused. I'll explain that to you later. He grabbed her shoulder and asked urgently, could it be that you and Rong Rong have already been incited by the magic clan to team up and release the ancient magic clan? Song Shui immediately denied it. Upon hearing this, the demoness coldly interrupted, hey, don't talk nonsense, the ancient magic clan was released by me. But to say that Rong Rong and I are a bunch, insulting others too much. Qing Dai stood nearby, advising, Supreme Lord, just go away. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder went mad, unleashing the divine sect's spiritual energy, shouting loudly, it is indeed you. At that time, I should not have let you go. Even if you try to change, I will still settle accounts with you. He Jun had to cover his ears because it was too noisy outside due to his new skill. Before the Grand Elder could launch his attack, he was entangled by pieces of demon energy silk, rendered ineffective. He Jun approached him and said, "In your old age, instead of resting at home, what are you doing here making a fuss?" The elder, somewhat frightened, wondered, who is this person? The aura he exuded was overwhelming. Why does breathing alone allow him to unintentionally control others? He hid behind Song Shui. Fighting against the demoness was a matter of risking everything. This person seemed to instill an infinite sense of fear in others. Song Shui smiled, and it was impossible to blame the Grand Elder. In reality, the situation was a bit complicated. He turned to Xing Ru and asked, "What does that mean?" She replied, "You don't need to say anything to me, and I'm not here to find you." Suddenly, Song Shui stepped up and grabbed He Jun's wrist, her expression serious. She explained, "Senior, why don't we go find Rong Rong first? We have questions to ask you about her background." Upon hearing this, He Jun seemed puzzled. Her background? Rong Rong, sitting in the chair and listening to the conversation about herself, reacted sharply. "That's a lie. I'm 18, with a beauty like a flower. Where would a mother thousands of years old come from?" Song Shui turned to look at the elder. He said it too. "We are suspicious, but she is putting on an act, blindly in love, pretending to be weak, yet she can be with a muscular man who is malicious, always causing trouble, and has a fiery temper." Then, both of them pointed at Rong Rong in unison. "These traits seem exactly like you." Hearing this, she became angry. "Who are you insulting?" Song Shui added. "But she said she would take you to Divine Spell Wind to unleash some original power, which sounds very reliable." The Grand Elder chimed in. "The Magic Clan poses a threat to the cultivating immortals world. Now she is our only hope." The people outside also heard the entire story. He Jun stood waiting, feeling a bit anxious, while the demoness directed her gaze towards him. Suddenly, she called out, "He Jun." He was startled and turned back. Xing Ru, looking sad, said, "About the fact that you don't remember me, Qing Dai has already told me. I once thought it was fate teasing you, making you lose the chance to reconnect with me. It seems that now, if Rong Rong is truly from the divine realm, then I can understand why you look down on the Magic Clan as inferior." Upon hearing this, he was a bit stunned. He turned back to ask her, "I've always wanted to ask you, if at that time you hadn't seen what is called my divine power, and in your eyes I was just an ordinary person, would you still like me? You are a very talented, resilient, devoted person with a strong ambition. Would someone like you be willing to like an ordinary person like me?" Hearing him say that, Xing Ru quickly doubted, "Even if you say that, does that mean Rong Rong?" "She is willing." That was the answer He Jun had for her. His gaze was very sincere as he continued. "From the first time I met her, I had already made up my mind." You started to recount. "Before becoming the He Jun I am now, I was just a very ordinary person. Back then, I was in the office when a female voice echoed in, 'He Jun, when will you get a raise? My father and I are still hoping that you can buy a house for us.' I was so ordinary that, apart from creating a little value, no one really valued this He Jun. The landlord used the excuse that my younger brother was getting married and kicked me out, no longer renting the place. The woman named Manhua sent a text to break up, telling me not to contact her. I fell into despair and decided to use drugs. Perhaps because it wasn't that important, leaving happened so hurriedly. He Jun had collapsed on the desk. You continued, "Later when coming here, all I wanted was to live the most comfortable life, without any burdens, but I was dragged by the system to carry out missions. I don't want to go, I want to lie down, want to let go, want to avoid all the people and things that cause me conflict and inner pain." At that moment, Qing Dai had stepped in to stop me from leaving. Fearing that Xing Ru would return and go mad from not finding him, He Jun was determined to leave and said, "Little demoness, you must wander alone. I will not interfere anymore." Coincidentally, that day, He Jun happened to pass by a hot spring, the mist swirling in the false immortal realm. He saw a girl with white hair bathing, but she was sobbing. That was the day he met Rong Rong. He also wanted to avoid this trouble, but seeing her so weak and lost reminded him of himself in the past. Jun stepped forward and asked, "Miss, do you need my help?" Rong Rong quickly hid behind a large rock, her pitiful face trembling as she asked, "Will you harm me?" He waved his hand and replied, "No, no, how could I harm you? You are so adorable, perfect for putting in a bag, or rather, in my pocket." She lowered her head shyly, saying, "Adorable. No one has ever praised me like that before." Then she began to cry and recounted, "They raised me and then wanted to push me into a deadly situation. When I was hurt, no one cared about me, no one noticed me." Seeing the beautiful girl like that, Jun quickly comforted her. Don't cry, it must be because they are jealous of you." "I'm not like that." He smiled and scratched his head, "I'm just a useless person, a common one." "Do you know what a useless person means?" "It means of no use, mostly for companionship." Rong Rong turned to look at him curiously. "Companionship? That sounds very useful." Then, she walked over and took Jun's hand without any hesitation about gender, looking at him sincerely and asking, "I want companionship, can you be my companion?" She is the only one who makes him feel like himself, so from that moment on, Jun realized that he needed only her for his entire life. Rong Rong smiled at him brightly, "Then you being a useless person is quite good, I like useless people." Hearing this, Xing Ru immediately reacted, "Even so, how can you be sure that I can't do it?" Demoness still tried to explain, "But we got to know each other earlier, didn't we? If you were like that, we would have been together already, I can try." Jun was also honest, "If I ask you to change for me, then I don't deserve your affection. She is very kind and also very strong. Besides love, she can do many things, so don't change yourself for anyone." Hearing this, Xing Ru also blushed a little. Jun raised his hand for a thumbs up and continued, "I guarantee that once you become a person satisfied with yourself, you will be much happier than when you are reluctantly by my side." The demoness agreed to give it a try. Witnessing the recent conversation, Song Shui admired, "The senior is so devoted to you." Rong Rong smiled, "That's why in my world, having a partner is enough." The Grand Elder harshly interjected from behind, "Aren't we talking about the matter of divine spell wind? What are you two doing? Watching a play?" Rong Rong couldn't hold back and scolded, "Shut your mouth, old man, I've been patient for a long time, and every time you speak, it's unbearable." She crossed her arms in front of her chest and made a decision, "I'm not going. I can tell her how to deal with the magic clan, and that's already showing great commitment. Do you want me to risk my life for the divine sect? Don't even think about it." Song Shui was stunned, "But that fairy said you are her daughter. She doesn't want to clarify that matter." Hearing this, Rong Rong felt a bit hurt. What can clarification achieve? Even if she is my mother, she is still a cold-hearted person. Recalling her childhood, from the moment she began to be aware, Rong Rong had already been walking alone. What difference does it make to have a mother or not? She turned to look at the Grand Elder and said, "I have been locked up by the divine sect like a dog for so many years, used as a sacrifice to deal with the magic clan. Where was she at that time?" Rong Rong bit her lip in pain. "I have longed for love so much that I risked my life just to have a bite to eat from you. It seems this time she is very determined. I have already died once, now that happiness is not easily achieved, do you want me to die again?" The Grand Elder was flustered, "Young sect master, I have no other way." She walked away and made her final statement. "If you want to be a hero in front of the world, you must bear the burden yourself. Begging for morality here is truly contemptible." With that, Rong Rong opened the door and stepped out. Right in front of her was her husband. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, then they embraced each other affectionately. Rong Rong said to Jun, "My lord, please drive them all away. Seeing them makes me unhappy." He gently replied, "If you still feel sad when recalling the past, it means you haven't fully let it go." Jun raised his finger to her lips, shushing her, "Like wounds that may scab, they will never heal if not cleaned." She looked at him affectionately and said, "It's okay, as long as you are here, I no longer feel pain." Jun responded, "Before, I always wanted to live a normal life, so I focused on cherishing the present, but now I regret it." Hearing this, she was a little surprised and wondered, "Regret for being by my side?" He tightly embraced his wife, saying, "If I had known you were completely unaware of your own body, I wouldn't want you to always carry that burden in your heart. For me, it doesn't matter who you are the daughter of, but it's important for you to know who you are and accept yourself." Xing Ru, listening from behind, felt some of this as well. Indeed, if she truly is a descendant of the divine race, clarifying her identity is good. After all, the protection of the mortal realm is the responsibility of the divine clan. He Jun felt unhappy upon hearing this and shot an annoyed glare at the old man, saying, "Our marital issues have nothing to do with an old chatterbox like you." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of demon energy flew towards him, silencing the old man. He Jun said to Rong Rong, "Let me accompany you to find the person who abandoned you. I want that person to know that you are not someone who can be easily discarded." She agreed. He Jun used the tracking technique to listen for the location of Rong Rong's mother and found out that she was in the southeast. However, the situation didn't look very optimistic. She was being controlled by some ancient magic clan members. The magic clan member in the red hood recognized his aura and warned, "He's coming." She was casting a spell, which would take some time to fully absorb her power. Then she ordered the monk, "You go and prevent him from getting here before I succeed." He obeyed and unleashed his magic to confront the enemy. Two members of the magic clan stood there, cheering and flattering. Demon Lord, after 10,000 years, has finally met the true Demon Lord. Back then, the Demon Lord was at peak battle power, causing even the beings of the divine realm to bow their heads before his dark power. The monk tossed aside his outer robe and instructed, "You all protect the Demon Lord, I will go and come back." The Demon Emperor replied, "Lord, we are the ancient magic clan and must fight together," swearing to follow the Demon Lord through thick and thin. "May I ask who the opponent is?" The monk, moved to tears, recited a sutra, "Amipa, Jia, it's good that you have the courage to rise up like this." He continued, "Then come with me to challenge that mortal again." Hearing "mortal" and "challenge," the two groaned. "The old wounds have flared up again, it's so uncomfortable. We can't do it, but our hearts will be with you." The monk lost his mood, "Amipa, you two are useless." On this side, He Jun was closing his eyes, sensing that the demon energy was becoming more chaotic. Could the situation have changed? Suddenly, several streams of demon energy flew in from a distance. Rong Rong was anxious. The general was cautious. In the blink of an eye, those things had approached Rong Rong. He Jun quickly picked her up and jumped to the side to avoid them. Looking at the destructive force behind them, Rong Rong exclaimed, "The attack power is terrifying." The monk appeared above, calling down, "After 10,000 years, you are the second person capable of avoiding my 18 skulls." He seemed very confident as he declared, "But you won't always be so lucky." Then, the monk raised his hand, gathering energy around him, preparing to attack the two below. He recalled the skulls, absorbing the demon energy from heaven and earth, gathering it around himself. Seeing this, He Jun's expression changed slightly, full of concern. Another powerful force struck down, and he quickly stepped back. The monk proclaimed, "Amipa, today I must kill you." He Jun carried his wife while running and called for the system. Behind them, the monk from the magic clan chased after them, incessantly shouting, "Stop, cowards." Rong Rong turned to ask, "Husband, why aren't you fighting back?" Hearing this, he turned somewhat pale. "Well, maybe because I've finally come to my senses, I still think I'm mortal." He Jun explained that although he had magical powers, he was not skilled in martial arts. The reason he was able to avoid the attack earlier was instinctive, he was afraid she would get hurt. If he had to fight back, he was truly uncertain. He cursed silently, annoying how the dog system said it would teach him cultivation but disappeared at a critical moment. Meanwhile, Rong Rong was worried about him. Running like this would tire her husband out. He said he could dodge the attacks due to his instinct to protect her. She reasoned that if that were the case, then actively attacking might also be to protect her. With that thought, she shut her eyes and smiled happily. He Jun blushed in response. Then she quickly pushed her husband away and jumped to the side, making him worry and call out, "Rong Rong." Seizing the opportunity, the monk unleashed the bone staff 18 strikes and yelled, "You're asking for death," aiming directly at Rong Rong. Instinctively, He-jun quickly raised his hand to create a protective barrier to block the killer move. He supported it with all his strength, not forgetting to taunt, "You really want to find death, don't you? Just swinging a whip and already getting arrogant." He was angry, and golden patterns appeared on his body as he looked at the monk and shouted, "Dare to touch my wife, and your life and death will be hard to predict." He-jun fought back, the skull shattered into pieces. The monk was astonished and wondered, how could this be? These skulls were from the demonic spirits I had personally gnawed on thousands of years ago. Now they were being used by him. The surrounding magical power was absorbed and gathered into a sword. Then a giant demon grasped the sword in its hand, ready to slash at the monk, accompanied by He-jun's shout, "Demon God, surrender your life." In an instant, the monk's body was cut into many pieces. He mumbled, "Pure land, I have seen the pure land." Then, his body exploded in midair. Rong ran over to hug He-jun and praised, "Well done, I knew my husband couldn't bear to see me get hurt." The system joined in, "Ah, I knew you could do it." He immediately caught it, squeezed it like a lemon, and said with a cold smile, "I know you, the system, are afraid of death and deserve to be punished." It quickly pleaded, I was wrong, I just upgraded, next time I will definitely perform well." The system mused internally. It seems that Shi Rong indeed plays a very important role in He-jun's cultivation, and cannot be wasted. She curiously asked, "My lord, who is this square jellyfish?" He smiled, "It's nothing, it's my little brother." Over here, after the monk was defeated, the barrier collapsed. The demon emperor wondered, what is happening? The monk's robe is the divine vestment of the demon god lord. Could it be that the demon god lord? Behind them, the voice of Han Dao echoed, "His sacrifice is worthwhile." The fairy's body fell heavily to the ground, and she continued, "I have grasped the profound meaning of pure spiritual energy. This is a powerful, more aggressive energy than pure spiritual energy." After saying this, she was surrounded by a manifestation of both demon energy and pure spiritual energy, intertwined with great power. Xing Ru, Song Shui, and she saw dark lightning rising straight into the sky and wondered, what is that? Could it be that the Grand Elder exclaimed, ancient demon energy and pure spiritual energy are merging? Everyone hurriedly moved toward it, perhaps danger is approaching. The demon emperor flattered, no wonder you have become the daughter of the depths of the demon lord. Such a vast territory again. The demon lord continued, in such a short time, you can merge two pinnacle auras into one. The demon lord is indeed the supreme of all eternity. It is truly an honor to be your subordinate. She listened but was not swayed. It's a pity, you are not qualified. Someone has infiltrated for so long and yet you haven't sensed anything. Hearing this, they hurriedly turned around to look behind. A giant eye appeared behind the demon lord, an extremely malevolent aura, along with a pressure that suppressed the two demon leaders. They crawled on the ground, realizing that it was the evil eye of the demon lord. So powerful, 100 times more terrifying than 1,000 years ago. The evil eye will recognize all beings it wishes to destroy, leaving no blind spots. The demon lord was startled, wondering, strange. My intuition is not wrong, there is indeed an intruder, why hasn't the evil eye detected them? Rong whispered, husband, it's too dangerous. Luckily, you reacted quickly, she won't really find us, will she? He-jun replied, don't worry. With me here, I won't let her get hurt. The view is obscured by the body of the system. It is lamenting, you are noble, you are talented, you take my life to atone. He-jun hurriedly praised, alright, you hid well, the available bug is not lagging at all. The fairy over here is lying there, pouting, Rong, mother really wants to see you just once. Rong saw this and couldn't help but ask, who is she? He-jun replied, she must be the person Song Shui mentioned, an old acquaintance of Rong, she really seems to be 1800 years old. Looking at her condition, he felt a bit reluctant, no, if this continues, she won't hold on much longer, we have to think of a way to save her. The system then showed its capability, standing up confidently, it's time for you to broaden your horizons. Rong widened her eyes and asked, could it be? A storm appeared in her eyes, is that the skill to see through the meaning of heaven and earth, the advanced technique that can see through all high-level disguises? But such a complex advanced technique, even a high-level cultivator who has practiced for 1,000 years A little oversight can lead to an explosion, not to mention the loss of all cultivation. Rong Rong expressed concern, you risk so much for me, it truly is too dangerous. The system patted He Jun on the shoulder, anyway, this technique focuses on the unity of mind and heart, on being able to see what you want to see. Just don't be hypocritical, you will only deceive yourself. He understood the issue and nodded in agreement, is it like this? After asking, he used the technique to look at Rong Rong, and a glimmer appeared in his eyes. The system asked, hands on hips, is that it? What did you see? Rong Rong beside him admired, tell me, you've mastered it so quickly, you truly are impressive. He replied with a slightly twisted expression, this is clear, there are two auras in her body merging. Rong Rong spoke up, actually, I sensed it back then. The pure spiritual energy and demon energy merging will explosively release an energy 1,000 times stronger, very similar to your aura. He Jun replied, it's just that their merging is still not mature. That combination has a critical weakness. He scratched his head and asked, isn't it true that pure spiritual energy can suppress demon energy? She replied, that's right, pure spiritual energy is inherently capable of countering demon energy, but she's fused enough of the two auras, so pure spiritual energy might no longer be effective. He Jun smiled, it's okay, I have a plan. He thought to himself, if she has a part that is completely unaffected by spiritual energy, it could trigger a rejection reaction, which means. Seeing his expression, both the system and Rong Rong were a bit confused. He Jun stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Rong Rong's waist, pulled her close, and whispered softly, I'll borrow your pure spiritual energy. With that, he pressed a passionate kiss to her lips. Rong Rong felt her husband's aura fill her entire body. Meanwhile, the demon lord and the evil spirits I suddenly realized something was happening. He Jun jumped up, launched a thunder strike at the demon lord and shouted down, Rong Rong, quickly take her away while you can. She waved her hand, directing a stream of aura from the system towards the fairy. Gently bring her into the space. Meanwhile, He Jun is struggling alone against the demon lord. She appears calm and says, mortals are indeed afraid of death and pain, even with supreme power, they don't know how to use it. Then, she unleashed a series of demon energy blasts. Do you really need to use this low-level identification spell to embarrass those watching? A piece of fabric from the demon lord shot out, wrapping around He Jun's waist, then pulling him back in front of her and continued, surely you don't think that releasing a bit of dark energy for protection would prevent me from finding you? He Jun smiled, not like that, but I suggest that next time, before you want to bind me, you should tie my hands first, it would be better. Hearing this startled the demon lord. He raised his hands and scolded, after all, you are a female demon leader, you should take better care of yourself outside. She remained very calm, is that so? Then you are quite strange, however, I no longer fear pure spiritual energy, so you should worry about yourself. He Jun pressed his hands against the demon lord's chest, he truly was a scoundrel. Suddenly being touched made her panic. The demon lord silently thought in anger, how can this mortal think of me this way? But if he hadn't acted so suddenly, I would have forgotten that I still have these two things. But it wasn't that simple, she realized that something was not right. This stinging and swelling sensation was a bit strange. The demon lord's entire body trembled, wondering, could it be that I still haven't fully controlled the divine demonic energy? At that moment, the demon lord felt like a balloon, the energy inside causing her clothes to burst apart, making her feel uncomfortable. It's getting too much. The demon lord revealed herself as a somewhat youthful girl, her tattered clothing barely holding together, softly exclaiming, it's not good, it hurts a little. The demon queen and demon emperor stood below discussing, how could they engage in such despicable and low acts with a powerful demon lord, truly a lesson for us all. The demon lord seemed very relaxed. The demon emperor expressed regret, how annoying, if I had known he dealt with enemies like this earlier, I would have seized the opportunity sooner. The demon emperor fell down, crawling on the ground, saying, this is outrageous, treating me this way. She yelled, I will absolutely not spare you, just wait for the evil eye of judgment and turn into minced meat. The eye opened wide and looked down at He Jun. Contrary to the thoughts of the magic clan, he jumped straight up to attack the evil eye. He Jun sneered, in the past, I was still lost, unsure of which tricks and habits to use to create my own unique skills, but now looking back, all the skills are just decoration. As soon as he finished speaking, he approached the eye, preparing to strike. Upon contact with the eye, he pulled out a demoness with white hair and dark skin. The feeling of being real is invincible. It turned out that just now he saw a shadow in that big eye, unexpectedly resulting in an unanticipated harvest. The demoness, seeing his power, appeared quite astonished. He-Jun grabbed her and said, "This thing is not bad, I will take it to the system to adjust it a bit, turning it into my specialized weapon, it's just a bit large." Upon hearing this, the demoness immediately shrank down. He was startled but also praised, "So obedient, so obedient." The demon lord was extremely astonished. "How can this be? The demoness I have nurtured for 1,000 years has never seen a scene like this." Before I could even process what was happening, He-Jun appeared in front of me, startling me. He grabbed the demon lord's hand and turned her around, saying, "You're not any better off. If you don't cooperate, you'll end up like her, waiting to be erased by me." The demon lord couldn't resist and cried out in despair, "Don't even think about humiliating me." He-Jun insulted her, "Do you think I care about you?" He secretly thought, "Isn't it just because of your identity that you need to transfer pure spiritual energy? How shameful." He looked into her heart and saw the steamy scenes she imagined with him. These images absolutely cannot get out. The demon lord struggled, "What do you want me to cooperate with in this form, beast?" He-Jun tightened his grip, "Move again, and I will really have to erase you." The demon emperor over here felt a bit thrilled at the word, erase, her whole body trembling as she imagined, if that's the case. Then she stepped forward, took his hand and placed it on her neck, even smiling enigmatically. She leaned her head against his chest and said, "If you want to bind me, then go ahead and bind me too, no matter what I have to face. We will also follow the demon lord." The demon emperor's expression left everyone bewildered. The demon empress sighed, holding her head, saying, "Demon emperor, if you really can't do it, then just surrender." But when he looked up, he saw that the demon emperor had been gone for a long time. He-Jun was flying back with 2 women from the magic clan in his arms. Over here, the system, along with Fairy and Rong Rong, was present. Her mother had now become an old lady. She was worried, this won't do, she had to transfer pure spiritual energy to her. The system immediately stopped her, saying, "Don't do it, with your little spiritual energy, it won't help at all. Do you want to perish together?" Her mother reached out and held her hand, whispering, "Rong Rong, you're so beautiful, so good, you've grown up and don't resemble him at all." Hearing this, she was curious and asked, "Who is he that you are talking about?" The fairy replied, "Your father is the divine emperor in the sky." Realizing this truth left Rong Rong somewhat astonished. Her mother continued, "I don't have much time left, I owe you the truth for 1,000 years, and it's time for you to see it." As soon as she finished speaking, a spatial vortex appeared. Rong Rong was sucked in and exclaimed, "What is happening? The spirit is too dense, little brother, quickly think of a way." The system worriedly called out, "Don't do anything reckless, I'm going to find He-Jun." A voice echoed, "Mom, I truly love you." At that moment, He-Jun returned with the spoils, anxiously calling out, "Rong Rong." After throwing the demon lord toward Rong Rong's mother, he hurriedly shouted, "Quickly channel spiritual energy." The fairy grabbed the demon lord demanding goods, "Pure spiritual energy, give it back to me." Saying that, she used her mouth to suck the spiritual energy back from the woman. Soon, the fairy's flesh began to return. The two separated, calling out excitedly. From an old woman, she had transformed back into the appearance of a young girl. Rong Rong, being drawn into the vortex, reached out her hand and called, "Husband." Fortunately, He-Jun managed to grab her hand in time. He rushed forward to hug Rong Rong, comforting her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The system's voice rang out, "I'm here too, but it seems like it might be too late." It shouted the name, He-Jun. The people outside, seeing the two disappear before their eyes, all looked perplexed. "What is going on?" A voice echoed from the sky, "Never again." The current scene was one of floating clouds and mountains, resembling a fairyland with a magnificent palace. He Jun's familiar footsteps appeared along with Rong Rong. The two stood there, puzzled. Where is this? It looks pretty beautiful. The system emerged to explain, it is a dream spell, you are currently in the nightmare of a fairy. Rong Rong was surprised, I have never heard of this. He continued, this is a spell that is unique to the fairy realm, the owner of the spell seals away the memories they do not wish to confront to prevent painful emotions. Rong Rong felt a bit anxious. Before casting the spell on me, she said that this is the truth about my origins. It seems my life is truly a blemish to her. He Jun then embraced her to encourage, if she gave birth but did not raise you, she can be considered a stranger. We are here to understand your background, you do not need to feel sorrow for a stranger. Rong Rong was moved, my husband, I am grateful to have you by my side. The system pointed behind them to announce, you too, it's here, it's her. This girl in the red dress seems to be Rong Rong's mother from back in the day. She is waving her hand and asking, is the herbal medicine I gave you still good? Hearing this, He Jun is a bit taken aback, what do I need that for? Rong Rong asks him, are you very familiar with her? But she runs through them. The system shrugs, are you too stupid? I already said this is her dream, so of course, she can't see you. Over there, two other girls respond with an air of arrogance, that could be true. She serves Lord Dan every day, stealing a few pills and always boasting about it. The system explains further, the person you are seeing now is her from 1,000 years ago. The girl in the blue dress says, Qing Luan, don't think we don't know what you're thinking. The girl in purple lifts her chin mockingly, aren't you trying to flatter us to get a chance to approach the Lord? Rong Rong's mother smiles, you two really are like gods at predicting things, nothing can deceive you. She seems flustered, you both know I'm just a little bird. At that time, it was not for the subject to offer me a sip of holy water, I was already dead. How could there still be a chance to reach the divine realm? I approached the prince just to express my gratitude, and I still ask for the help of the two older sisters. I've heard that the prince still has no marriage, all because he has two elder sisters like you to take care of him. When you both have high status, please do not forget the little fairy. The two girls were pleased, consider it as you know your place, we have been destined to be with the prince, how could those other female fairies compare to us? Then they waved their hands and walked away. Right now, the subject has just come out of seclusion and wants to drink the fairy's water from the heavenly pond. There is no one to take care of him now, so you can go sneak away, and we will pretend we didn't see you. She bowed her head, thank you, elder sisters. No wonder you are the future divine consort, well done. They left, not forgetting to make snide remarks, sharp-tongued. After they had walked far away, Qing Luan revealed her true nature and scolded, they are really two foolish dogs, believing everything they say. If becoming a divine consort were that easy, I wouldn't have to work so hard. She kept talking as she walked, what about the subject? The fairy's change of tone had become tiresome, that man was no better than a thief. Seeing this, the system turned to Rong Rong and said, your mother doesn't seem to be a good person. Qing Luan rushed into the palace excitedly, my lord, I'm here. He Jun interjected, no matter what, we have to follow her for now. Qing Luan stepped forward and peeked into the room, but there was no one inside. The system called out to He Jun and Rong Rong, no one can see you two, come out. They both looked in secretly. The woman entered the room, glanced around, and said, you don't want to see me, do you? That's why you're hiding. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared behind her, if you knew I didn't want to meet you, you shouldn't have come here. Upon seeing him, the trio was startled. While He Jun was still trying to figure out who the man was, the system quickly chimed in, I already know who he is. It analyzed, this hair color, these eyes, he didn't run away, he's Rong Rong's father. Qing Luan hugged the man and whispered, why didn't you come? After your seclusion, you're even more handsome than before. I am dead, and my ghost will come to see you 100 times every day. He said, without feeling shy, that next month I still have to appoint the divine emperor, and my descendant must definitely have noble origins. Although you are Qing Luan, my true body is merely a sparrow, don't foolishly think too far. Qing Luan maintained her posture, I know, but I still want to see you. Come a little closer, she said to the divine minister, so I understand now, I didn't come to agree with you, I came to teach you about love. With that, she playfully bit the divine minister's ear. The bold and proactive action made those watching blush as well. The system glanced at He-jun and said, honestly, your mother-in-law is even more formidable than your wife. The divine minister then pushed her away, flustered, these two things aren't the same. He didn't understand why he felt so warm, unsure, he placed a hand on his chest and wondered, what have you done to me? Qingyuan explained, what can a little creature like me who just started refining pills do to you, my divine minister? I can only try my best to refine a bit better and be filial. Saying that, she let go of one side of her dress, revealing her delicate shoulder. Then, she moved forward and pushed the subject onto the bed, just a bit of this medicine is not enough to arouse your feelings. Therefore, everything the subject wants to do next is because he likes me. Indeed, Qingyuan had a thick skin. She leaned in to kiss the subject's lips and whispered, the subject's mouth is really tough, let's see how long you can persist. It was unclear what kind of bloody and foul storm happened that night, as everything was shrouded in mist. The system roared, what nonsense is this? What could happen that a precious system like me cannot witness? He-jun also raised his hand to pretend to cover Rong-Rong's eyes, it's too dangerous, you almost got blinded. The space displayed whirlpools. He-jun held his wife's hand and reminded her, be careful, everything around is changing. He concluded, it seems that Qingyuan's nightmare is only temporary. The important thing is that the moments she spends with the subject are very pleasant, it's not considered a nightmare. At this moment, everyone reappeared in the elixir pharmacy. The long-bearded man swung his hand and slapped Qingyuan. He stood there cursing, traitor. How dare you commit such a heinous and immoral act? He pointed angrily, you took advantage of the divine emperor still being a minister to seduce him, and you even have a child. Do you know that is a violation of the heavenly rules? How will the gods view our Dan sect in the future? He shouted, today, I will purify the sect. Qingyuan stood up to protest, you dare. I am carrying the future divine child, are you not afraid of being driven out of here? She was still very determined, I want to cling to the divine emperor, so what? I want to become a thief, dragging him into the mire, so what? She stepped forward to confront her master, don't think I don't know, taking me as your disciple is just a cover. I have seen with my own eyes your medicinal books clearly stating the process of refining elixirs for longevity. Qingyuan smiled, I am merely a catalyst for you to cultivate. If I do not climb up, I can only wait for death. He-jun, upon hearing this, believed, if that's the case, this matter can be forgiven. Rong-Rong also empathized, I really didn't expect that she and I would encounter similar situations. Qingyuan pointed directly at the master's face and shouted, let me tell you, I have no desire for the divine emperor, I just don't want to wait to die. After that, she posed confidently, with this child, I won't just be a secondary consort, I will be the master. Once I tell the divine emperor that I am pregnant, the first thing I will do is kill you. The master looked worried and was at a loss for words. Qingyuan turned to leave, throwing a challenging glance back, wait to die. But as she stepped out, she found herself facing the divine emperor, who was waiting. At that moment, everyone watching thought it was over. The divine emperor stepped forward, lifted Qingyuan's chin, and said, do you know? You never notice me behind you. The two girls standing outside just moments ago sneered, did you think that by being pregnant with His Majesty's child, the hen can turn into a phoenix? Your Majesty, this woman has corrupt morals, she must be punished. Hearing this, the divine emperor shouted, shut up. He was furious, saying, don't you hear she is pregnant? Pass the order down, Qingyuan is pregnant with the heir, elevate her to secondary consort. There was no reaction from them. The deity turned around and glared. If you two can't even hear my words clearly, there's no need for you to stay by my side anymore. They quickly knelt down and pleaded. We dare not, Your Majesty, please forgive us. We will now go to convey Your Majesty's and the Empress's commands. After a while, the pregnancy grew larger. The deity remained by Qingyuan's side, caring for her. He smiled and said, look at it, so quiet like this, it will definitely be a child of great demeanor in the future. Qing Yuan replied, it's just over a year old, still very small. The deity appeared quite cheerful. In the future, I will be by its side more often, and after the birth, I can be even closer. Noticing his concern, she turned to ask, you must have heard everything I and the Master Weaver discussed, right? Why are you so good to me? He immediately responded, am I new to knowing you? The deity said, when you stood in front of me, shamelessly doing those things for personal gain, wasn't that enough? At first, I really didn't know, I had no intention of calculating with you. Then he pulled her into an embrace and softly said, all right, we have become husband and wife. If she doesn't want the days ahead to be difficult, it's best for her to love me. In her heart, Qing Yuan clearly thought she was taking advantage of him, so why did it feel like she was being devoured? Rong Rong saw that it seemed these two had become equally matched opponents now, locked in a struggle, and everything seemed to be going well. How could it possibly be a nightmare? He Jun felt that this deity seemed a bit off. He recalled the moment he appeared, how he used world-seeing to observe him. When he was a minister, he was full of pure vitality. But upon becoming a deity, his aura seemed to transform into a different kind of energy. This kind of energy could make him somewhat chaotic and numb. Indeed, one of the deity's eyes had become obscure for unknown reasons. He Jun pondered, how should this be explained? It felt very similar to the demonic aura on me, like an ancient version that had yet to be harmonized. While lost in thought, the scene changed again. Two little girls stood there holding an egg. Congratulations to the goddess for being pregnant for 3 years and giving birth to a dragon baby. Qing Yuan smiled, the two sisters had worked hard. Receiving this task, I feel very grateful. Here, the audience watching the dream is also delighted. The prince is excited because the lady has been born, a really cute egg. The system is astonished, the older sister turns out to be a protective deity. Rong Rong feels embarrassed, everyone is not wearing clothes, you shouldn't watch anymore. Does that mean the egg is not wearing clothes? Qing Yuan asked while holding the egg, where is Tian Yuan? Why hasn't he come? The man in the blue robe replied, the emperor is currently in seclusion. He specifically instructed that he will come here immediately after exiting. She stood up and ran outside, no need, I will personally bring the baby there for him to see. The system warned, this is indeed a prophetic dream. As expected, something bad has happened. The couple and the system stood behind Qing Yuan, all looking up at the sky. The emperor is kneeling before someone and pleading, little deity Tian Yuan sincerely wants to bring peace to the divine realm. But my talents and virtues are limited, and at present, dangers are everywhere. I still hope the Venerable One will show mercy and grant me divine power. The voice of the dark figure resounds. Tian Yuan, you were originally someone without a royal fate. After eliminating the princes and sitting on the throne, it was all thanks to my help. Now your strength is exhausted, and even if you acquire divine power, it will be useless. The divine emperor knelt there, trembling. The dark figure continued, back then, I taught you to nourish your fate with blood and flesh, where are your thoughts now? The divine emperor replied, Venerable One speaks rightly, I have a newborn child. When the time comes for her to break the shell, I can take her blood and flesh. Why wait until then? As soon as the dark figure finished speaking, it released spiritual energy, wrapping around Qing Yuan and lifting her up. He showed a wicked expression, since you've come all this way, you might as well eat her directly. The dark figure presented the egg that hovered there, demanding, since blood and flesh are needed, why wait for the shell to crack? Come, eat it. I will grant you divine power and help you establish your legacy. Qing Yuan desperately tried to stop him, no, Tian Yuan. She tried to persuade him, look at the patterns on it, it's the phoenix design. This girl is a princess, our daughter. Don't you prefer daughters? Upon hearing those words, the divine emperor fell silent for a moment. The dark figure looked surprised. What? Tian Yuan had a kind fatherly side. No longer caring about the people of the divine realm. Those words struck at the demon's heart. Holding the egg in his hand, he trembled and said, Qing Yuan, I will treat you well. Even if we have no children, we will still be very good together. She felt heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. No mother can accept the loss of her child. The divine emperor also seemed pained and continued, I swear, once you help me become the ruler of the 3 realms, I will definitely make it up to you. Seeing He-jun about to run over, the system pulled him back. What are you doing? This is a memory, do you understand? Your wife is in trouble, she cannot be by your side right now. He was still a bit worried, but no one can save her. The egg in the Divine Emperor's hand began to crack. Basically, no one can save her. With that thought, He-jun still rushed towards the Divine Emperor. A wave of his hand sent the egg containing Rong Rong flying out of Tian Yuan's grasp, causing him to startle. The egg accidentally fell into a bottomless pit on the ground. The shadow wondered, demon energy? Where did it come from? The egg flew towards He-jun, but this was originally someone else's memory, so the egg fell into the crack between heaven and earth. Rong Rong ran over to hug him to stop him. Husband, don't go. A voice rang out from behind, no way. It turned out to be you. The one who descended was Qing Wan. She rushed past the 2 of them, then plunged straight down the crack after the egg, ignoring the deity above calling her name. He sat there, his face dazed and in pain, calling out, Qing Wan. The mysterious shadow spoke, demon energy, in this world besides me, there are still others who can wield demon energy. He unleashed his demon energy and shouted loudly, where are you, come out now. The system panicked, it's over, the energy you released is too great, even the dream realm is about to collapse. You all stop being sad. A beam of demon energy was about to hit He-jun. He smiled, so strong that it could attack us in reality even in dreams. He looked towards the shadow and said, I want to see who you really are. The unexpected result left He-jun astonished. A surge of demon energy was unleashed by the mysterious figure onto the spot where the 2 were standing. He-jun hugged Rong Rong and jumped into the fissure below. The system warned, prepare well, we need to get out now. The shadowed figure spoke, the Divine Emperor Tian Yuan has lost his wife and children, and in order to stabilize the throne, he will officially hold a wedding with the Divine Empress next year. Rong Rong was startled and looked up in confusion, where is that voice coming from? The 2, along with the system, looked down in astonishment and said, that is the wedding of the Divine Emperor, but this is not a part of Qing Yuan's dream realm. It may be because they have disrupted the order, creating rifts in time and space. It seems that after Qing Yuan left, the later events of Tian Yuan will continue. He-jun was taken aback. Wait a minute, this Divine Empress looks somewhat familiar. Returning to reality, the girl in the green dress who was smiling in front of them was the Divine Empress they had accidentally passed by earlier, also the Demon Lord after changing her attire. The demoness hand tightened around her neck, asking, where exactly have you taken He-jun and the others? The Demon Lord remained composed and calm, responding that the current Demon Lord can only act when others are in danger. He-jun hastily turned back to stop the conflict, saying, don't fight, I have something to ask her. Song Shui and Xing Ru felt relieved to see them safe and expressed their joy. He-jun, are you all right? Rong Rong said, I'm really sorry for making you worry. Xing Ru turned her head away, pretending to be less worried, only fearing that no one could restrain the magic clan. Song Shui quickly remarked, aren't you the one who has already suppressed the magic clan? That excuse was quite flimsy. Suddenly, the Demon Emperor knelt and begged, Lord, please don't make things difficult for our Demon Lord. I'm willing to take on all the punishment. The Demon Lord over there felt a bit touched. Demon Emperor, why are you begging for me? She replied, Demon Lord, I don't know how you see me, but in your eyes, I'm just an ugly and uncompetitive person. But how should I put it? You are my master, and I cannot just ignore you. Without any unnecessary actions, she immediately hugged He-jun's leg. Then he continued to plead, in summary, the best thing we can do is to appeal to you, I beg you, whatever you say, I will do. As long as you spare the Demon Lord, I am willing to do anything. Song Shui spoke up, although it looks very pitiful, how can I feel that she wants something in return? Seeing the sincerity, the Demon Lord was a bit touched but was unsure if the Demon Emperor had any ulterior motives. The Demon Lord also knelt down, no, if there is a punishment, it should be directed at me. Do not bully my subordinate. The Demon Emperor intervened, Demon Lord, you should step aside, this man is very formidable. You won't be able to withstand it, my skin is tough, so you don't need to worry about me. Watching the two women from the magic clan compete to accept the punishment, it indeed seemed like there was a bit of a crafty scheme. The system sighed, this is truly a chaotic mess, but He-Jun can actually alter the space-time. Such a major discovery must be reported to the boss first. It then tossed a scroll to him and said, He-Jun, I have things to attend to first, this is for you. If there is anything urgent, please let me know. I will leave and come back. Then he quickly withdrew his legs, separated the two women of the magic clan and declared, all right, I have no such interests. Stand up, I have something to ask your demon lord. Rong looked at her mother, who was being taken care of by Qing Dai, and said to He-Jun, husband, I'm going to check on her first. He nodded, if something happens, call me. Seeing the serious look in He-Jun's eyes, the demon lord felt a bit scared and asked, what do you really want to ask? He spoke, demon lord, before you fell into darkness, what did Tian Yuan do to you? Hearing this question, the demon lord was startled. She trembled and stammered, how do you know? This name, I was clearly about to forget. A character resembling a seal appeared on her chest, as if sealing something. The demon lord no longer wore the demon lord's attire, returning to the tattered appearance of a demon lord. Suddenly, he saw Xing Ru frown and clutch her stomach. He-Jun asked, what's wrong with you? She replied, I can sense the pain of the seal from her, even the soul nails embedded by the divine sect in her body feel agonizing. At this moment, the demon lord was crying bitterly, with tears streaming down her face. Tian Yuan, he tricked me. She remembered the happy days and recounted, he promised to give me happiness, but he effortlessly discarded me. He took our child away. At that time, she was accused, Demon Lord Zhou Lan schemed against the Divine Emperor, a crime that cannot be forgiven. The Divine Emperor, recalling their past, banished her to the celestial punishment platform, never to enter the divine realm. Being framed and wrongfully accused made me the target of everyone's scorn. Returning to the present and thinking about the past, dense demon energy surrounded her. She screamed, I hate him, I hate him. He-Jun worriedly asked, what should we do? He recalled the system's instructions when handing him the scroll, open it at a crucial moment. It contained a technique for calming chaotic demons. At this moment, He-Jun still did not understand what it meant. Meanwhile, the alluring and smooth legs of Xing Ru appeared, with a stream of cool water underneath. She softly exclaimed, it's so cold. He-Jun picked her up in his arms and hurriedly apologized, it's written like that above. Next was the turn of the demon lord. You also had to hold her down despite her unpleasant screams and continuous demands to be let go. She kept resisting and writhing, I don't need this. Then, in the lotus pond, He-Jun stood firmly between the two, before shedding his clothes. The two women submerged themselves in the water. You spoke up, this is an offense. The two of you can face each other, I'll cast the spell. Xing Ru blushed, then hurry up, don't torment everyone. Over here, the demon lord also felt awkward, it has been thousands of years since anyone has seen my body, little guy of yours. He-Jun raised a hand to his mouth, murmuring the incantation, the body follows the mind's motion, once it enters the soul. You cursed inwardly, damn system, making up this nonsense. Luckily, Rong is still worried about her mother, so she doesn't have time to pay attention to me. He-Jun channeled the lightning, entering the water. The surface of the water began to ripple, the two women seemed to be shocked, numbed, stretching out and crying out in delight. Xing Ru's face showed some enjoyment as her eyes slightly closed, biting her lips tightly. On this side, the demon lord was equally stimulated with one hand resting on her lips. Meanwhile, Qing Yuan was slowly opening her eyes. Rong and her looked at each other, both startled for a moment. Taking the cup of water from Rong's hand, she said, let me do it myself, no need to trouble you. In response, Rong said, why is that? I pour water for my mother, is it a bother? Hearing this, Qing Yuan gently called out, Rong. She helped her and comforted, all right, recovering your strength is urgent. Rong said warmly, after you finish drinking, let me tell you what happened next. She sincerely said, if there is any injustice, I will take care of it for you. Qing Yuan smiled, actually, there is no injustice, I just feel that I am too useless. That day she held the egg in her hands, walking in the cold, always blaming herself, because I have never been a mother, I don't know how to take care of you, I could only communicate with the animals in the mortal world. I just didn't expect that you carry too much death aura, and in order to give birth, I had to use all my strength. The day the egg hatched was also the day Qing Yuan lay there motionless. At that time, Rong Rong was a chick breaking the shell and flying up. Qing Yuan lay there, tears streaming down her face for the love of her child. She lamented, if only I could have held you when you first came into this world. At that moment, she placed her hand on her little daughter's cheek and felt a hint of self-reproach, or perhaps you would have felt my love, and your childhood wouldn't have been so difficult. Once Rong Rong understood the situation, she no longer blamed her mother and gently asked, you were originally a goddess standing above all others, how could you be content to be relegated to such a lowly place now? Qing Yuan replied, at first, I was not content, but since you came into my life, remembering that you could live a life unlike mine has helped me gradually adapt. After resolving the issues of the two women from the magic clan, He Jun and the others returned. The demon lord stood there with his arms crossed, mocking, indeed, this weak creature, after giving birth, has lost all her ambition. If my child were still here, I would definitely have it take revenge for me. Qing Yuan was unafraid of confrontation, if you want to cry for hire, then get out and stop disturbing our reunion. She then answered, but everyone knows, you are the senior who is not competing for my ambition. There's no way I would suck your spiritual energy, alright? Too much of a blow. He Jun stood next to them and tapped the demon lord's head. Take it easy, I just saved you, and you're talking to my mother-in-law like that, is it reasonable? She turned away sulkily, you filthy man, you didn't leave me any face at all. Qing Yuan was a bit surprised, mother-in-law, huh? She stepped closer to admire He Jun and commented, your little guy is quite handsome, let me take a look. He scratched his head awkwardly, he's not that good looking, you're overpraising him, too much praise. Rong Rong ran over proudly, Mom, isn't my husband very talented? Qing Yuan replied, from my perspective, he's too outstanding, feels like he has a charming aura that's hard to resist. But I must say, my judgment is always poor. Anyway, reality proves you're definitely very good. He Jun scratched his head in thanks, I don't feel happy at all with this compliment. He shamelessly said to Qing Yuan, but Mom, I have something I want to ask you, is there any way to contact the divine realm? If we don't clarify the identity of that man, we won't be at ease. Who exactly is he? Qing Yuan replied, that's right, I had someone tell them before, according to the words of the divine realm, it is indeed at Divine Spell Wind. Some time later, Divine Spell Wind was a place with steep, countless steps. He Jun and the others were all present. Qing Yuan said, as long as we receive the approval of the ancient blood phoenix at the top of the mountain, we can enter the divine realm. She turned to Rong Rong and said, you are the heir of the veins of Tian Yuan, but you were harmed during pregnancy, and right now you can't awaken your blood spirit. If you can obtain the phoenix Thui Lian, with just the first 3 drops of my heart's blood, you can become a true goddess. She exclaimed, so that's how it is. Qing Yuan's expression slightly dimmed, but there are too many strange divine beasts protecting the phoenix around, it will be very difficult to find it, you don't need to. Hearing this, Rong Rong interrupted, no, I must go. Her gaze was extremely determined, those who betray love and sincerity will have to pay a hefty price. Qing Yuan was moved and looked at her daughter. He Jun stepped up behind her and said, I will stand by her side and teach that father a lesson. No need for Rong Rong to take action, let me handle it. Qing Yuan felt a bit happy inside, Rong Rong, it seems you have achieved what I could not. The demon lord remarked, I will go as well. Don't think you can seek revenge on your own, Tian Yuan must be dealt with by me first. Xing Ru pretended, an opportunity for such rare training, I must go too. Song Shui took the opportunity, if Rong Rong is going, then I will go too. Only He Jun tried to stop them, don't. I still need to protect everyone. The system observed from this side, while over there, Rong Rong confidently declared, who needs your protection? The system announced, from this incident, I have basically decided that Rong Rong is the one who can train the chaotic harmony skill together with He Jun. Then it looked at the bright figure amidst the dark clouds and said, boss, give me more time, I will definitely save you. Hearing this, the mysterious person reprimanded, "What? You said the same thing to me 10 years ago." The system explained, "Isn't this initial judgment about his ability a mistake? He is still considered a genius in cultivating immortals." The boss immediately reached out and grabbed the system by the head. "He is indeed a genius in cultivating immortals." He added, "He Jun is the most potentially promising existence I have found among the 3,000 universes. Moreover, he can change Rong Rong's fate with his willpower, which alone proves that his talent far exceeds mine." The system questioned back, "Aren't you afraid that once he masters the chaos skill, he could kill you?" The boss scoffed as he released his grip. He confidently declared, "I have been in this space for 10,000 years, familiar with the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how strong they are, they can only obediently listen to me when they arrive here." The boss was somewhat agitated. "If it wasn't for my initial desire to find the ultimate martial arts, becoming indifferent and remaining single for 10,000 years, I wouldn't have ended up in this disharmony of yin and yang, barely able to sustain my own body." The system interjected, "Isn't it quite good, boss? People should rely on the divine body, this space might become the strongest leader." The boss shouted, a thunderbolt appeared, yelling, "Who wants to be a leader? I want to find my sister. Have you seen any junior sister willing to communicate with the air? I want to restore my appearance, transform into a handsome guy. Is that so hard to understand?" The system quickly replied, "Got it, handsome guy, sorry handsome guy." Then the boss concluded, "In short, to cultivate the chaotic skill, he Jun must dual cultivate with that woman more. Only then after I devour him can I restore my body." The system immediately received the order. It added, "The assignment is done, you come here." The system nervously asked, "What for?" The boss grabbed the system's head, "Are you asking with a purpose? You and he Jun have been good brothers for years, have you really turned yourself into a man?" Surprisingly, the system turned out to be a woman, and not just any woman, but one with green hair and a big chest. Being pulled into the dark clouds by the boss, the system explained, "Got it, boss, we are not people without professional ethics, we just wanted to see how thick your face is. We still really want to make brotherly connections. We don't know what they're doing in there, we just heard the boss asking to remove that thick-skinned remark." Returning to divine spell wind, he Jun suddenly shivered a little. Rong Rong noticed and asked, "What's wrong, my lord?" He replied, "It's nothing, I don't know why I suddenly feel so cold." He looked around and wondered, "I wonder when the system will return, where could it have gone?" Qing Dai turned to Qing Wan and asked, "Did you not say divine spell wind was extremely difficult? I find this place very peaceful." Xing Ru reminded, "We still need to be a bit cautious, what if there's something hidden here?" He Jun agreed, "That's right, this area has suddenly become calm and quiet, but in fact, there are many spirit bodies lurking behind the peak. Moreover, it seems that their numbers here exceed my expectations." He reminded everyone to stay alert, don't let yourselves be deceived by others. Song Shui was the first to be entangled by the vines, and then she was quickly pulled into the bushes. Hearing the noise, she ran and Qing Dai turned to look, sensing something strange. Qing Dai immediately asked, "How many people do we have in total? Is everyone keeping up?" He Jun replied, "Let me check on that." He started to count, "My wife and mother-in-law, Xing Ru, and a couple of lovers in dangerous black transformation, all the important people and things are here, there's no problem. Let's go, stop overthinking it." He Jun smiled and waved as he continued walking, "If someone disappears, we'll notice it, how could we not feel their presence?" Qing Dai sighed in relief, "That's good then." As if realizing something was off, he hurriedly turned back and shouted, "Mom, it's really true." He Jun noticed Song Shui was missing, she was being pulled away by something. Upon seeing him, she was moved, "Senior, thank you for remembering me." He turned to Xing Ru and said, "Hand me the rope." She threw the rope towards him, and he instantly caught it. He then threw the rope around Song Shui's legs and shouted, "Wait a moment, this might hurt a bit." As the vine tightened around her, she cried out, "Senior, no, it's going to explode." The rope around Song Shui's legs came undone. He Jun was still trying to get closer. The vine was being chopped at by something, leaving no place to cling to. Song Shui fell freely. But it didn't stop, after being severed, it regrew, continuing to shoot out and tightly wrap around her, then hanging in midair. Song Shui cried out, "Not again, please don't." He Jun cursed, "This is so annoying, it's really impossible to use direct weapons, using my mouth seems easier." With that, he lunged in to bite at the vine. Song Shui sensed something was wrong and reminded him, "Be careful, don't bite through it." Not knowing how to bite properly, He Jun yanked the vine right in front of Song Shui's chest, then threw her down, calling for Rong Rong to catch her. She quickly caught Song Shui, saying, "Got it." The vines shifted their target. He Jun activated his anger mode, "Enough is enough. Didn't they say only peak-level gods and monsters are here? Then don't sneakily play these tricks." He swung his hand and struck the vine in challenge, "If you have the ability, come out here and fight me fairly." The vine, forced down, struck back from where it had emerged. A spirit appeared inside a large flower. "I've been discovered." She was a beautiful blue spirit. Then, she cast a spell, and a strange fragrance emanated from the flower. A hazy mist spread out. There was a loud voice reminding everyone, "Run away quickly." From behind, He Jun caught the spirit's hand, startling her. He lifted her up and asked, "What the hell is this? Is this a monster?" Too weak as well. Caught off guard, the spirit wondered, "What kind of situation is this? Divine spell wind is where the gods gather, why is there a man with demon energy here?" Looking at He Jun, she thought, "Moreover, he seems to be even more powerful than the gods." The spirit quickly pleaded, "Don't kill me, I'm not the mastermind, I did everything at the command of Lord Mai Shen." The ground suddenly shook, and everyone wondered, what is happening? A sharp rock emerged along with a voice, "Hua Shen, you truly are just a useless person, wait for me to deal with those people and I will definitely eat you." Hua Shen was scared, "I'm sorry, Lord Mai Shen, I truly am a useless person. I have tried very hard." He Jun immediately asked, "Mai Shen, could it be the ley line?" Mai Shen manifested, "You actually have a bit of understanding about this. I haven't encountered a spirit body like you in 1,000 years. Then it continued, "The last time I met was when you were still an egg in that cloud." Hearing this, He Jun smiled, "It seems you do know about it." Mai Shen growled, "Unfortunately, my inner power was too weak back then, and I was sealed by that little guy into the divine spell wind, enduring starvation for 1,000 years. It looked at him hungrily, with a mixed spirit like you, I never expected to meet you again, how should I put this, I want to eat you." Meanwhile, Qing Dai and Shiran transformed into their true bodies to approach Mai Shen. Xing Ru and the demon lord stood by, questioning, "What is happening? The energy of the magic clan on him is gradually weakening." On this side, Qing Luan appeared to be getting pulled away. Rong Rong held her tightly and shouted, "Mom, don't let go of me." Mai Shen's voice resounded, "Even the pests you brought, I want to eat them all." He Jun said seriously, "I'm talking about them, the deities and the magic clan. If you can't do it, then get married," the tone is the same. He pointed directly at Mai Shen and scolded. "Bugs, bugs. The last time someone called us bugs, the scar on our butt has already reached 8 inches. He Jun didn't forget to scold his own people either. "And there are 2 of you, what do you mean by monster? Always saying you don't need me to save you, in the end, just reduce the competition a bit." Xing Ru and the demon lord boldly said, "We really don't need you, we won't die either." Hearing this, he grabbed the elf's hair and smiled, "Okay, you guys are good, you have character. Hua Shen, I'll borrow your hair for a moment. Then I will save my wife first." As soon as he finished speaking, he used Hua Shen's hair to launch vines that wrapped around the 3 people over there to hold them back. He Jun managed to pull Rong Rong back first. "Can't be stingy, sorry mother-in-law, Qing Luan and Song Shui are still down there." On this side, the demon lord complained, "Why are you, really not going to save them?" Xing Ru was firmer, "If we're not saving them, then we're not saving them. Anyway, we have no relationship at all." Mai Shen laughed loudly, "The women of the magic clan really are interesting, you two's cultivation isn't low, huh? What a pity. The magical power of the magic clan cannot be used here." He tore the clothing of the two women with magic. I really want to turn beautiful women like you into water. He Jun chuckled coldly, I think you should not touch the women of the magic clan. If they get angry, you won't be able to handle it. From the head of my Shen, the eye of the evil spirit appeared. He panicked, what, can't be. How can a demon object appear on my head when I'm not alert? No, she also has a divine weapon on her. He Jun was a bit surprised, I didn't expect her to be on my head for so long, she can truly absorb my aura. Rong Rong became jealous, what do you mean on your head, when did you hide from me to find another woman? He hurriedly explained, it's not like that, she just looks like a woman, she's actually just a pet. The eye of the evil spirit radiated demon energy, thick and powerful combined with the divine weapon. It caused my Shen pain, making him let go and drop the two women from the magic clan. My Shen shouted, it's as simple as being burned by Hua Shen. The demon lord was astonished, how can this be? It only took him half a day to subdue her, and the evil spirit's eyes gained strength 100-fold. This is truly stronger than usual, impossible. He Jun saw them fall, immediately jumped up, and caught each one in his arms, gradually landing. She ran exclaimed, indeed, no wonder He Jun is a senior, the reinforced protective shield can easily evade the evil spirit's attacks. My Shen transformed into black smoke and shouted, damn it, I'm dead, the phoenix won't spare you. Hua Shen, witnessing this, felt a bit scared, this is too ugly to die from. Then quickly bowed his head and pleaded, I was wrong, I'm just a weak runner, please spare my life, Lord, and I will offer you sweet honeyflowers. He Jun turned to ask his wife, Rong Rong, should we keep her so she can take us to find the phoenix? She pouted a bit and replied, it's up to you, after all, you have always been lenient with women, now you're being lenient even with your opponent. He hurriedly flattered his wife, don't be angry anymore, didn't I say so already? Those evil spirits are all pets. Dogs and cats are the same as her, why is she angry with a little dog? Rong Rong didn't even bother to reply. Suddenly, the undead saw He Jun and quickly rushed over, hugging him tightly despite his continuous attempts to push her away. Get off, don't make a scene. How can I wash away this grievance? Rong Rong asked, so this is your way of raising pets? Little dog, are you a girl? Then her gaze shifted to Hua Shen with an evil energy. Come here. Hua Shen hurriedly trembled with fear. No, madam, mistress, she's lowly, it's her fault, my being a pet is not in that style. Rong Rong grabbed Hua Shen's hand and pulled her along. She questioned, what's the matter, madam mistress? She replied, from now on, I will be your only mistress, take me to find the phoenix. This action surprised everyone, instead of keeping her beside her husband and worrying day and night, she directly took her in. Rong Rong turned back sharply, don't come here, weren't you very fond of left and right? Before you can sincerely admit your mistake, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Xing Ru ran over and said, she's angry now, don't you have a solution? He Jun replied coldly, it's fine, just a little fun. Rong Rong asked her mother, is the husband coming along? She replied, he's still following, but Rong Rong's intentions to save someone are good, so why are you angry with her? She laughed with delight, it's really exciting, I've finally waited for this opportunity. Having a quarrel with my husband is what I've been looking forward to. Qing Yuan and Hua Shen looked pale, is this really okay? Rong Rong smiled, who said there are so many women around him? Of course I have to find a way to make him focus only on me. Hua Shen stepped up to flatter them, but remained cautious, showing great respect for the owner's opinions, but don't go looking for a phoenix, it's very dangerous. Your husband is too far away, what if we encounter any dangers? He Jun approached and called out to Rong Rong, but the three of them were gradually disappearing from his sight. Sensing something was off, Qing Yuan asked her daughter, Rong Rong, didn't we just pass this road? Are we not heading to the demon realm? Her foot stepped on the dry bones, causing them to crumble. In front of the three people were many remains. Hua Shen fearfully said, I remember now, this seems to be the place of Lin O. Rong Rong wondered, Lin O? Is it a type of bird? Hua Shen replied, that's right, he is the sworn brother of the phoenix. He was there during Phoenix's nirvana, helping to watch over the ashes. The phoenix remembered his protective deed and kept him by her side day and night after becoming a deity. But Lin O was originally just a lustful bird. When he saw the appearance of the goddess, he could not suppress his nature and subsequently caused a lot of trouble. Tian Yuan ended up controlling the divine palace, leading to its collapse. The phoenix was sent to divine spell wind, bringing the gods to the human realm to absorb spiritual energy for Tian Yuan. Lin O had no one to supervise him and became even more careless. Perhaps because those goddesses did not regard him highly, Lin O then became obsessed with the idea of taking many beautiful women as his wives. Later, he waited until the night of their wedding to kill them to vent his anger. He strangled them and yelled at them. "These ugly ones, aren't they mocking my looks? Let's see whose face is uglier than yours." Hearing this, Rong Rong could only exclaim, "Pervert." Qing Yuan anxiously replied, "It sounds very divine, no different from Tian Yuan. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare to go, we should leave quickly." Rong Rong questioned, "But he's so ugly, why would those women agree to marry him? Could it be that he kidnapped them?" Hua Shen answered, "No. Although Lin O is ugly, he knows illusion. He carries a strange pouch that, when smelled, produces a hallucination. They would see the most beautiful person, and the figure that suddenly appears would be Lin Yuan, taking on the form they find most appealing." At that moment, a burly man appeared before the three, causing them to be somewhat stunned. In Rong Rong's eyes, he was the husband He Jun. For Hua Shen, his crush was the big golden beetle. For Qing Yuan, it was a hot grilled chicken, but fundamentally, it left the three with no way to refuse. He looked at them with a perverse smile and pondered, "With three fairies at once, who should I choose?" He stepped up in front of Rong Rong with longing. "This person is the most beautiful, kiss me." But since she was already angry with her husband, seeing He Jun's expression, she slapped him and scolded, "Why did you just arrive now? Did those women really hold you back? Tell me, am I not important to you? Don't you know how dangerous it is when we meet Lin O? I hate you." Along with those reproachful words were powerful punches and kicks she directed at Lin O. Her image of beating someone appeared in He Jun's mind. He blurted out, "Does she usually hit you like this at home?" She held her head, "Senior, with the skills that people admire, their lives are relatable." He Jun replied, "No, from my observations, that Lin O has been dispersing fragrance in the air to enchant people, perhaps there's a bit of alcohol involved." He remembered when Rong Rong sat on him, holding a wine jug, scolding, "He Jun, you are truly wicked, I love you so much, yet you scheme against me." Because of these special reasons, he had never dared to let her get drunk. Suddenly, Lin O stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder and called, "Expert." His head was currently bruised and battered. He rushed to beg He Jun, "Expert, are you her husband? Please make her retract her magical talent, I beg you." He ran over and gently comforted Rong Rong from behind, all right, look who is really her husband." She jolted and looked back, "Hey, what are you doing, husband?" Rong Rong exclaimed, "There are two husbands, one is smiling, while the other is crying." Once upon a time, the Phoenix Nirvana appeared high above and said, "Lin O, your appearance is truly ugly." He was taken aback, "What?" Indeed, this black bird was ugly, just like a fruit. Lin O cried, "Gidge, why do you say that? Aren't we brothers?" The Phoenix replied, "A rough bird like you does not deserve to be my brother." It jumped up angrily, "Impossible, a phoenix would never say such things." Lin O frowned, "He has always loved me the most." Phoenix immediately replied, "Have you always been the one taking care of this pile of ashes for me?" "Thank you." Lin O held his head high, "It's because I want to see what kind of bird will emerge from this ugly pile of ashes." He flattered, "You are truly too beautiful, indeed, there is no one in this world uglier than me." Phoenix waved it off, "No, in my eyes, you and other birds are completely indistinguishable. After all, if you are not as beautiful as me, then you are all ugly." Lin O cawed and smiled, "Thank you, I feel comforted." Phoenix used his wings to shield Lin O and said, "But you have become special in my heart, I really like little birds, and now you are my little brother." From that moment on, Lin O seemed to have found his worth and was determined to follow Phoenix. Although he sometimes felt jealous seeing Phoenix always surrounded by many females while he was not. One day a fairy came to accuse Phoenix the Divine. Lin O has shown me disrespect, you must punish him. Phoenix defended, my younger brother has always been quite well behaved. Is it because fairy is dressed like that that it has temporarily aroused feelings? Could it be that fairy is completely innocent? Lin O even borrowed the words to appear harsh, demonic object. What's wrong with you? Aren't you trying to sow discord between me and Gidge? Back in reality, listening to that story, Rong Rong felt a bit nauseous. What a disgusting speech. He Jun thought, he actually loves his own Gidge. Hearing this, Lin O rushed down to attack. Damn it, I'll stab you to death. She stepped forward with a sneer, raising a hand to cast Myriad Abyss, break. Sharp blades shot out, blocking Lin O and causing him to bleed. He widened his eyes and asked, what is this? The fragments formed the image of a phoenix. Lin O panicked, Gidge, where are you going? On the other side, the embodiment of the demon lord struck at Lin O's inner demons. Useless person, ugly monster, repay your life to me, die, go die. This terrified him, making him scream, you all get lost. The image of the phoenix slowly dissipated, and along with it came the skeleton demanding his life. Lin O trembled and cried for help, help, Gidge save me. Frightened, his legs stiffened and straightened, then fell heavily to the ground, blood pooling from his head. He Jun exclaimed, so he's dead, he never had any real skill anyway. She turned to Qing Dai and said, see, I've killed a divine being. The girl covered her nose and replied, good for you, but you smell terrible. Refusing then, Hua Shen joyfully exclaimed, Lin O's illusion realm has dissipated as well. The souls of the bride trapped inside were finally freed. They stood there bowing their heads, thank you, young master for your great mercy, we will repay you in our next life. Hua Shen felt a bit worried, now that Lin O is dead, the phoenix will surely feel it, I fear we will have to face the wrath of heaven's wrath fire later. He Jun was confident, that's fine, I doubt he will come. The voice of the demon lord felt it, for divine beings are approaching, their divine power is high level. Suddenly, the demon lord clutched her chest and cried out in pain. Xing Ru supported her and asked, what's wrong? She replied, it's the 4 divine beasts, they are subordinates personally trained by Tian Yuan. There is a seal of Tian Yuan on him. She trembled as she continued, the cruelty in his blood has deeply penetrated my soul. Whenever I touch objects bearing his aura, it causes my bones to ache. He Jun stepped forward and asked, can you speak human language? Is it not because you are terrified, becoming agitated every time you think of him? The demon lord looked confused, you won't leave me any face at all. He pulled her up, if I say you have been discarded for 1,000 years, why are you afraid of such trivial matters anymore? You are just inexperienced. A large chain imbued with golden spiritual energy appeared behind the demon lord, piercing her back. He Jun thought, this is a perfect opportunity to practice a bit more. Saying that, he turned her around to face her fears and then threw the demon lord inside. What nonsense are you saying? Don't come back until you reclaim your spirit for the magic clan. He Jun noticed Xing Ru looking worried, she stepped back a little. Then he grabbed her and tossed her inside. You go too. She ran nearby yelped, oh my god. Xing Ru flew through the barrier, her demeanor somewhat seductive. She looked around and exclaimed, so many chains. Looking back, it's much stronger than it was back then. Isn't that? As she was lost in thought, a loud voice called from behind, when Xing Ru, hurry and run. Several chains began to come together and unleashed a divine weapon, then tightly bound Xing Ru, rendering her unable to move. A man appeared in front of the demon lord and said, Divine Consort Lord, it's been many years since we last met. I never expected you to end up in such a lowly magic clan, and now you appear before me in this state. It turned out this was the vermilion bird, one of the 4 divine beasts. He stood there with a faint smile, saying, how sad indeed. Outside, Shiran looked a bit worried, will these 2 be okay going in? They are both quite foolish. Qing Dai retorted, Shiran, even if you're worried, the Supreme Lord wouldn't be pleased to hear that. He then turned to He-jun, Lord, how about I go in and help them? He waved him off, no, your bird brain is of more use elsewhere. Afterwards, he pointed at the middle of Shiran's forehead. Appearing in front of him, this is the dragon and the snake. Shiran showed greedy desire, the long fat worm is too big. He-jun waved his hand, Shiran, don't go save the Supreme Lord anymore, eat well first to have strength. He turned into his true body and flew away, not forgetting to promise, I will be back soon. Huashan called from behind, the master's husband, the four divine beasts' deity is a true superior deity, your friends probably can't handle them. He replied, if they are friends, I won't let them go to their deaths, but before that, I still have two spiritual pets to capture. A wave of blue spiritual energy appeared behind them. He-jun stood there lightly taking off his outer cloak, then handed it to his wife, saying, Rong, add a layer of protective membrane. He infused the cloak with a super reinforcement layer, then suspended 3 women in the air. Song Shui wondered, what is going to happen now? You all stay up there, don't go outside. Then he instructed Rong, remember to use the spiritual thread to breathe, I'm going to catch the little pet for you. Hearing that, she was a bit startled. Around the 2 people, the spiritual energy was thick, and the ground shook. Then, water surged up from nowhere. Fortunately, the 3 of them were enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy. Isn't it? How long has it been? Their lives have passed by. The 2 realized they were under a lake. It seemed that this divine being had a water attribute. A sound echoed from afar. Rong smiled, the music is beautiful. They followed the sound of the instrument. The agile hands played a melodious tune on the strings. In front of them was a woman sitting and playing the instrument inside a large shell. Rong then asked, is this a siren? The woman playing the instrument thought to herself, these 2 have fallen into my trap. I once saw this man's wife in the mirror of memories, and I especially loathe her. Looking at He-jun, she said, that's right, a handsome and strong man like him can't possibly only have one woman, can he? Then, she shot a charming gaze at him with the intention, with just a little more spice, their relationship will definitely fall apart. Rong was also taken aback when she saw He-jun's captivated appearance. However, it was beyond her expectations. Her eyes sank deep into his. She panicked, how is this possible? That was my unique enchantment, yet it's ineffective against him. He-jun turned to whisper in Rong's ear, hey, my dear, I think we're being too conservative now. He then hugged her tightly, we should have made some beautiful dresses by now. Pointing at the woman playing the instrument, He-jun continued, I can't even imagine her lying on that bed, she would look so beautiful in a sparkly outfit. Hearing this, she panicked, what? This bastard. He cannot be outdone. Upon hearing her husband say that, Rong shyly asked, really? We could actually try it later, but this style wasn't seen in the mortal realm. He-jun said, isn't it about using something from the sea to create it? It really doesn't look like an ordinary item. She pouted, like I want to have it. Ignored by the 2 in front of her, she looked around in shock. He-jun suddenly stared over there, then pointed and asked Rong, can I take something off her for you? She was extremely excited. Alright, she thought to herself. He wants to take off my clothes just because of a dress, isn't he jealous? Then, gritting her teeth, she cursed silently, damn it, I'm a Xian Jiao and he's turning me into an ugly fish, right? Rong noticed something unusual and stopped He-jun, saying, wait a minute, dear husband, it seems she's starting to sing. She smiled, isn't it written in fairy tales that the voice of a siren is so enchanting that it mesmerizes others before they are eaten? He nodded, recalling, it seems they portrayed it that way in the movies too, therefore, we can't let her sing. After saying that, He-jun quickly grabbed Xian Jiao by the neck. Choked, she let out a few gasps because of the difficulty in breathing. This isn't right, it's the tone, it must be the tone. The 3 people nearby witnessed, He-jun, if you have such skills, the sea should have been defeated by you already. They were being tossed and pushed by the waves, continually rolling and bumping inside the ball, but fortunately, they were all okay. Hua Shen was listening closely and sensed something. Before them appeared a giant lantern fish. It charged forward, wide-mouthed, intending to swallow them, but the current just managed to push them a bit further away. Behind He Jun, many huge sea monsters had also appeared. He was holding Xian Jiao in his hand and said, "Why do I feel something is wrong? Rong Rong, move closer." Suddenly, the monsters howled and attacked. He Jun turned around and looked, "Isn't this what you called to attack us?" Xian Jiao thought to himself, "Are you scared now? This deity can chop you into pieces anytime." He looked at her with disdain. Indeed, the brain capacity of fish is very small. "You are still in my hands, can they attack? Are you stupid?" He then held Xian Jiao in front of him and shouted at the fierce sea monsters, "Come on." In the distance, a voice shouted, "He Jun Sr., save us." Looking over, he saw 3 people being chased by lantern fish, and he exclaimed, "Heavens! Don't run. The protective barrier of mine and Rong Rong's strength has a high probability of bugs." As soon as he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the barrier. Then, the barrier exploded like a balloon. They were pushed out into the water. Hua Shen hurriedly called for help, "Masters General, we are about to be eaten." He threw Xian Jiao aside, raised his hand to cast a spell, "Do that, who can get past you?" With his left hand grabbing Song Shui, his right hand seizing Hua Shen, and his neck being held by the Lord's mother. The sea monsters inhaled spiritual energy as if losing their minds. Xian Jiao over there was pleased, "You fools, soon you will be surrounded by my sea monsters, and let them chop you into 1,000 pieces in the marvelous song of mine." As soon as she finished speaking, she began to sing. However, the things before her surprised her a bit. The sea monsters not only did not attack He Jun and the group, but also turned around to surround her directly. Xian Jiao stammered, "Why are you all doing this?" He Jun smiled, "They have absorbed my aura, and now they belong to me." Then he commanded, "Tai Zi, strip her of that dress without any damage for me." 3 sea monsters charged in to restrain and tear apart. Outside, only the sounds of Xian Jiao's resisting cries could be heard. After the sea monsters heard the command to deal with Xian Jiao, the water gradually dissipated. She was stripped of her clothes, sitting there sobbing as if she were incredibly wronged. Rong Rong held the dress in her hand and said, "My head seems a little painful." In He Jun's hand were 4 captured sea monsters. He pretended to clear his throat, so white and delicate, if she turned into dried fish, it would really be a bit pitiful. He Jun called his pet and ordered, "Xiao Hei, I entrust my new pet to you to manage." Seeing Xian Jiao sitting there, it didn't know what to do with her. Then it leaned towards him and whispered. He Jun nodded, "Oh right, I don't have time right now, just figure out how to make her a little more honest." Then Xiao Hei stood there exuding dense demon energy, a cold smile on its face. Xian Jiao immediately asked, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Hei did not answer, just smiled, which was mysterious enough. Then it unleashed electric tendrils, shocking Xian Jiao and sending her soaring into the air. After that, her clothing turned black, and her stockings became sexy black nets. Xian Jiao blushed and let out a small gasp. He Jun immediately went to pat Xiao Hei on the head, praising her. Rong Rong, standing beside him, asked, "What are you teaching her?" He Jun replied, "Aesthetics are important too. Let's go play." Instantly, Xian Jiao was spun around. A spatial door appeared, and she shouted, "I lost, but my teammates won't spare you either." Seeing her disappear into Xiao Hei's space, he smiled, wondering how they had been training. The group returned to the place of the 2 demonesses from earlier. The barrier remained unchanged, covered by chains, radiating a pink aura. It seemed that the crucial moment was to push them away. Inside the barrier, Xing Ru stood there, arms outstretched, gathering demon energy, then unleashed a 3-way strike. 3 sharp streams of demon energy erupted powerfully from the ground, followed by a technique called Furious Torrent, smashing fiercely against the iron chains of the barrier. The white-faced man stood there smiling, noting that it was already rare for the demon realm to summon a dragon. What a pity. Just as he finished speaking, intertwining streams of sword chi struck the 3-way strike, causing blood to flow and heads to roll. Xing Ru was struck directly in the stomach by a metal chain, spitting blood. After that, she was thrown out of the barrier and fell down. The demon lord, witnessing this, could only scream, "Little Supreme." Xing Ru remained defiant, "Don't call me, useless coward." She retorted sharply, "If I had known you would look this terrified in front of the celestial enemy, when you were at your weakest, I should have killed you with one strike." The pale-faced man also turned back to mock her, "You are just a tiny subordinate with some backbone. Don't blame Tian Yuan for being ruthless to you, someone as weak as you isn't fit to be the celestial queen." The demon lord knelt there, crying, thinking to himself, "Yes, it's all because I am weak, that I lost the most important person to me." Xing Ru stood up, trembling, "I am not like you." She clenched her fists, "Perhaps the demon world is just a toy for you when you are bored." Her gaze showed determination, "But for me, it is an essential part of my growth process." Observing from outside, He Jun exclaimed, "Finally awake now." He thought to himself, "The initial luck still follows the words of the cycle. To give my aura to them." Then he spread his arms and said, "Xing Ru, let me come to help you." After that, his aura seeped into the barrier. After absorbing it, Xing Ru suddenly felt much stronger. The pale-faced guy looked worried. "What is this strange aura?" He started to tremble, recalling what he had just heard. Could it be? No way. The pale-faced guy shouted, "Don't underestimate me." Then, he unleashed many iron chains towards Xing Ru. However, after absorbing He Jun's divine power, Xing Ru quickly dodged the attack and closed in on the pale-faced guy. In an instant, her demon energy burst out from behind him. A wound appeared on the shoulder of the pale-faced guy. He turned around and looked at Xing Ru in shock. "How is this possible? Just a magic clan and yet you dare to wound me?" She thought to herself, "So tired, just a little bit like this, my body seems to have been completely overwhelmed by extreme divine power." Her eyes brightened a little as if she had thought of something. Control. Could it be that this is not the power that I unleashed by myself? She remembered, but it's He Jun. He stood outside smiling. Finally, there's a reaction. He Jun looked in and said, "Xing Ru, if I always controlled you in battle, your body would probably have been heavily impacted by now, so I will only ask you one question." Not knowing what he would ask, she immediately replied, "I agree." Xing Ru tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and continued, "Even if it's not my own strength, as long as I can win this battle, I will agree to any price. I want to prove to the arrogant divine beings that being born a demon is not something I'm willing to accept." Hearing these words, did the demon lord gain any insights? He Jun nodded, "All right, then I will fight alongside you to the end." So he continued to channel his divine power and accompany her to resist the enemy. The white-faced man shouted, "It's just lucky to have attracted attention this time. I don't need to use my true power to fight against heaven." Saying that, he stomped the ground and jumped up. The white-faced man hovered in midair casting a spell. Chains of iron surrounded him, confidently declaring, "I am one of the 4 divine beasts, and my power is not something you can simply estimate." With a whoosh, golden power appeared around the iron chains. Then, with his battle cry, the iron chains shot straight down into the ground. He Jun's silhouette behind reminded, "Xing Ru, it's right here." She threw a blade to sever his iron chains, then slashed down with demon god power combined. The pale-faced man exclaimed, "How is this possible? The demon blade of this lowly one can control a higher god of power." Xing Ru frowned, "Damn it, I have the strength of He Jun but my body is truly too weak." The demon lord behind shouted a reminder, "Enough, you cannot continue like this, otherwise the demon god of power will tear your body apart." Xing Ru cursed, "Shut up, do you think I will be torn to pieces like you?" She still did not stop, "Even if I die, I will never let you have it easy." The demon lord realized, so that's how it is, a gem shattered and stone crushed. She recalled from the moment of her birth until now, being nurtured as a future heavenly queen, doing everything to care for her family's honor, yet losing her only child. At times, she rushed fiercely at the heavenly emperor, wanting to kill him. At other times, she wanted to overlook all the threats. In those moments, she hesitated, thinking, "Do you want your entire clan to pay the price for you?" Yet she still succumbed to the habit of submission and knelt down. Clearly pushed to this point, filled with hatred to this extent, she had nothing left. The demon lord closed her eyes tightly, tears falling to the ground. She gathered chi energy around her, thinking to herself, why can't I act according to my own will and stand up to resist? Meanwhile, Xingru continued to attack, her demon sword pressed against the throat of the pale-faced man. He realized and shouted, it's falling, my brain is about to fall out. But at that crucial moment, her body couldn't withstand the divine weapon, resulting in an injury. I can't move at all. The pale-faced man laughed heartily, so this is how it is. Your body can't sustain this power. He jumped to subdue Xingru, then questioned, who is playing with this deity from behind? Let him show himself. He Jun outside clicked his tongue, snapped his fingers, and the dense demon energy emanated, pushing back the pale-faced man. Rong then asked, my lord, aren't we continuing? He replied, her body has already reached its limit, continuing would only cause her further irreversible harm. However, He Jun still had a trump card. But next, I won't even need to step in. Drills appeared on the hands of the white-faced man. He panicked, realizing that you too are a fierce woman. Xingru had stood up. The white-faced man boasted, before I chop you into pieces, I admit that you are indeed my rival. She closed her eyes, thinking, is this how it ends? I can't accept that. Suddenly, Xingru vanished, replaced by something resembling a large droplet of water. As he struck it, it ignited fiercely. The white-faced man was burned and screamed in pain, how could this not be destroyed? This is divine fire. He was astonished, as a familiar voice rang out, you have truly healed to the point of forgetting the pain. The one who appeared unexpectedly was the demon lord. Tranquilization technique. The white-faced man screamed, impossible, after all, you are the eldest daughter of the Qianxue clan, how could you cultivate such a complex secret technique like this? The demon lord scolded, you heavenly beings are just fond of bullying others. She continued, have you forgotten? You only had 6 arms left because of what happened. Hearing this, his expression slightly changed. In the past, he had scolded, just a mere servant dares to lay hands on this princess. With those words came the loss of 2 arms. The pale-faced man knelt there begging, I'm sorry. It was this little servant who offended Princess Qianxue, please spare my life. The one he was pleading to was none other than the current demon lord. He secretly thought, that's right, she used to be a headstrong princess, even cutting off my 2 arms. Only after being bound by this body did she become so weak. How could I have forgotten this? At the same time, the demon lord's hand rested upon his head. She said, I am no longer a heavenly queen, and I will never again have to endure resentment. The demon lord's arm trembled slightly. The pale-faced man laughed loudly, what a pity, even if you want to kill me. I cannot take your divine essence. The divine offspring of the Tian Yuan Lord is not something you can harm simply by relying on your instincts. A voice echoed from behind, if she can't hurt you, then let me. Blood flowed from his face as he stammered, it's you. It's really you. He collapsed there, gasping for breath, mumbling, this is no longer surprising, this is no longer surprising. His body dissipated. The one who killed him was He Jun. His last words were, to die at your hands, I admire that. The demon lord was delighted, visibly pleased, I did it, I actually did it. Meanwhile, Xingru was still a bit fatigued, collapsing as she said, I can't hold on any longer, I thought I was going to die. He Jun rushed over to support her, immediately asking, what are you doing? He infused her with energy and said, you can survive, no one can replace you. Xingru was happy, my strength is recovering. He Jun turned to Rong and said, the time you two have been leveling up is longer than I anticipated. She ran over there must be enduring some hardships as well. Rong wondered, she ran. Hasn't he become a deity already? Is there really no way to win? He replied, if it's a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid, but with the current situation, it's a bit complicated. It would be great if there was a system here. The system immediately appeared in the form of a lowly girl, did you call me? Seeing her, he couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god. He Jun was a bit angry, you just come and go as you please, it's been so long. Why don't you come back when the play is over? The system sighed, how can you understand the hardships of being an employee? This world has no place to farm, only the ox gets exhausted. He immediately dragged her away. If that's the case, do you mind adding another layer? Meanwhile, the two were tied to a wooden post. She cried, He Jun Lord tricked me, not only is there no food this time, but I must have turned into food myself. His voice echoed, who knew you would be so useless? One long insect is edible, but I can't eat two anymore. Both of them joyfully called out, He Jun Lord. He raised his hand to his mouth, shushing to signal silence. He Jun and Rong were invisibly hidden behind the system's shield. Feels like this has become thinner after going outside. Back then, there was still some left for the two of us. Hearing this, the system felt a bit wronged, tears streaming down. Remembering when those people wanted to follow, the system also lamented, do you want to ruin me? Fine, my fate has already been miserable, just tear me apart. It even scolded He Jun, how was I supposed to know you were the most shameless person I brought here? The system was a bit anxious, why haven't the two of you started tearing each other apart? How long do you plan to bicker? Outside, the gray snake spoke, no way. Really? The consort of the divine emperor, yet reduced to competing for food with a minor deity. What a turn of events. Qianxue replied, if I remember correctly, you were just chased around by that bird, right? I kindly saved you, you should have offered yourself up instead, why turn it into a competition? The gray snake pointed and cursed, shut up, Qianxue. You've looked down on me since 300 years ago. Now that you've climbed to a high branch, go enjoy yourself and stop bothering me. She retorted, you don't even ask yourself why I look down on you. Not to mention that among the four, you're the weakest in power, but you lack ambition as well. Isn't your current position something my father had to fight for you before? The two argued, that's exactly why you're unfaithful to Tian Yuan, you despicable woman, she scolded. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Your wax head has gone soft, weak-minded, she remarked, seeing the two haggling. They're fighting now, it's a traditional mind battle, and they've moved on to a physical fight. The gray snake continued to grumble, you still have the face to talk to me. When I rescued you from your mother's difficult labor, you'd be Tian Yuan's food by now. Qianxue replied, rescuing me once doesn't mean you can brag about it for a lifetime. She reminded him, you even said you would take care of me for a lifetime. Why haven't you done that yet? The gray snake retorted angrily, you've already chosen a stronger option, so do you still need me? Witnessing it all, unable to bear it any longer. He Jun jumped out and shouted loudly, enough already. The two snakes simultaneously asked, who are you two? The two people stepped forward, each slapping one of the snakes across the face. They then held their cheeks and asked again, who are you? He Jun was angry, how could one who can't even act like a real man have the face to ask me who I am? Rong angrily replied, a husband who does not take care of his wife does not deserve to know my name. He pointed at the gray snake's face and said, as a husband, you need to give your wife a sense of security. That sense of security, do you know what it is? It is that even if I am useless, I still try to stand by her side. Rong whispered to Qianxue, as sisters, I cannot help but tell you, matters like infidelity are really very serious. A husband must not be discarded, no matter how alluring things may be outside. Qianxue was puzzled, even if you say that. Rong continued, it is clear that the two of you still have feelings for each other. Indeed, it is just like that. The two of them looked at each other, and indeed it was so. But then they turned back to the other two and asked again, who are you? Qianxue shouted, sneak attacks are still such a hassle, what's the point? Then, her hair transformed into snakes and shot forward. Just before they could hit Rong, He Jun caught them all. He then yelled in anger, how unreasonable. We could clearly defeat you, yet we still patiently offer you a peace token. You too, wild boars must not be used to eating good gruel, right? Saying that, he channeled aura into the snakes' heads, controlling them to bite back at her face. The gray snake jumped up and loudly called her name, Qianxue. Several snakes had their heads chopped off, and Qianxue hugged her face, crying, oh my god, my face. The gray snake comforted her, it's okay, don't be afraid. She turned to ask, has my face been ruined? The gray snake lied, how can it be ruined? In my eyes, no matter what, you are still beautiful. It's fine, if Tian Yuan no longer needs you, then I do. He also recognized He Jun's strength and thought to himself, the power of this man is truly terrifying. He realized, even if Qianxue and I teamed up, we wouldn't be his match. The gray snake whispered to Qianxue, later, when I let go, use your earth escape technique to run away. She shook her head, no, what do you want to do? He glanced toward He Jun, it could be possible, but if I use all my strength, it might injure that person. Then he lunged forward and pushed Qianxue's chest back, urging her to run away. He flicked his tail toward the boy, saying, I don't believe that the venom I've studied for 1,000 years won't be deadly to you. He Jun stood there looking quite calm. He smiled, is it a rattlesnake? Hitting the tail like that is quite a good item. He Jun turned to ask the system, is there a similar item to hold it? It immediately searched and then threw him a gourd, saying, here you go. The tail pierced through the bottom of the gourd, but then the gourd captured that tail. The gray snake was startled and questioned, what is this? The venom shot in but was all pushed out. This is too strange. He grimaced in pain. The system pretended. This is a poison gourd, the venom of the rattlesnake will be completely absorbed by it. You can use it to refine the poison-based magic spells. He Jun took the gourd and felt a bit pleased. He then turned to him and said, your spells are completely dependent on this tail, without the venom, you are essentially useless. Qianxue suddenly turned back and pleaded, don't, please, your target is Tian Yuan, right? I am just a minor consort of Tian Yuan. If you take me away, give him a chance to live. He pondered, but your face is ruined now, Tian Yuan might not need you anymore. He Jun coldly smiled down and asked, otherwise, I can give you two choices. Do you want to restore your appearance and continue to follow Tian Yuan in enjoying riches and glory, or trade your life for his? She frowned and replied, I agree. Then she shouted, you spare him, I am willing to give up my appearance, willingly to be ugly for the rest of my life. The gray snake was surprised and asked, why don't you, didn't you really like Tian Yuan? Rong Rong stood there and said, she might not like Tian Yuan anymore. I can see that her feelings for you are very deep. Then she stepped forward to ask Qianxue, do you agree to tell me what Tian Yuan has done to you? She sobbed, I was forced by him. Qianxue recounted, at that time, we had just gotten married, and my family brought me to the divine palace for the ceremony. I had never met Tian Yuan, but the divine emperor was famous for his prowess, and I truly admired him. The women standing there heard the eunuch announce, your majesty is not currently in the divine hall. Please wait a moment. Qianxue then ran off to say, the divine palace is so beautiful, I'll go outside for a stroll. Her family cautioned, then you go quickly and come back, don't get lost. If I had known this walk would bring me such disaster, I would have preferred never to come to the divine palace at all. She walked into a grove, it really is a fairyland. I wonder if secretly picking a few divine herbs can be refined into pills. Someone suddenly appeared behind her and asked, do you also like refining pills? Qianxue turned around in panic and asked, You are His Majesty. Tian Yuan caught her and said, you are very good, stay here with me. Qianxue quickly protested, no, let me go, I have already married, I can't do this. But Tian Yuan held her tightly, controlling her in his hands, and said lewdly, isn't this great? We're having an affair. He whispered in Qianxue's ear, this is what you taught me before, now I am teaching it back to you. Returning to reality, she held her face and sobbed, his power is too strong, I simply can't resist. The gray snake then asked, why didn't you tell me? Qianxue replied, don't be foolish, at that time I was under his control. I knew that a small ant could never bite back at an elephant, we were destined to be like small ants beneath his feet. She cried as she spoke her true feelings, in the days to come, I will always find reasons to argue with you. I say you're useless, and it's not my true feeling, I just despise my own uselessness. The gray snake denied it, it's me who's useless, I am far too useless. Rong Rong sighed, Tian Yuan, he has truly harmed too many people. He Jun said to her, but Rong Rong, doesn't this feeling seem a bit familiar to you? I remember that in the future, the celestial emperor will take a liking to her, not because her appearance back then resembled that of her mother. Rong Rong suddenly realized, what you're saying indeed seems to suggest such a possibility. The gray snake suddenly surged up after hearing this, I must kill him. Even if I am as humble as a grain of sand, I must let the world see how filthy the God Emperor is now. Nianzhu immediately stopped him, no, if you die, then my persistence until now would all be in vain. He Jun's voice from behind made the gray snake turn around, are you trying to put on an act? He continued, you clearly could ask me to help you clean up Tian Yuan, are you truly looking for death yourself? He wondered, but don't you want to kill me and take my venom? He Jun vaguely raised the vial and said, are you crazy? I'm strong enough, why would I want this ounce of venom from you? Then he threw it towards the gray snake and shouted, take it. The toxin at the tail of the gray snake emanated, and he sensed that the poison seemed to have been refined to its purest level. Overjoyed, He Jun said, I am 100 times stronger than before. This is a specially crafted skill system I made for you, let's see if it suits you. He replied, strong like this, is this still me? Thank you all. After that, the two hugged each other tightly, it's so good, Nianzhu. The gray snake raised her hand to her face. The wounds gradually disappeared, your face has recovered. The two bowed their heads, thank you for your expert help. Whatever instructions the senior has, we are willing to follow. He Jun smiled, we are quite clever, after all, my ultimate goal is Tian Yuan. How about you join me, but before that, I will go find the phoenix to open the gate to the divine realm. The gray snake exclaimed in surprise, Phoenix. He said, if it were 100 years ago, the phoenix could distinguish right from wrong, but now. After a while, they led He Jun to an extinct volcano. He said, this is the home of the phoenix. He Jun pondered, it's a fire mountain. It seems quite old, it must have been a long time since it last erupted. Nianzhu shook his head. This is just a fantasy. When the phoenix descends, its main purpose is to absorb good energy from the mortal world and transmit it to the upper world. However, over time, this leads to the mortal world generating much rage, and the phoenix senses the swallowed rage, which has long lost its purity and no longer retains its original clarity. The phoenix has a premonition that its end is near, so it has used a large amount of its spiritual energy to create a barrier to protect itself from the rage of the mortal world after its death. The gray snake added, the phoenix hasn't appeared for nearly 100 years, I wonder what form it has taken inside. He Jun replied, is that so? Then I'll go in and take a look. Then he created a portal and said, prepare first, summon a general. The little treasure appeared. Xiao He was violently restraining Xian Jiao with a leather strap. Everyone looked at Xiao He in surprise. It grinned, yanking the strap from around her neck. Xian Jiao immediately obediently called, Master, Master. It even barked like a dog. The couple on this side was angry. What are you barking about? What are you doing behind our backs? He scolded Xiao He. I let you manage, not to teach me. What are you doing, making me feel very awkward. Rong Rong was quick to scold along. I couldn't stand this black tea long ago. He Jun muttered, it really is like owner, like servant. Hearing that, Xingru felt a little embarrassed and responded. I've never taught her these things, I'm just a victim too. He held Xian Jiao's hand, lifted her up, and said, all right, let's get to the main business first. He Jun intertwined his fingers and asked, you are a water spirit, can you make the divine water transform? Then he infused her with spiritual energy, spirit condensing calm air, used divine water to create 2 sets of defensive clothing. 2 sets of water garments appeared on the couple. Such special materials, Xingru called out to He Jun from behind. He replied, the phoenix is still the strongest deity here, this time, let Rong Rong and me handle it ourselves. Then he stepped forward and patted Xingru on the shoulder. If anything happens outside, we will rely on you. A month later, the two stood at the mouth of the volcano outside the barrier. He Jun placed his hand on the barrier, channeling spiritual energy into it, feeling the aura radiating that made both of them feel extremely hot, the flames spreading out. He Jun thought, this phoenix must be in a dire situation. The space suddenly darkened and turned vivid red, accompanied by an eerie voice saying, "Damn it, return 100 years of luck to me." The two were taken aback. This is indeed hell on earth. The souls trapped there cried out in pain, "Please let me go, free me." These people must all be high-level cultivators who lost their spiritual energy to the phoenix and fell into this place, Rong Rong said. Previously, the divine sect also had 4 very powerful cultivators who vanished without a trace at this very moment. They probably also became sacrifices used to nurture the divine skill. A soul spoke up, "So pure, the spiritual energy is so pure, it's purest spiritual energy." They rallied and rushed towards the two, devour her, we can escape this wretched place. They lunged at Rong Rong, shouting, "Devour her." Of course, He-Jun wouldn't allow that to happen. He raised his hand to grab the soul's head, looked at it and said, "No way, old man. You're old and still want to eat. Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth?" Then, he exerted force and squeezed tightly, causing the head to explode. Bounty has its owners, half of the body is buried underground. Go die first, and wait for me to take revenge for you. He-Jun's aura clashed and caused the rocks around to crack. He turned to Rong Rong and said, "That should be the phoenix's lair down there. Why don't you give it some spiritual energy and see if it reacts?" "There is a slight reaction," Rong Rong replied. "Husband, it seems it does not reject our intention. Let's go inside." After saying that, the two headed toward the opening below. Once inside, He-Jun assessed, it seems that most of the phoenix's energy is used to Seal's own mountain, not much is left for itself. Rong Rong sensed something. "Husband, it seems there is a child crying." Down below was indeed a child. He-Jun guessed, that should be the phoenix. The two landed and approached. Rong Rong felt pity, how tragic. Yet it was so weak that it no longer had any shape. As soon as she touched it, it cried out chirp chirp. Rong Rong immediately comforted it, "Don't be scared, don't be scared." He-Jun called the system, "Make some milk." It appeared and said, "I remember there seems to be some in the market town." Then it provided her with a bottle of milk. Rong Rong happily took it and then gave it to little Phoenix. It immediately grabbed it to drink, and after drinking, said, "Indeed, because it's too weak, its divine consciousness isn't very clear." Rong Rong turned to him excitedly, "It's so small, so cute, our husband should also have a little one like this in the future." He-Jun flattered his wife, "No baby is as cute as you." She continued to praise, "Look how obedient it is drinking milk." Suddenly, little Phoenix finished the milk and, showing its temper, smashed the bottle. He-Jun caught little Phoenix and scolded, "Obedient my foot, you too killed Lin O junior brother." Both were startled, "Oh no, we forgot about this." They hurriedly laughed it off, "Well, little one, be good and listen to my explanation." Little Phoenix cried, "Lin O junior brother. The death is too tragic. My poor useless brother cannot emerge from the mountains to take revenge for me. Fortunately, heaven does not abandon me, allowing these two wicked people to come to my door." It cried blood, its voice full of fury. "I will definitely make them suffer 100 times more than you did." The system warned, "Phoenix tears the heart, this is the grand move of the Phoenix." He-Jun asked, "What effect does it have?" Blood continuously dripped from its eyes. The blood spilled down, radiating an extremely strong aura. Then it said, "Don't you value love more than gold?" The surrounding space turned dark, and the voice of little Phoenix echoed, "I want to see if you still have affection in the hell of eternity as you did on the first day." He-Jun anxiously called out Rong Rong's name. He closed his eyes and utilized omniscient vision. The system then said, "It's useless, the Phoenix is a divine beast that can alter time and space. If it has changed the time between you and Rong Rong, even with omniscient vision, you won't be able to see her." It further reminded, "He must have a plot, do not act recklessly." He-Jun replied, "If that's the case, he's just using spiritual energy to protect the barrier." The imprisoned souls reappeared. He-Jun shouted, "We just need to disintegrate it." The system said, "Absorb all the spiritual energy here so that the barrier cannot be maintained anymore." Indeed, it's not a bad method, but I always feel. Before he could finish, a black sword shot towards him accompanied by a voice shouting, "Demonic object." He Jun quickly dodged just in time. Then he swung it back towards the darkness, but he heard a faint cry. Suddenly, He Jun realized something was unusual. He sensed that he had just absorbed the sword's spiritual energy. That's the purest spiritual energy, could it be? Saying that, he rushed quickly towards it. On this side, Rong Rong, injured in the hand, murmured, "Ugh, it hurts so much." She knelt there, puzzled. What kind of assistant has that demoness summoned, to be so formidable? He Jun ran over, and the two finally found each other. He called Rong Rong's name. He worried, "Let me see your wound." But she stopped him, "Don't come over here." Then she controlled the black sword aimed at him, saying, "Go die for me." He Jun retracted his sword and asked Rong Rong, "What happened to you in the end?" She wondered, how could this sword be mixed with my fresh blood, along with the purest blood, and yet this demoness remains unscathed? He Jun continued to ask Rong Rong, "Are you scared?" "It's me, I came to find you, don't be afraid." She sensed, but it seems he doesn't want to harm me. Rong Rong then asked, "What is your relationship with that demoness? Are you the rescue she called for?" Hearing the words, demoness, startled him. Rong Rong continued, "Don't pretend you don't know, the aura on you, even if it's not exactly like Xing Ru's, is still about 80% similar." He Jun seemed to realize, Xing Ru, demoness, is this divine sect? Looking at her situation, he thought, this is not the Rong Rong who belongs to me at that time, but the sect master of divine sect sealing the demoness. Meanwhile, in Rong Rong's thoughts, she told herself she couldn't lose. "If I fail here, I will die, I absolutely cannot lose." The little phoenix was flying around above. Once someone who loved me the most, now wants to fight me fiercely. I can't believe you can't bear to lay a hand on her. Rong Rong continued to radiate a pure aura, telling herself that she must win with one decisive move. He Jun dodged and then wrapped his arms around Rong Rong from behind, placing a kiss on her shoulder at the site of her injury. She was surprised and asked, "What are you doing?" He Jun blew gently on her wound, saying, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Rong Rong thought to herself, "It's all my fault." She pulled her hand back and said, "Aren't you the savior of that demoness? What are you doing? You're lying. If you're not, then why are you here?" He scratched his head, smiling, "Because." He Jun continued with a long pause, "Because I am the most devoted follower of the sect master. Since the first time I laid eyes on the sect master's stunning beauty, I have never forgotten, day and night wishing to be by the sect master's side, too afraid to show up and meet the sect master." The system sighed, "Bro, your mouth is really something." He stepped closer, "Does the sect master still not understand? I am secretly in love with her. This, right here." Rong Rong was startled, wondering, how is that possible? "I have nothing good about me." He Jun continued, "Who says that? Someone as beautiful as you, with such a good personality, who doesn't curse when scolding others, who doesn't hit people, not even with a slap. If one can kill with one strike, they would never lower it to 2 strikes, giving others a refreshing feeling, especially kind-hearted." She was taken aback, "Are these my advantages?" Rong Rong felt a bit shy, "But if you keep exaggerating like this, I can hear it too." He Jun smiled, "You are the best." He gave her a thumbs up. The little phoenix was flustered, "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The trap I carefully designed has turned into your game. Demoness, come here for me." As soon as it gave the order, Xing Ru appeared. "Rong Rong, your safety is at stake. Is there time for feelings with a man who appears from nowhere?" She smiled, "But it's fine, after all, we will all die anyway, one more doesn't matter." He Jun recognized the demoness, thinking to himself, "The demoness will definitely recognize me, it's better to keep my identity hidden." Then he said to the system, "Give me the mask." Xing Ru unleashed her snake dance move, launching her snake head at the two of them. She thought to herself, "This is the killer move I just mastered, these two will definitely be hit by the deadliest venom and die without a complete body." He Jun stepped up to counter it, causing the snake's aura to immediately dissipate. He-jun sighed in relief as he looked at Xingru. Now fortunately I can still transform into a dragon, although I was just a tiny snake before. He radiated dense demon energy and said to her, I will teach you once, watch closely. A Hei Long appeared with fiery red eyes, charging towards her. Xingru was worried, this is too fast. Am I going to die? She froze, almost accepting her fate. The energy poured into Xingru's body, and she wondered, what kind of power is this? Too complex, and too dense. Looking at He-jun, his power is so pure and strong. All the energy had entered Xingru's body, her eyes teared up, I can feel it now. Then she put on a seductive appearance. Ultimate strength. Then, Xingru fell down and said, this source of power. It seemed like Xingru had regained her composure and asked, is it you, He-jun? I am here again. He stood there and replied, I think you already understand the distance between us. Then he took out a scroll and handed it to Xingru, saying, this scroll is a gift for you, wait until you succeed to be worthy of meeting me. He thought to himself, damn it, are you not leaving yet? What if the wife finds out? Then he glanced back, and you couldn't even withstand one strike. Little Phoenix fell heavily to the ground. It realized, can the pure love of everyone forgive a brother like me? Xingru knelt down, I have received the scroll, once I successfully cultivate, I will settle everything. After that, she left, thinking, when I succeed in my cultivation, you will be under my control. Career and love, how much success awaits me here? Rong Rong asked He-jun, are you really going to let her go like that? He turned and asked back, Rong Rong, do you really not remember me? He-jun tried to probe to bring back her memory, there's so much between us. Have you forgotten? The system saw He-jun crying inconsolably, confused, big brother, why are you still crying if you're recalling memories? It's not my fault. He replied, I want to eat good food, how can I blame you? It immediately comforted him, alright, actually interacting with this spell, you just need to confess loudly to the person you truly like. If it's true love, you can naturally unblock it. He-jun looked at it a bit angrily, damn system, why didn't you say that earlier? Then he turned to his sobbing wife, wife Rong Rong, I love you. His eyes lit up as he asked, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Rong Rong stepped forward, then in the future, you must eat the meals I cook. He hugged her and obediently replied, I already said, I will eat for the rest of my life. So they lived together until their hair turned white and their teeth fell out.